Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by GrandTheftWorld.com. It's episode 96. It's September 6th, 2022. We got a lot to get into tonight, a lot of deep dive analysis. We're going to be here for the next 6 or 7 hours, providing you with context and historical analysis on the past week's news. A lot going on this past week. Also, last week, we had touched on a book that I had never heard of. It was called The Two Faces of George Bush. It was by Anthony Sutton. I was a little incredulous because I thought I had read all Sutton's books. And tonight we're going to be doing a deep dive on this book. Now, if you go out there, don't try to buy it. It goes for like $45,000 on Amazon. Tonight you're going to get to see inside that book deep dive. So save your money, sit tight. We also have stories like Project Veritas. Oh, wait, hit the wrong button. Project Veritas this past week did 2 hit pieces, exposés, examples of investigative journalism par excellence, uncovering the liberal agenda within the school system. And by liberal, I no longer mean free or liberating. I mean, it's kind of very oppressive and indoctrinating. So we'll get to look at that story tonight. There's a whole lot of news, governor's statement, attorney general statement, investigations going on just because of 1 or 2 James O'Keefe investigative journalist exposés that we'll check into tonight. Also, this past week we saw 2 scrubbings of the new NASA Artemis. It's a launch that's going to the moon again. They want to put diversity on the moon by 2025. We're going to look into the boondoggle because there was a good Sagar and Jetty had a good piece this past week exposing the billions and billions of taxpayer dollars being spent on something that America did 53 years ago. Also, you might have seen Chancellor Sutler, former Vice President Biden, in his speech with the red background. I thought maybe the cameras were messing with us, but it turns out those lights were white at the beginning of the presentation. As he walks up, they turn red. So it was an on purpose type of message to America. We're going to dig into that. It turns out he wants to be a wartime president. He might be a civil wartime president. Stay tuned and see. Also, 1971 was a year where a lot of things happened. The United States went off the gold standard. A lot of havoc has, precipitated on America since then. We're going to look into the World Economic Forum's role in the 1971. You might go to WTFhappened-in-1971.com for more information. We'll cover that story later tonight. Also, there's the news of the Ukraine-Russia war that's been going on since February. It's still going on today, unfortunately. And it seems that there was a peace deal being brokered in April, but Boris Johnson of the UK went over and squashed it. So why are they trying to keep the war going artificially? What role does the UK have in the affairs of Russia, Ukraine, or even NATO for that matter? We'll get into that later tonight. We have special guests coming up later, author, researcher, historian Matthew Ehret. And we're going to have a good time. We'll probably look at this Two Faces of George Bush book with him. And to kick it off, as always, let's go to Luke Radowski of wearechange.org and bestpoliticaltshirts.com or thebestpoliticalshirts.com for this week's initiatory news story.
Oh wow, cool. That's a Chinese Communist government drone with a megaphone and a camera pointed inside of your private bedroom, mainly because, the government loves and cares for you so much, right? Duh, what else would it be used for? Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Radowski here of WeAreChange.org, and we got a lot more crazy dystopian news to get into today. As of course, in Europe, there's a very serious situation brewing that will absolutely explode on October 1st, and there's no avoiding it. What's happening, what's going on, the larger impacts of it, well, we're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all on this independent media organization. So much news, so much dystopia, so much propaganda and disinformation out there. We're just going to jump right into it, as of course the video that we played in the beginning of this broadcast looks like it is from Chinese TikTok. It has not been officially verified, of course, as that's something that's very impossible to do from China, but I think it's fair to say, with the way that things have been going in mainline communist China, that of course this is the next logical technocratic tyrannical step. Steps that, of course, some people within our own government in the Western world have been making, especially after a very political, divisive speech by the current president of the United States that a couple days ago addressed half of the nation as a part of the larger problems plaguing our society. Yes, very aggressive, very divisive speech made by the current president of the United States that, of course, elements of the corporate media cheered on as MSNBC called it a, quote, urgent wartime address. The same network that, of course, keeps evoking the Civil War, as many people accuse it of trying to spur it on with, of course, its very divisive partisan media coverage that truly is really just propaganda. These are the authoritative sources that get promoted by YouTube for some reason, while our voices get squashed. And as some networks are spreading fear, other networks are spreading confusion, just like CNN, that literally looks like it's contradicting itself almost every other article. Recently, they were warning about the Great Barrier Reef dying, while also they're reporting how the Great Barrier Reef has recorded its highest amount of coral in 36 years. They report how this is going to be one of the toughest hurricane seasons this year. And they're also reporting how August may be the third time in 60 years that there actually wasn't even a tropical storm. And whether it's fear or confusion, we have to understand that the corporate media plays an integral role, since of course information is king, and a lot of powerful forces out there do everything in their power to try to suppress not just information, not just news, not just scientific stats, studies, data sets like this government has been doing, but also comedy and satire. This, as we've been finding out, that it's been the U.S. federal government behind many of the censorship and banning efforts, which actually, we've been telling you this for years. You go back to our channel, like literally over 10 years ago, we were like, hey, the government's going to be banning people. The government is banning people. And now we're finally here where, yes, the government is banning people on the internet, including even a comedy parody account of Dr. Fauci, which this administration pressured Instagram to take down. Instagram listened to the government, obviously. I don't think the government gives them a choice in this kind of matters. And as the government's busy financing foreign governments, foreign wars, and taking down comedians for making fun of them, meanwhile, this is how the water looks like in Jackson, Mississippi, where politicians there are telling them to boil it, and it's still allegedly safe. Yes, the photo that you're seeing right now has been going viral all throughout the internet, showing a person filling up their bathtub with what is clearly polluted black water. What does the federal government do here? How are they intervening? Well, they're not. They're just like, screw you, buddy. There's a geopolitical conflict and political aspirations that we have in the international sphere that are a lot more important to us than this. Screw you, peasant civilian, as your life becomes more difficult by the day. This, as a new study confirms, that in New York City, the citizens there are dealing with the nation's most stressful commute. And gee, who would have thought? The lawlessness, the criminality, the crackheads taking a poop in the middle of a stop, cops going after poor little Mexican ladies trying to sell you some churros, trying to make ends meet, that would result to people feeling the unhappiest, the most unsatisfied, the most scared, the most stressed out than anywhere else in the United States. This, as I think it's fair to say, an element of lawlessness has gripped this city, as of course there's even viral videos like this going around right now showing an armed robbery happening with two cars literally trying to, of course, run over each other in an attempt that was successful by crooks that stole money from an innocent alleged party. Yes, the videos that you're watching right now, just the scenes out of GTA, literally happened just moments ago in one of the biggest cities in this nation. But don't worry, as your tap water turns black, as you get robbed, as you have to deal with the miserable commute, don't worry, because at the end of the day, you could watch She-Hulk twerk, some good old family-friendly entertainment, or, you should be happy that your huge amount of tax dollars are going to finance efforts for men to pee sitting down, and for children to be muzzled in the most uncomfortable and cruelest ways. That's the type of society that I refuse to stay silent on when it comes to calling it out, and that's why I started thebestpoliticalshirts.com, one of the best. Now, as of course, it's more than shirts too. Socks, hats, mugs, you name it, we got it. Now, I think it's very fair to say that we are going into some very curious times and also troubled times financially, while, of course, many plutocrats inside of the government that created a horrible situation are literally patting themselves on the back as if they did a good job. The White House spokesperson recently came out, and even though the vast majority of people are financially suffering more than they ever have before, she came out and then said this thing.
As you know, the good news is in August, the economy created 315,000 jobs, which is important. We have created nearly 10,000 million jobs since President Biden took office, which is the fastest job growth in history. So you're asking me, where's the success? Here it is. Wait, let me finish. Wait, hold on. As you know, the good news.
You wait right now. Tens of millions of jobs. We did it. We're awesome. We're great. Screw you. And essentially, that's the message that they are saying there. It is very in your face. This, as of course, the political party that they serve are one of the biggest proponents and pushers of the policies within the last 3 years that have created one of the largest transfers of wealth in recorded human history. The billionaire class, richer than ever. Everyone else, absolutely screwed. And this larger financial issue is not over. It's not related toward a health crisis or a health scare. It's related also to deliberate energy policies within the United States that have hiked up prices and will continue to have a devastating effect on the poorest people in our society, screwing everyone else over. This problem, this agenda, this narrative has already been implemented in places like Europe, where their situation is a lot more unstable, and soon they are facing a dark winter coming very soon. A dark winter that will be very tough on the people this year and even made that much worse the following year. This says Europe is blindly dependent on Russia for energy in many circumstances, as they're literally financing a war against Russia. This, as we're finding out that the Russian state energy company now says that it cannot resume their supply of natural gas to Germany because of, quote, technical problems. This, as many people are calling this move, a political play, which essentially is a very bold one made by Russia if they are not telling the truth here. As of course, Germany has implemented green policies that have literally seen their own nuclear power plants that you know aren't even harmful by and large against the environment. But Germany went so green, they went even greener than the Greens, shut off their domestic energy production deliberately, then they became dependent on Russian energy, and Russia's cutting it off. And either because of political or technical issues, it doesn't matter. The problem's here. It's only getting confounded even more. This, as today, we're also finding out that a Ukrainian nuclear power plant has lost power, as its main external power line has been cut off, and now only a reserve line continues to supply electricity to the power grid there. This, as the Ukrainians are literally warning Europe for a, quote, bleak winter. And the conflict inside of Ukraine looks like it's not going to be ending anytime soon, as the Ukrainians just launched another offensive. As I said from the very beginning of this, when there was military experts on CNN telling you that everything was going to be over in 3 days, I told you this was going to be a proxy conflict that was going to probably last many years and could even go as far as 10 years or even indefinitely, as what's happening in Ukraine is of course going to have a devastating impact on not just the people of Russia, not just the people of Ukraine, not just the countries that take in the refugees, but everyone, especially in Europe, and especially internationally as well, as of course a major disruption in this part of the world signals some very serious problems for everyone involved here, especially for countries inside of Africa and the Middle East. This, as just moments ago, we have already seen 70,000 people demonstrate in the streets of Prague against inflation, against the soaring energy prices, and these protests are just beginning, as of course many of the serious price hikes are expected to come in on October, in November. This, as there's going to be a lot more than just strikes, protests, there's going to be a lot of civil unrest, and society is going to be turned upside down, and there's going to be a lot of upheaval in all of Europe that is dealing with a situation that they literally created for themselves. Europe could have tried to be energy independent, could have decided to do domestic energy exploration, could have decided to focus on nuclear energy, and they didn't do that. They tried to implement the UN 2030 vision, the World Economic Forum Build Back Better vision, a vision where, of course, the peasants don't have energy and are denied the access to it, all because of some grand notion to allegedly help the planet. This is what's behind this deliberate shooting in the foot moment by Europe that put them in this situation, that politicians, that activists literally cheered for. And now here we are today in this havoc because of their major moves made against the general public, made against their own constituents. A lot of their policies were cheered on by, of course, the corporate media, promoted, as the people who warned about the dangers of this were silenced. And it's not as if these politicians didn't know what they were doing. It's not as if they were going into this blindly. It's not as if they didn't understand the consequences of their moves, because they did. And we have to understand here what's happening here. It's all a part of the larger script that they literally called out for years ago, that they're literally implementing right now. Who's the culprit? Well, there's a lot of people involved in this. A lot of internationalists, a lot of globalists, a lot of people who believe that there's too many people in this world and they need to be culled. And what you're watching right now is the culling of them. You deny people energy, you deny people life. And the policies that have denied us energy were deliberately brought on by organizations and institutions like the World Economic Forum that are literally coming out today and saying, hey, we don't want to talk about conspiracy theories. When in reality, the conspiracy theories were literally calling out what they were going to do right before they even did it. And the agenda that they're implementing, the policies that they pushed through, all lead and coalesce towards the destruction of the human will and spirit that we're watching unfold right in front of us right now, and was only perpetrated because of ignorance. And one of the best ways to fight against a lot of this nonsense is to inform yourself, to be aware of what's going on, and to not go along with this bull crap. As of course, every time a politician says, hey, we're here to help you, we're here to help the environment, we want to help the world, they're absolutely full of crap. That's my point of view. That's my...
We are in a battle with ignorance. He's right. He's right. So a lot of ignorance going on in the news that was covered there. So this EU energy crisis. Why did they shut down all the nuclear plants and coal plants and things like that? Oh, because the United Nations has an agenda for 2030 and it has to do with carbon and Bill Gates, and we got to get one of these things to zero. Okay. Not sure I get it, but I know that thing goes on out there. What about France as of today turning all their nuclear plants back on, or they want to have them on by winter because they understand there's going to be an energy crunch? Are they going to do something similar in Germany, or did they permanently dismantle their reactors? Right? Did they not foresee the possible need in the future of having an energy crisis with more and more people being pushed onto electric vehicles and more people pushed onto a lifestyle where they don't spend much time outside away from electricity? Maybe Germany will get those turned on by winter. But what the EU is doing right now is they're buying their liquid propane gas, their LPG, from China, who is buying it from Russia, instead of the EU just buying it from Russia like it used to, because we got these sanctions between the Western countries and Russia because of the whole NATO-Ukraine situation that was artificially contrived. And if you look into the Hunter Biden laptop, into the Burisma dealings of the Biden family, and Joe Biden flying there as an agent of the United States, a vice president of the United States, demanding that the prosecutor looking into the case be fired by the end of the day, and then admits it on tape at the Council on Foreign Relations. Maybe we can find that clip. But the idea is there's a war going on, doesn't need to go on. There are Western powers keeping that war artificially going. They were already in business dealings in that area and might be trying to cover something up. I don't know. But the American people are suffering from the sanctions. The people in the EU and Britain are suffering from the sanctions. Russia is getting rich from dealing with China and selling their LPG around the horn back to Europe. So I don't see how these sanctions are being effectively used. It seems like an ignorant tactic that's going on. And ignorance also has to do with ignoring history. Has the United States tried to do sanctions or embargoes, something like this, to deny trade to enemy countries before? Yes, the United States did it in the War of 1812, and it backfired on the United States back then. So I don't know where the historical precedent to do such things is coming from. So there's that aspect of it too. What do you think, Tony? France, they're powering up their nuclear plants. All of a sudden, it's green energy, I guess, because they want some energy. No energy is not green energy, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't make, obviously the policy is directed from the World Economic Forum, or if not from the World Economic Forum, at least in the form of Agenda 21 and the Conference of Rio. So we have to like put it into context of like what the agenda was going back decades. And we can see why Europe has been so progressive with trying to adopt greener energy solutions, non-carbon based solutions. But at the same time, those aren't viable and are heavily suspect, heavily subsidized by governments. Major investors are seemingly the ones that are also a part of this whole climate scam to begin with. So I think we really have to go back and remember like what Agenda 21 was about. I know we're talking about Agenda 2030 now, but what was Agenda 21? Like what was the goal? What were the sustainability developmental
program
goals?
of action. Says right here, Tony. A program of action from the Rio conference. And they got their little hand grasping the world. I mean, no, it's a dove. It's a dove of peace. It's not a hand grasping the world. It's a dove of peace. So they want to do things like they want to do ambitious things, which I'm sure they've already done, like eradicate polio by the year 2000. And so I'm sure the polio outbreaks in New York City recently they didn't know about Agenda 21. That's why the polio is doing that. But had that polio read this book, they would say, we can't do that. There's
same with outbreaks in India with the oral polio vaccine that
Bill Gates
has been pushing.
Anymore. So it's an interesting read. It was done in 1992, and then they morphed this agenda.
Well, there was
a general agenda for the 21st century into a very specific agenda for 2030.
Yeah.
And that has to do with people compromising their ability to have electricity, as we've seen this past week, where they just selectively shut off electricity, Colorado, California. So
the Xcel customers, unfortunate for them, they're unable to manipulate their own thermostats, which is quite troubling. I also, so people are aware, so this is like the sort of foundational what you just saw on the screen there, Rich. That's like the foundational document going back to the Rio conference in 91. Talked about Maurice Strong. We went into who's the Rothschild that was
David de Rothschild was the scion of the family.
That's right.
Did a plastic Kon-Tiki boat made out of plastic bottles. He's the Green Jesus, they called him.
Green Jesus. He's the young hip one, if I remember correctly. So it
was at the live Save Live Earth or something like that. I have his book over
But
here.
it's basically, if you take that book, that playbook there, and you combine it then with Al Gore and the Inconvenient Truth, or whatever it was called back in, I think, 1999 when it came out, somewhere around there, 2001, we brought that whole now heavily debunked hockey stick model in regards to global warming being driven by man-made causes, anthropogenic global warming due to CO2. Emissions. So you combine essentially Agenda 21 with that intense propaganda push around the turn of the millennium, and boom, you have the situation we see in Germany today, which is they have embraced the green agenda very aggressively. Obviously,
they're hugging it good, dude. They're hugging it real hard.
They are
hugging their population into starvation and freezing to death over the winter. That's how hard they're hugging that agenda.
And for us, we don't see this. We didn't really talk about this last week.
It's funny that they're trying to save the earth, but the earth might kill them this winter because of them trying to save the earth.
Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions. You keep pointing out all these contradictions.
They don't matter to certain mindsets, Tony. They collect them, you might say.
So if they can just will the reality. So they're not going to be cold if they just imagine.
Why is Greta willing this on us?
All they have to imagine is warmth, and they'll get warm in the winter. They don't need firewood or, natural gas or propane.
Cause and effect. I'm still looking for my David de Rothschild.
Oil.
It's floating around here somewhere.
That's I've seen. I know
it's got the polar bear on the cover. You got to save the polar bears because they can't swim 200 miles. You got to give money to David de Rothschild in 2008. I'll find it.
When the Rio conference, when we played, it was we played it during intermission.
Okay, so there's a couple of good references. You guys just want to have the references and you look them up later. Global Warming versus Global Governance was a documentary made in the early 2000s. And then the other side parallel research to that would be the UNCED conference, the UNCED conferences.
That's what I'm talking about.
In the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And that's where you would hear people like Edmund de Rothschild stand up and say, well, we should make people believe in this global warming thing. And that was already said in the books. So it's like they say it in the books and papers, and then they say it out loud at meetings that you never see till 40 years later. And then you only look because your gasoline's $6 a gallon and everything else is so expensive. So you're like, what the fuck's going on here?
Well said.
Like people were saying,
so
what the fuck happened in 1971?
Yes.
It wasn't just the United States being taken off the gold standard. It was the predicament of mankind solution being put in by these limits to growth Club of Rome depopulation people.
Yeah, the conceptual
They're
foundation.
bringing us the Great Reset.
It takes decades to build out the conceptual foundation. And so you're seeing that on the screen there. You're going back to 71, limits to growth. Same idea. World Economic Forum is just a more actionable arm, if you will, the one that can actually take action on the theories that have been developed back in the late 60s and early 70s.
I mean, we looked at this book last week, the Building Public-Private Institution. Let's see, Building International Institution for Public-Private Cooperation, Klaus Schwab. And it's a book of who's who. Let's see if this is a better view. I mean, it's just pictures of him with every world leader doing like all these meetings all over the place and for 50 years, right? So they've been planning to do the things they're doing. We did a better job of showing it last week. This isn't one of the books I plan on showing tonight. I was trying to show you guys these things that are coming up.
The Alex Jones book. Oh,
we got
2 of them. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Great Reset. We were just talking about that. And we're also going to check this out. Probably we'll save that with Eric. He'll dig that. He'll get a kick out of that. But yeah, the Great Reset book is out.
So I asked this during the town hall, but who wrote the book for him?
Oh, it's this dude in the back.
And there's no index. Damn.
This guy.
Kent Heckenlively.
Yeah. You gotta read all the way to the end. That's page 246. But so yeah, he helped to edit and assemble the research. Like he got handed notes. Like, here's a bunch of information. Put it in, make a book. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's solid with. Let's go to the table of contents right here. What is Great Reset? So let's define our terms, right? So what's a Great Reset? Developing a system of control. Let me see if I can get this. There you go.
Yeah, it looks good. Yep.
Then came COVID-19. Then Yuval Noah Harari, right? Robocop for the Empire. And you probably won't face a firing squad in a Great Reset, but you may be put in the digital gulag. And then a Great Reset of energy, food, and the globalists try to, enforce their narrative. And then, little bonus, 10 crazy things globalists say about themselves and how to fight them.
That's cool.
Interesting. So yeah, it's a solid
little levity in the book. And that's that last chapter.
It's a solid read. It's coherent. It covers all the main bases.
Is it a good introductory book, would you say, in regards to what's like, could you give it to someone that maybe isn't as aware and but they're interested in some of this information? Like, would it be that type of book, or is it a little bit more nuanced than that? Well, what's your read on that?
It's pretty basic. It's like for
that's what I would expect.
It's not advanced, but it does have good references, and it has endnotes, right? So I can show you. Here's endnotes.
Oh, okay, so they don't have an index; they got notes. Okay,
so everything in the book is referenced, and yay in that area.
Good.
And then it just tells me when I get my books published, I make sure I want an index, and I want to put footnotes, because I like the references to be on the page, because in my brain, when I read through it, my brain won't allow it to store as a fact unless I see the reference at the bottom of the page. I'm not going to go to the end of the book and be like, oh, let's go back and, oh, that's a fact now. My brain doesn't work like that. So I like to do the traditional way. But
no, I'm the same way. It
has everything 100%. In there. It's got the secret sauce. Like, you got, who are the characters? What's the plan? Why are they doing this? How do they have control over us? And, defeating them by spreading the knowledge that this is a coherent thing, not accidental, is a great start. And then it opens people up to solutions. Like, what do we actually do about it? It's like, well, they control you because you assume in all these areas, and you have to turn on some decentralized critical thinking and not depend on Tom Brokaw or the fact checkers or Brian Stelter or one of these characters out there to discern fact from fiction for you. That's all. So, yeah.
Good. I mean, that's perfect.
As far as American history books goes, it's a great starting book. I mean, I'd put it right up there with Joe Plummer's Tragedy and Hope 101.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like an introductory book to a lot of these topics. Sure. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad
it's coherent, and he starts with definitions. He defines his terms, which is the general grammar in the Alex Jones book. Same with Joe Plummer. I'm sorry.
So if you start here, for instance, and then you say, what are they doing lately? Oh, here's the answer. Right? Or you can even start with Stone's book and be like, okay, so I know about Plummer's book, New World Order, Tragedy and Hope, Anglo-American Establishment, all summarized here, right? So you're getting this book inside this book. And then you read this, which is more advanced. Okay, so now you have the whole Anglo-American agenda. And now, what's the international agenda? What's the World Economic Forum agenda that's all on top of these things? Because it's a recent incarnation in the last 50 years, as opposed to those other books are talking about something that's 120 years old and goes on to this day and powers this. So these other books are a little more like the meta view. And this is the runway. This is their plan. This is what they're doing next, everybody. These got the documents.
The strategic operations. You have to see the strategic operations.
I mean, the whole book's written from the documents, right? So once you get into
the quotes from these individuals,
it's just really a gateway for people to get into those primary sources and documents,
right?
And read. What can I pull out here quickly? Waiting. You might want to read that afterwards. You might want to read that afterwards.
Yep.
You might want to read that afterwards. Right. So it's a great starter book. It's a great book that you can hand out to your friends. It's kind of, easy to read. It's not as easy to read as this book, but that book
Sutton is very dense.
That book goes online. It goes for $45,000. We heard last week. So
now, Rich, just to clarify, so people aren't confused, you didn't mention.
I did not. No, it's called. You look it up for yourself.
Ingenuity.
You don't find it in the easy place wherever that reference was. I don't know if it was from Amazon last week or where it came from.
I think it was an A-book. I think I had it up.
AB books. Yeah, maybe
AB
it's signed by
books,
H.W. Bush.
I call it A.
That would make it worth $45,000. It's like, hey, I'll sign this. Maybe it was his personal copy. I don't know, but I found a copy for less than $100. Actually, my wife found it for me because she was incredulous. Because I told her, I'm like, there was a Sutton book and I don't have it and I don't even hear about it. It's $45,000, and she's like, here. And so I figured I'll take one for the team. And I had the audacity to highlight the whole book as I went through it. Woo! So, I'm not looking at $45,000 for this book. But we can now access that information firsthand and understand some added nuance to George Bush that we did not really understand as clearly before. So we'll thank Anthony Sutton later for that perspective. But
excited for that deep dive. That'll be fun. Matt will definitely enjoy. He'll get a good kick out of this one. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So next up on our list, let's go to This Week in Media Malfeasance with Christy Lee, and then we'll have a good bookend summary of like all these major events of the week, and then we can start doing deep dives into what actually happened with the V for Vendetta speech that Biden did. Like, was that on purpose? Was it accidental? Did some channels skew the color to make them look bad? We'll find out. Let's go to Christy Lee first.
Rounding out the week with President Biden's address to the nation.
The Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire.
Whoops. I mean, this speech, to unify the nation, does this look like a unifying stance? Remember when he said he would unify the nation less than 2 years ago?
It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, see each other again, listen to each other again. And to make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies, they are Americans.
Far cry from what we saw Thursday night.
Yeah, the imagery there was almost satanic with that blood red lighting and the two Marines behind him. It was just insane. Look, this was a garbage speech by a garbage president.
Now watch as CNN tries to adjust the blood red background into a more softer pink.
Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections. Only if we, the people, see politics not as total war, but mediation of our differences.
Most of Biden's speech was centered around attacking half the country that doesn't agree with his leadership. But now the backtrack, after even some CNN talking heads blasted Biden for using the military backdrop in his declaration of war against opposition.
Mr. President, do you consider all Trump supporters to be a threat to the country? No, everyone, come on.
Come on, look, guys. You keep trying to make that case. I don't consider any Trump supporters.
As Geller report report points out, missing from the speech, nothing to lower inflation, nothing to reduce crime, nothing to secure the southern border. Speaking of the southern border, why is Peter Doocy the only reporter that challenges the White House?
Protocols, I'd refer you to them. They have their own specific protocols as well.
But
so they're two different things. They're two different things.
But so how is it two different things? Somebody unvaccinated comes over on a plane. You say that's not okay. Somebody walks into Texas or Arizona unvaccinated. They're allowed to stay. Why?
But that's not how it works. Like we actually no.
I know that that's not what you guys want to happen, but that is what is happening.
But that's not. It's not like somebody walks over and that's not how.
Exactly what's happening. Thousands of people are walking in a day. Some of them turn themselves over. Some of them are caught. Tens of thousands a week are not. That is what is happening.
The border issue is just one of many that have articles of impeachment waiting for Biden if Republicans take over in the midterms. Supposedly, MTG has led the charge to impeach Biden, calling for it again after his speech. But what about Trump? Hasn't he been divisive?
Sorry, you said you feel like Joe Biden is dividing the country, but do you feel like Donald Trump is doing the same by falsely telling people that he won that election when he lost it?
How does that divide the country? Questioning an election where there are obviously problems is dividing the country? Since when can we not ask questions about our elections? I was a journalist for many years. I was a journalist after 2016, and I distinctly remember many people just like you asking a lot of questions about the 2016 election results. And nobody tried to shut you up. Nobody tried to tell Hillary Clinton to shut up. Nobody tried to tell Kamala Harris when she was questioning the legitimacy of these electronic voting machines to stop. We have freedom of speech in this country, and you of all people should appreciate that. You're supposedly a journalist. You should appreciate that. So I don't see how asking questions about an election where there are many problems is dividing a country. What I do see dividing a country is shutting people down, censoring people, canceling people, trying to destroy people's lives when they do ask questions. Last I heard, we still have the Constitution. It's hanging by a thread, thanks to some of the work some people in this area have done. But we're going to save that Constitution, and we're going to bring back freedom of speech. And maybe someday you'll thank us for that.
Speaking of election interference, the senior FBI official Timothy Thibault, on leave from his supervisory role after agency whistleblowers showed a pattern of political bias, is now out. He's been accused of leading efforts to hide the Hunter Biden laptop, its authenticity, just before the 2020 election. Thibault denies those claims, and his handlers say his resignation is just a coincidentally timed retirement. And now Biden's new intel advisor is MSNBC analyst Jeremy Bash, a former CIA chief of staff who signed the letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop story was just Russian disinformation. Now that Zucker let it slip, Facebook frequently let the FBI weigh in on social media circulation guidelines. Some GOP senators are demanding receipts, asking for any communication regarding the Hunter Biden laptop. Meanwhile, Twitter, which also stifled the Hunter story, still has Elon Musk to worry about as he gears up for trial. Citizen Free Press reports Musk is gathering evidence. Musk responded to a report that an expert says 8 out of 10 accounts are fake, with "sure sounds higher than 5%. There was no time to look into national security concerns regarding President Biden's son, but documents locked up and guarded by 24/7 Secret Service is the gravest concern."
I'm getting emotional. Try not to. But I care about my country so much. People. He had documents.
According to Becker News, court filings confirm client attorney privilege documents were among the files collected during the Trump raid, prompting the Trump team to request a special master review. CNBC reports the judge will rule on that request later, but for now, the federal judge in Florida has unsealed a more detailed inventory of items FBI agents seized. So what did we find? I see magazines, newspapers, empty folders, documents without classification markings. Where is anything relating to nuclear codes, as frequently suggested by mass media? Also this week, the Boston Globe puts out this completely false headline. In Florida, don't say gay is now the law. Corporate news just can't let it go. The Parental Rights and Education Act doesn't even say don't say gay anywhere in it, but they know that. Twitchy.com catalogs the snarky responses to its blatant propaganda. I hear DeSantis is rounding up people who say gay and is forcing them to watch MAGA videos as conversion therapy. Shameful. My father said gay in Tallahassee and has been in jail since last Tuesday. And it's the Washington Post versus Libs of TikTok again after releasing this recording.
I was calling for information about gender-affirming hysterectomies.
Okay, you said gender-affirming hysterectomy.
I've been in touch with quite a few hospitals, and a lot of them, they said they won't do it for my 16-year-old, and then I was told that this hospital might, and I also saw it on your website.
Some departments cut off for 18. How old is your patient?
16.
Okay, all right, so they're in the clear.
Okay, great. Is it a common procedure that you guys do for that age?
Yes, we have all different type of age groups that comes in for that.
For the hysterectomy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, do you know what's the youngest age you would do it on?
I'm not sure, but I have seen younger kids, and I'm not, beat a hip, I'm not allowed to say that, but I have seen younger kids, younger than your child's age.
The Washington Post reached out for comment. Sort of. Libs of TikTok, WAPO's Pete Jameson reached out for comment, and I responded 12 minutes later agreeing to an interview. He then published it hours later without responding to me until after publication. Now he's saying he can update the story with my comments. That's not how this works. An account gets suspended again. In her Substack, she responds, Washington Post claimed that I falsely suggested Children's National was doing hysterectomies on kids when I literally quoted the hospital's own website and staff. To nobody's surprise, Taylor Lorenz, the lunatic who showed up at my family's home to dox me, contributed to the report. Highlighting how WAPO and all the other propaganda puppets are lying, misleading, ignoring, or sensationalizing. That's your media malfeasance for the week.
Man, the amount of media malfeasance keeps growing. Just keeps getting bigger and bigger every week. Who'd have thought that free speech would be something so contentious? I mean, it seemed to be like the fabric from which American life was made. People had different opinions and ideas, and people tolerated them, and you worked around people with different ideas, and you didn't necessarily even have to talk about those ideas at work or at school. Like when I went to school, I didn't know how any of my teachers voted. I didn't even know how my parents voted. It was like a private thing that people did. And there was I didn't know of any sexual proclivities of my teachers either. It wasn't a thing that was brought into school. They actually did something back then called teaching. And even though there's a lot of things I could critique about public schooling, they teach reading, writing, arithmetic, science, physics, geometry, trigonometry, calculus, a whole bunch of stuff you might need to know in reality if you want to do more than mow grass and clean toilets. So it is good at that. But when they start bringing in other ideas to inculcate people in political directions that are kind of extreme, that's when it's no longer having anything to do with education or the betterment of that human being as they grow into the world to make a healthy world. It's very much toxifying the environment with ideas that do not hold up in reality and are graphic consequences for the practitioners.
Propagandization, if you will, of the America's youth. You can think of things like, was it under Obama? Was it Common Core? Or it might even been something that started under Bush and continued forward. In order to get, there's the way in which they roll out these machinations. If you think about it, you don't have to adopt Common Core, but you don't get federal funding to your state unless you do. And if anyone ever looked at the questionnaire or what they teach as far as historical analysis and also sexual
they progressed Common Core and Agenda 21 in similar ways with town meetings that had predetermined outcomes using the Delphi technique to make the audience think they had some role in participating in the decision. And that's not justice. That's not freedom. That's communism. That's
That's right.
collectivism. That's a form of slavery when your informed consent and choice is taken away from you.
And
When
notice,
someone else decides what is truth or fiction for you, that's also not freedom. And that's
Yeah.
what you're seeing out there. Now, let's go to that example because I like what you said there because it ties into what we covered last week as far as the lack of epistemology on one side and their adherence to contradictions without changing their trajectory with knowledge of those things. So in the Peter Ducey clip that Christie showed with the press secretary, he's saying these people were walking across the border every day. That's
you
the
mean 10,000
actuality.
million, 10,000 million.
That's the
Press
actuality.
secretary,
Ducey is describing actuality, and she is describing policy, the ideal.
10,000
We have rules. They shouldn't be doing that because we have this other process. It's the same way when he says, hey, gun-free zones in Chicago, there's a lot of murders with guns. And she's like, well, we have legislation on the books that says people shouldn't be shooting each other. So I don't see what the problem is. And the never the twain shall meet. Their ideals and actuality are not meeting in that press
Correct.
room.
That's right.
And the rest of the
Rich, that's
people are just
right.
sitting
You're
there saying, I'm glad I'm
perfectly.
getting paid for doing this bullshit work. And they're not piping up. But Peter Ducey actually has like some cojones. And he's like, I'm calling out contradictions. And she gets paid to say nothing to see there because she's a sophist.
That's correct. That's correct. The juxtaposition between the ideal and the actual. This is one of the most difficult aspects to bridge in regards to epistemology. I mean, in history, we have a whole school of epistemology called the rationalists that use pure reason. And they start with these sort of universal abstract concepts and try to deduce the way the world should be from that. It's like, well, we have, to your point, we have the laws in the books. This shouldn't be happening. As far as the blackout, or that might potentially, or I guess it didn't, but in California with the whole issue, don't charge. We're going to phase out cars in 2030, gas engines by 2035, but don't charge your electric engines over Labor Day weekend because of, the heat wave. So it's like these sort of contradictions, like, oh, we want to help the environment, we want to get this zero carbon emissions, but at the same time, there's no fundamental way in which one can do that. And is that the reason for the supposed climate change that they're perpetuating and the narrative they're perpetuating with that? So there's such a there's such a disconnect. There's so many people that are in politics, in the media, that are true believers. It's one of the biggest concerns I've had. The road paved to hell is with good intentions. I know it's an old cliche, but it's an accurate one right now. A lot of these are just ideologues, people that truly believe that, this worldview, this way and to instantiate a better society moving forward has already been figured out and it's being rolled out. And that's why, Biden has to all of a sudden come out and say, well, it's not our plan that's the problem. It's half the country, right? It's not. And so that, I guess to me, the universal here is the disconnect with reality. I keep going back to Aristotle's definition of truth. Truth is that which corresponds to reality. If we can't match up our abstractions, our concepts to the reality we experience, we're in a state of cognitive dissonance, the inability to take action in that world, and the ability to be manipulated by people that do have an understanding of the natural laws and constants of nature and the ways in which that they work. And so, a lot of Satanism, if you think about it from the standpoint, like a Mark Passy, for example, you'd say is really just inverting what is considered to be natural law, which is really just inverting the idea of reality, that a reality exists.
Reality. That's all they're doing. All right. So let me help you out here. First off, we might be able to get into this later. The dismantling of American culture, the secret knowledge by David Mamet. Yeah, the Pulitzer Prize winning author of Glenn Ross. He used to be a liberal. He didn't stay a liberal after he got the secret knowledge. This is the cognitive dissonance that is like being decoded. Like, so he did some thinking. He looked at some evidence. I don't agree with everything, but that's an example of somebody like working through the cognitive dissonance and writing about it. But as what we can do on this show to help people, let's go to a definition because we said the word epistemology a whole lot there. And maybe we should just give a little definition. Let me see if I can get on the screen. Let me just do that. What's that? Look, I got it on the screen.
Good.
Let's get it in focus. We're rocking and rolling. Look at that. It's like a real professional show here now. Almost. Get it straight. Epistemology. Okay, so first off, the reference book is called the Ayn Rand Lexicon. It's not put together by Ayn Rand. They just put her name on it.
I think it's Harry Binswanger was the editor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they took samples from various writings of hers and would quote.
I think some Leonard Peikoff as well.
Right, because she has a whole book on epistemology. So, epistemology is a science devoted to the discovery of the proper methods of acquiring and validating knowledge. Why is that necessary?
Definition.
Since man is not omniscient or infallible, you have to discover what you can claim as knowledge and how to prove the validity of your conclusions. Does man acquire knowledge by a process of reason or by a sudden revelation from a supernatural power? Is reason a faculty that identifies and integrates the material provided by man's senses, or is it fed by innate ideas implanted in a man's mind before he was born? Is reason competent to perceive reality, or does man possess some other cognitive faculty which is superior to reason? Can man achieve certainty, or is he doomed to perpetual doubt? The extent of your self-confidence and of your success will be different according to which set of answers you accept.
Well, that's a powerful statement at the end,
right?
there. The more you focus on reality, the more possibility of the agency, the actions you can take, and how you can sort of manipulate it to your benefit or to your own dismay or destruction. Oh, but that implies choice throughout.
It implies existence exists. I'm conscious of it. Contradictions exist, and therefore I must think and navigate this place because I don't have omniscience and I'm not infallible. So I have to use my five senses to observe that which exists, analyze it properly, remove the contradictions, be able to make judgments, conclusions, decisions, and take action accordingly that has some predictability. So I'm not going to be meeting my demise on 9 out of every 10 attempts at doing something.
Correct. Which only creates more frustration and gets people in a sort of victim mindset.
Well, when people get frustrated, they did the 1938 Yale Institute of Human Relations study on frustration, aggression, complex.
Frustration, aggression.
And if you get frustrated, you will get aggressive. And in either of these cases, you get aggressive or you get depressed. You get depressed, they got a pill. If you get aggressive, they got a cage.
Yeah.
So don't fall into that. You got to learn how to control your frustration so it never gets to be aggression in the first place.
And you do so by exercising your reason. By increasing the space between stimulus and response, as you've pointed out many times, it's so important, but it can't be overstated. It cannot be overstated, right? So, and if people are interested in the conceptual foundations and understanding, my course in logic goes over in detail everything Rich is saying and much more in regards. This is a cursory overview. He's trying to give a good understanding, a good definition to what we're talking about when we come to the ideas of how we know reality and existence and how we arrive at a process of truth.
I think I was pretty good at it prior to that course because the first time we did it was like 2010.
Oh no, you already know your logic. You're good. I'm just saying for people who are interested in the audience.
What I'm saying is like when you are a good reason-based thinker, using evidence, going step by step to a conclusion, that's good. I would say that's implicit though. Going through your course, and it's based on Lionel Ruby's book from 1900, and it's Aristotle from 2,000 years ago
from MIT.
So there's a whole lot of history and wisdom from a couple thousand years that are condensed there, but it makes it explicit, and
correct. It makes the process of the mind, which is implicit. How do we form a concept? What is the role of our senses and our perceptions? What's the role of memory?
Thinking?
What is thinking?
Volition. A lot of people think they think, but really they're just repeating what they heard on the news and they haven't given it consideration. They haven't let their fingers do their walking and find something on the internet that is new to the situation, actually created some new neurons out of it.
What's the word used to use? Citicism?
Cynicism.
I was just going to say mere cynicism.
Yeah, cynicism is a Latin word. It's P-S-I-T-T-A-C-I-S-M, and sitta, P-S-I-T-T-A, is the Latin word for parrot. So it means to parrot, to repeat something that you've heard from someplace else without understanding it. Just like a parrot doesn't understand what it's saying or what it's been taught.
Correct.
That's been going on for a long time. That's why the Romans had a word for it, because it was a thing back then. And you'd be surprised from studying history how similar people are today as they were a couple thousand years ago. Only the technology to manipulate them has changed.
It's the same. It's just the technology. The only real difference is the technology. The same sort of manipulations in regards to cognitive functions, sophistry, argumentation. Those have been around since man became conscious and started developing civilization.
And that's why I don't think this is a trend that goes on throughout all of human existence. So there is a point to the universal classroom. I don't think it's for us to be slaves. I think it's for us to be able to respect each other's freedom and become free and explore the universe together, like Bill Hicks said. And I don't think that's going to happen with Klaus Schwab wanting people to eat the bugs and turn off your heat and electricity.
But it's not just that.
They save the planet. And let me tell you, the planet doesn't care about you. The planet is neutral. Planet doesn't have feelings. Go
It's
do some
impersonal.
survival. Go do some camping.
Right.
Go, go in the backyard and deal with the mosquitoes, for Christ's sake. Like, get out of the house and start dealing. Oh, nature, it needs your reason. It needs your logic for you to survive. It needs your prioritization. It needs you not to panic. It needs you not to feel self-pity, because it will kill you. It does
Very quickly.
Very quickly.
And brutally.
And it'll eat you too. So you can go out there and try not to like infringe on Mother Nature, but Mother Nature set up, it's something out there wants to eat you, whether it's a parasite or a bug or a little critter, a little rat or something. Or
are you saying that people may have
bears or cougars?
There's an issue with people's perceptions in regards to cause and effect. It seems like there's a lot of very ideal thinking in regards to the type of food that humans should consume, or the way in which we should conserve, nature. And we should. I'm not saying like we shouldn't be polluting. We should be conserving aspects of it. But I sometimes see that sort of a new age Gaia emergence, right, around this sort of concept, which is destructive, because it imparts this archetypal ideal, which is not reality, about the reality of nature. Nature is fundamentally impersonal.
Well, that started with ecology theory.
Yes, it
in
did.
the first place, right? And the thinking that you could just have the total capacity of all human knowledge and things that exist here. And
was it Hubbard? And there's later on when the
so there's the technocracy.
Science.
Hubbard, I think his name was, with a T.
There's T, but then there's an ARD.
But also with the guy who came up with what was his name, James Lovejoy, the Gaia hypothesis guy, right?
And a lot of that comes from Teilhard Chardin.
Recanted later. He's like, wait, because basically there was an agenda, and then people who don't know there's an agenda just see there's grant funding for that type of stuff, and they all participate. And so, like in the 70s, it was like, yes, there was a pollution problem. Yes, there was a litter problem. Yes, there was a forest fire problem, right? So they started doing campaigns on TV. You got Smokey the Bear. Only you can prevent forest fires.
That's from the Ad Council.
They had the sad Indian given a tear, and he's not even an Indian in the commercial, but they used a non-real Native American to play a Native American to make you feel like a Native American sees the country being ruined with your pollution. And me as a kid, I was like, don't throw stuff out the windows, right? Not that I lived or rode with anyone that was throwing stuff out the windows, but still people littered, and there was a good bit of like just people dumping stuff randomly. So cleaning up the earth is not the same as let's take away hemp as a resource, so everything that we need for humankind is polluting, and then artificially creating all this pollution to drive us into world government, because that's what they say they want to do in their papers. That's correct. What the Club of Rome's Predicament of Mankind in 1970 document that brings about the World Economic Forum says, and that's what Limits to Growth says, and that's what Eco Science by Holdren and those, and who's the other guy? There's just a bunch of
you had like Jay Forrester,
depopulation, eugenicist type guys.
Right. There's so many elements to sort of go over there, but when you think about it, the number one thing is this idea of sort of, I don't want to use the term like transference projection, and sort of like where they're projecting the worst elements, qualities onto man itself as being the culprit, when in fact in the 70s, I have to give credit to, and this is something that Adam Curtis points out in his documentary series, and I'll watch over about Machines of Loving Grace. I think in the second episode, Use and Abuse of Vegetational Concepts. I think that's the subtitle. I could be getting that wrong, but there was a movement against what the Club of Rome was attempting to do in the early 70s by young people, by essentially the young sort of late hippie generation, that said, no, it's the big corporations that are, not abiding by regulation, whether they existed at that point or not, or, outsourcing their operations to other countries. When did we open up to China again? Oh, that was in the mid to late 70s. Well, that was Kissinger first, and then it was
George
the trilateral
H.W. Bush. It's in here. George H.W. Bush is ambassador to China.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to all that stuff, all that good stuff. Hey, can we hit that Ukraine story where Boris Johnson goes over in April and scuttles and prolongs the war? Because I want to hit that before Eric gets on with us.
Sure, which there's a couple different people that covered this. We have Paul Joseph Watson, Crystal and Sagar, Jimmy Dore. I think those are the three.
Let's do Crystal and Sagar because it's more of a credible, palatable view for people to share with their friends and family, to be like, look, they're making the war go on artificially long because these people who are actually fighting it wanted to call peace. And, it's like, if there's a cage fight with dogs, the owners are like, no, keep fighting. And the dogs are like, no, dude, we're cool with each other. We're going to stop fighting. And they're like, no, keep fighting. That's what's going on right now. Only it's with actual nation states. So let's bring it in the most verifiable, like blue check mark, news guard worthy ish, independent media. And Crystal and Saga, they own that spot. And then we'll laugh with Jimmy later.
Buried inside of a new foreign affairs article is an absolutely stunning revelation. Let's go and put this up there on the screen. So those of you who might not be familiar, Fiona Hill is a former Russia staffer on the National Security Council, reveals exclusively in a new piece that Russia and Ukraine agreed to a tentative settlement in April that would have halted the war. But as Branko Marcetti points out, what ends up happening instead is that the UK Prime Minister, you guys will recall, Boris Johnson, flew over to Kiev to instantly say, this is off the table. So here's what the direct quote. According to multiple Russian former senior U.S. officials we spoke with, in April 2022, Russian and Ukrainian negotiators appears to have tentatively agreed on the outlines of a negotiated interim settlement. Russia would withdraw to its position on February 23 when it controlled part of the Donbass and all of Crimea, and in exchange, Ukraine would promise not to seek NATO membership and instead receive security guarantees from a number of countries. Remember, those very, very, very early days of the war, we thought that was a very distinct possibility. They were sitting down in Istanbul. They were sitting down also, in some of the contested regions, even during the actual invasion and push on Kyiv. Then it all falls apart. Billions of dollars of U.S. weapons and some billions, not as many billions, from the UK, and then a paltry, tiny little sums start to flow in from France and everybody else. But the Anglo countries, Britain and the U.S., make it clear, we don't want you to sign a deal. Right. Zelensky sees that his real money train and by political necessity, the Ukrainian population wanted to fight. And then the foreign countries are like, no, we don't want you to give in at all. We want to keep the war going, or we want to stand up. Our own populations are now, aghast or whatever. Nobody can just settle this thing. And here we are. And to be frank, as where the battle line stands right now, this is basically exactly what's happened, except now a hell of a lot of people had to die for the Donbass region. Yeah. And now Donbass is gone. And look, we'll see if that southern offensive by the Ukrainians amounts to anything. Personally, I have my doubts.
It really is a bombshell. And you lay out an important piece too, which, yes, we know it was UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson who made the trip specifically. This was according to reports in the Kyiv press and the Ukrainian press, specifically to say, we do not want you to settle. We are not ready for this war to end. But we know that the US and the UK have been in close alignment on our policy towards Ukraine. France and Germany were taking more of an approach of let's have talks, let's have diplomacy, especially Macron was on the phone with Putin all the time, trying to keep them in dialogue and keep them in conversation. At this point, also remember what happened is Russia was sort of bogged down. Things hadn't gone well for them. All the analysts were sort of wrong about how quickly this was going to all occur. The Ukrainians were doing much better than expected. So this was a key moment when if there was going to be a deal, this was it. And now you have Zelensky much more consistent in the press with we're going to, achieve our maximum. So we're going to take back Crimea. We're going to take back every square inch of territory. At the time, there were sort of mixed messages coming out, both from Kyiv and also from the Russian side. So this is an astounding failure. It's an astounding loss. It is incredibly cruel to the Ukrainian people to have, scuttled this deal and forced them to continue this war, which has been horrific for them. Now you have Europeans who we were just looking, they're facing a dire situation in terms of gas price, energy prices going into this winter, chaos around the globe. In my view, this deal is a world historic error and disaster from a human perspective. Yeah. So really key detail here. And also great commentary and, really noteworthy that this gets mentioned not at all, barely noticed in the mainstream press.
This is one of those things, I'm going to read about that in a history book in 20 years. Yes. We'll finally get all the details, and it'll be kind of like reading about the telegrams in World War I, which you don't get to read them until 25 years later. Yeah. So that's what's going to happen. And by that time, we'll all learn how it worked out. And I'm going to venture to say that probably is going to be better than whatever ultimately the real, negotiated settlement
Whenever this ends,
looks like.
after much
And
hardship
a lot of other people will be dead,
Yeah.
unfortunately, for that reason. So be it. We'll see you guys later.
Cable news is ripping us apart, dividing the country, making it impossible to function as a society, and making it
Okay, so that was a Foreign Affairs article, right? That's what the reference was.
Correct. Foreign Affairs
is saying that as of April they could have called it off, but the United States had just put in $50 billion, Tony. So they got to keep it going, and they didn't even have the United States intervene. They're like, "Hey, Boris Johnson, you got a slice of this too. Why don't you go over and do it?" Because as you remember, Joe Biden did the heavy lifting back during the Obama administration to get this all kicked off over there. Can we find, maybe someone in the control room can find the clip of Joseph Robinette Biden on stage at the Council on Foreign Relations with Rhodes Scholar Richard Haas discussing the firing of a prosecutor over there. And son of a bitch was the punchline of that clip. I think we've played it a couple times on the show a couple months ago, but it's more poignant now because the stage of that event where he admits that they did this, right, was the Council on Foreign Relations. Council on Foreign Relations also happens to publish a magazine. The magazine's called Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs. Oh yeah.
So the Anglo-American establishment's own mouthpiece magazine is saying nothing to see here, really. You don't want to put those events together of Biden with Burisma and Hunter Biden's laptop and then look at extending the war in Ukraine, because that would lead you to think that maybe
Ukraine's a failed
about
US
the
State
money
Department
or the
proxy
power.
state.
Yeah, or that, they're using Ukraine like a prophylactic to fuck with Russia is what's going on.
Correct. It's there's too many. If history's not repeating, there's definitely rhyming in regards to what happened around World War I and World War II. You look at the Donbass region. You look at sort of the native Russian populations that exist there. You look at what the shelling that had been going on from 2014 from the Ukrainian government to those regions. Of course, you don't hear about that. It's the same thing that happened when the pogrom with the Germans in Poland in 1930. Right. So it's a really, and then I'm not justified because that was everyone lost except for the banks when it comes to wars, it seems.
Seems like that. There's a trend through history that might paint that out in greater detail. You could call it The Trust Game by Aaron and Melissa Dykes. It's a 12-part series, but I think you'll get the gist by the 12th episode. You'll be like, oh, I see what's going on. There's a player piano repeating a song of tyranny, and it just keeps getting louder and louder. Like some Stephen Foster song that got out of control in the early 1900s. It's crazy what they're doing out there.
A little ragtime.
So, all right, so
we got.
There's
video.
a lot to.
Do
you have that? You guys found it? All right,
yeah,
cool.
we got the video. Lawrence brought that up, and then there was also an interview between Richard Haas and James Lindsay earlier this year. But here's the one that we were calling for.
Let's check this out, and then.
Well, I'm already learning because I thought it was more recently, but it says 2006, right?
Well, that started. No. We go back. No, he's saying
Ukraine
the investigation started in 2006.
All right, so 2004 is
when the investigation
is the Ukrainian. 2004 is the Ukrainian Orange Revolution. It's like somewhat Soros, but Soros had later put in the 17 billion. So when the 2014 one comes around, that's where Soros and Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt from the United States were all together on choosing Yanukovych's successor, or whatever the ordering was in their puppets over there.
Correct.
All right, now let's go ahead and roll that video. Let's see it again. Is it playing, or is it just text on screen that's silent?
It's it must open up with text.
No audio.
Is it?
I remember
there it goes.
going over convincing our team or others to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees.
Pause real quick and go back. Let's read the text just for those.
Yeah, let's put it on a record.
Yeah. Go back a little bit more. There we go. In 2006, Ukrainian prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, in his investigation of corruption involving Burisma Holdings, a natural gas company, identified Hunter Biden as the recipient of over $3 million from the company. You can go to the next. Not wanting this corruption exposed, Joe Biden swung into action using U.S. loan guarantees as hostage while demanding Shokin be fired. Now, this is when he was the vice president. Amazingly, Joe Biden now brags about his actions in this matter. And he's bragging about it at the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, go ahead and play that.
I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours. I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
Is that back when Yachts is our guy?
Yachts is our guy.
From the Victoria Newland? Because these meetings are taped. They were leaked. We've played them here a couple years ago or whenever they happened. So United States, UK, meddling in the politics of Ukraine's gone on for 20 years. What we're seeing is the current incarnation, which is also the most profitable incarnation of it, to the tune of nearly $100 billion between these various countries. And they've expanded NATO. They got like Finland and Sweden or whoever else just joined because they're like, help us, please.
These hyper-nationalistic groups, whether it's the Muslim Brotherhood, like it wasn't just isolated to Africa or the Middle East. It's also in Eastern Europe in regards to the way in which they set up these proxy organizations and give this hyper-nationalistic rhetoric and this divide and conquer sort of mentality. And it ends up being it's perfect from the standpoint, I guess, of the corrupt U.S. State Department that is trying to divide and conquer that area in order to, poke a very angry bear in regards to Russia and what's going on there. But they're using NATO as that hegemonic force around it, which is this whole situation was, in other words, set up by U.S. and UK State Departments for the most part.
Well, when you mention State Department does have a lot to do with Ukraine-U.S. policy, right? So does United Nations. But what you have to understand about State Department was the Anglo-American establishment put a CIA inside the CIA vis-a-vis the State Department. John Foster Dulles was working State Department. His brother, Alan Dulles, was in charge of CIA. State Department creates this group called the Office of Policy Coordination. They put it in CIA. Hides out. It's like the inner ring, and they're the ones that do bringing Nazis over in Operation Paperclip, as an example, right? And that's where Kissinger starts working with ash cannon, dustbin people, and helping them.
Mockingbird
for
probably in the media as well.
All these types of things. So the un-American activities that were conducted by the CIA are mostly through X2, the Anglo-American establishment connection through inside of the CIA, OPC.
And X2 is a double cross system for people.
On the outside of the CIA, you got people hunting Nazis in America and doing that sort of stuff, right? So there's similar aspects of FBI, right? Because it's a similar organization, and there's good people on the outside, and there's people on the inside with a true international globalist narco-terrorist agenda. So that's just part of how things work. But when you talk about State Department, so they didn't have to control the whole U.S. government. If you just start controlling State Department, and this was something the Carnegie Foundation asked in the early 1900s, according to the Reese Committee. It's not even speculation.
Which we've read that on the record many times.
Yeah. So anyway, OPC, check it out. All right. So I think we might have an hour, Tony, before our guest shows up.
No, he's here. It's 10:30. Actually, we're a little bit behind.
I thought maybe he was Central Time. And
I think we sent I wasn't sure. I just suggested I wasn't sure if he was later time zone or like West Coast or something, Mountain West, something like that. So but he agreed to come on at 10:30. So I think he's ready to go.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're pleased to welcome back Matthew Ehret. He's an author. He's a researcher. He's a historian. And I thought among his recent projects that we want to talk about, I also thought it would be cool if he checked out this book that we acquired this week. and it's the two faces of George Bush. It might have some interesting information in there for talking about later. But first, Matthew, how are you, man? Good to see you.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm doing really well. How are y'all doing?
We're staying up late just for you.
Wait, what time zone are you in, by the way? I'm in the Eastern
Oh,
time.
you're Eastern. Okay.
Yeah, we're all on the East Coast over here.
Good.
Control room is usually on West Coast, but Justin is now on East Coast too. So
Okay, so this is like it's a late night show for you guys.
Yeah,
too.
and we're just getting warmed up tonight, so we got another like 6 hours to go. Good to see you.
Likewise.
What have you been up to lately, man? What do you got to share?
Oh, busy. Well, I've just been going through the ringer, just doing a lot of interviews to try to bring some light to the third volume of my book series. So we've got 3 volumes out now, and so that's been fun. And I've just teamed up with a talented multimedia guy. So I've been trying to make videos for a long time, and I was despairing. I just gave up on the project because I was looking for somebody who had a multifaceted appreciation for various types of software, audio, visual skills. And I just couldn't find somebody with the skill set until I was at the Freedom Convoy this year. And I met a talented guy named Jason Dahl, whose business took a big hit over COVID, but he had a skill set out of the wazoo. And so we've been making videos now, taking little sections from my books, turn them into little micro history documentaries. And we did a couple of more recent big ones, 20-minute videos. So that's been fun, just trying to find a new way of shaping or influencing the zeitgeist in any possible way that I can. So that's been useful.
Well, I follow you on Substack, and you're a heck of a productive writer, right? You like consistently churning out new good research. And I think that
on very like complex topics.
Yeah, of course.
Like essentially historiographies that go back centuries you're helping to sort of bring a dialectic that is much needed to a lot of these historical narratives. One that we've talked about many times, for example, in the town hall was in regards to Kessler's book in the 13th Tribe. We had a little bit of discussion about that in the Khazarian Revolution. And so as helping to provide that counter dialectic and your just historical analysis, really, I wish you could, and at some point, maybe I'll try to clip those out for you just to see the sort of discussion it was able to generate. So really appreciate your erudite work. It's astounding.
I really,
go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Richard, go for it.
Well, I was going to say that I'm really glad you got a multimedia guy now, because one of the few places I do agree with Alan Dulles on is that the public doesn't read. And that's part of the problem. And what you're doing is with these short videos, these micro documentaries, you're giving people substantial knowledge. You're getting their attention, their interest, and providing them some value. And that gives them the reason to go and read the rest of it,
Yeah, that's always the trick, right? Not to give them so much that their minds turn off because they feel satisfied, but give them just enough that they want more, so that they might want to do some mind work that otherwise they would not have been stimulated to do. So hopefully, I try to make it very, very clear that if you really want more, if you got your mind blown even a little bit on some of these, origins of the deep state in North America stuff or anything, the book is right here. Please have more surprises, but make more discoveries. So
I think it comes down to people like rewiring their dopamine, right? Yeah. Right now, social media and our culture has them getting their dopamine hits in very unhealthy, hollow, superficial, empty calorie type of way. And when they can learn to like pick up a good book after reading something or hearing something and say, I want to go learn more about that and consume the whole thing and grow in big chunks. Instead of like these little 8-second, 240 character type things, man, it stunts people's growth and it arrests their development. And what I see you doing is saying, you guys can go further. You're like it's a Jocko Willink approach of saying you and Johnny Vedmore are out there leading people to say, look, you have superficial knowledge of these topics. Here's just an article about that. And it's going to show you how much you don't know. So you'd actually want to go read the books.
Right. Well, that's what I like about you guys, because you're always trying to you take every opportunity that presents itself to get across that, by the way, if you really want to know this thing we're talking about, read this book. Here's the name. And that was one of the early, I think, positive intuitions I had when I was just trying to figure things out early on, when we all go through the same sort of traumatic process, was that at least when I would hear somebody who seemed to have some wisdom, who had been through the fire and came out of it with real knowledge, I made, whether it was Mike Rupert or anybody, I would listen to a lecture and they said that they read something. I would take note and I would try to find that book to try to reproduce in my mind what their minds went through to come to real knowledge. And it's not esoteric or mystical or difficult. It's just, it takes a little bit of patience. It means switching off a little bit and just taking the time to spend a couple of hours over a few consecutive days of reading and taking notes of your thoughts while you're reading. So you're both, it's more of an engaging active process and you're not just trying to consume. But that's really it. And you'll find when you walk away, even though it's an enjoyable, solemn process with you and yourself and your mind and the person who wrote the book, that's all it is. You walk away with a deeper quality of knowledge, and then the roots are just deeper, right? So you can use that in a way that you couldn't if you were just getting blips of trivia on social media, which turns into noise very easily. And you walk away, and I walk away. I mean, from sometimes, I think we all go through just our scrolling on Telegram or whatever social media people are using. And I feel it, where my mind is just like a buzz with just information overload. And I'm like, okay, I just spent 3 hours scrolling, getting blips of little interesting videos and little mini articles. And I don't think I can talk about anything I just read. That's not useful.
Yeah. Like, what are we getting as return on our investment, or are we spending time in a way that it's a liability and it doesn't give us anything useful for the future? Like you said, trivial, things that like little nuggets of knowledge. Like they used to have that game Trivial Pursuit back in the 80s. And it's about a whole bunch of incoherent, chaotic knowledge. That's like, this is a knowledge nugget that is useless in adult life to meet your responsibilities.
Yeah.
Exactly. You don't see any billionaires going on Jeopardy. Right. So there's a different mind to make money than it does to recall stuff out of the phone book.
And to your point, Matt, the active versus passive process, when we're engaging with these mediums, these televised mediums, it creates this whole different dynamic. I know Marshall McLuhan talked about this. The medium is the message, and how these artificial apparatuses sort of condition the way in which we receive the information. There's something fundamentally different about reading a book that is much more active. You're in a way like talking to yourself in your head, working out complex ideas, trying to, and it's a test of both one's mental energy, acuity, but also like there's a stimulation that comes with it that is, to Rich's point about dopamine, much more satisfying over a longer period of time. And that's something runs factual to what we experience in our culture today, where everything is quick cuts, quick edits, flashy, news items, flashy colors, whatever. And that's sort of creates this cognitive dissonance, this disconnection in the mind. And so getting back into to me, it's like a meditation. Getting back into the idea of reading is really going to help one develop quite literally their mental muscle, and also develop their rational processes. Because all of a sudden you may not agree with everything you read, and you may stop and think for a second, instead of just you heard someone say something and then you're on to the next clip. You heard now someone else is talking about it, and these quick cuts, these hot takes, and all that stuff that we get through.
When you can get wrapped up too when you do that. So like as part of surveying information, it's like, okay, I don't understand this, or I disagree with this, or what have you. That can snag you and stop you from consuming the whole article. And what I usually do is like, well, why do I disagree with it? And if I can articulate readily, okay, then I'll keep reading. Or does it matter that I disagree with this? Right? He thinks orange is the best color. I think blue is the best color. Do I have to stop reading the article? So I'm going to just hold that off to the side while I consume the rest of the article. And then when it comes to the conclusion I'm supposed to take away from that, I'm going to ask, does it matter which color? No, it doesn't. So I'm going to go with the conclusion that made sense in reality and reflects truth.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've had the same experience, but I've had this occur on several occasions where seemingly not erudite, maybe that's too strong of a word, educated, literate people actually told me directly that they didn't want to read the thing I was suggesting that they read, even if it was like a leaflet or a small article, because it might influence them. And in my mind, I'm just thinking, what are you saying? Like it might influence you? Well, I hope it does. That's why I'm giving it to you. But the point is, like, how can you be so unconfident with your own power of judgment and reason that you're afraid you might be persuaded to think something you don't currently think now if you just read something you might not disagree with at the moment? I think it just speaks to the incompetence of our education system, which really just tunes people to want to find the right answer and the right opinions to pass the test rather than thinking for themselves. You know, people start asking, well, what are the rules before they even understand what the question is? And it's like, if you condition yourself too long in that type of environment over years, and you come out, you have no confidence in your own mind's ability to use your own God-given endowed reason to think through things on your own. And like you said, just reserve judgment, just read things that you don't necessarily believe or know about already. How else are you going to discover something new unless you read things you don't already think are true? And reserve judgment. You know, if something, if somebody has an opinion that might spring a red alarm bell or rub you the wrong way, put it aside. Maybe they have something else that they're thinking about. Maybe maybe they've made a discovery that you haven't discovered. Maybe they're wrong about something, but they might have a good opinion on something else. But whatever. Point is, you can, if you're open, you will be able to come out of it with more insight, even if it's negative knowledge. Like you'll understand better why you didn't think that. Maybe you had the right opinion, but you didn't really hone that opinion. You didn't test it enough. And so, it's another way of challenging yourself to try to defend your opinion, and you'll come out with your opinion, but even more healthy and more deeply rooted to carry out further battles in the future, But
I don't think they want that going on. I don't think they want that going on at all.
That's the outcome-based education, right? I mean, essentially, that's the whole point. In regards to, I call it creating a ad verecundium complex, which is just an appeal to authority complex. You don't have confidence in your own ability to make discernments and decisions and judgments about what you experience, how you understand the world, and who you will, the arguments that you find interesting or not. Nope, you have to rely on someone else to fill that void, and that's the key about the semantic game of controlling language, which seems to be so much that's rife in the culture right now. It's a scary thing, but at the same time, if we can utilize this technology, much like you did with your most recent little documentary short in regard to journalist Smedley Butler at War is a Racket and the bankers coup, and get people interested without giving it too much, because that is a problem. I remember Joe Rogan once saying, man, if they could just make more documentaries, because who wants to read? And I'm thinking like, oh man, if only we could incentivize people about training themselves in the art of reading and sort of the meditative process that comes with that. I call it, it's that sort of intellectual muscle, called the wisdom muscle, really, because it really focuses you, as you said, Matt, an active process to sit down and engage with it in a whole different way. It's a whole different medium of the way in which we actually take in information when we read. That has actual physiological effects. We're quite literally burn more calories, like a chess player or something like that. We're actually quite literally more engaged with trying to understand and utilizing that voice in the head and playing that dialectical game, which is so important to develop one's rational process.
One thing I was thinking about regarding the question of the active experience of reading, but also it became more visceral for me when I started finding myself composing more, writing first, and then doing more interviews and shows and hosting things, is that I found more value. Things shifted gears in a positive way when I began to think more about the question orientation to composition rather than the answer orientation. Because at first you're thinking, okay, I'm going to write something because I want to say what I know to people, and I'm going to be polemical or whatever. Or same thing when I'm speaking. I want to say what I know because I want to persuade you, right? And generally, it's still what I want. I obviously want to persuade people of things, but it became more useful when I was like, okay, well, rather than just try to think about the things I'm going to say, I'm going to think about the questions. So what were the questions in my mind that got me into a process that resulted in conclusions, and how can I make that transparent as possible to my audience? Which is what Socrates, we talked last time we had this conversation. That's the whole point of when we
talk about Kepler too, that was the whole, when we think about Copernicus, Kepler, even Sir Isaac Newton, Leibniz, like these individuals were like inductive method essentially, or just they approached the process of discovery as though it was something they were completely engaged in. It was a fundamental sort of difference. Instead of like, here's the theory and let's fit everything into this. No, they were in a state where they're open to a whole host of different ideas, viewpoints, arguments, and they didn't have
TV to tell them what was true, Tony, so they had to do stuff like that. Can't you see the progress we've made? That's so smart. We don't have to use our brains anymore.
It's important. You said something here, Matt, that's really important. When I teach the trivium in classical rhetoric, you say you start with questions. And my mentor, Gino Denning, who introduced the trivium to our community many, many years ago, he always said to me, are you dealing with someone that's on a quest for truth? Or are you dealing with someone that already has a belief they want to prove to you? And so with your point, starting with a question is extremely powerful, because in that it's now a process. It's a journey we can go on together to see if we can discover something truthful or not about what we're.
Plus, it's also
discerning.
where thinking starts,
Instead
with
of
asking
just
a
starting
question
with-
and not assuming.
Yeah.
So it's a good place to start.
That's a powerful sort of way to engage rhetorical composition or interviews. I like that. That's a fantastic heuristic or technique to follow in rhetoric. So kudos.
It's just healthy, right? It's just like humility. Like that's one of the. How do you have a fertile soil to find any like make something new, to create something new, or to discover something new, if you don't already have a heart that's open and that's humble? If you're arrogantly going in just to prove your case to others, you don't really have you might have the semblance of a curious personality, but you're actually not. Your heart's closed. So humility is important, to be able to say, okay, I love the truth more than I love my system. As much as my system might have even worked for me and got me money and maybe got me admiration from my colleagues or whatever, I'm more happy to burn down, to break my own system when I find that it doesn't work, when I map it onto reality. And there's breaks, there's crinks, there's ripples that can't be ironed away without me hurting my conscience. And so I'm willing to like think about something outside of my system that brings me into more congruence with discoverable reality. And even, and that's we love it when people tell us their transformative processes, right? Like, I think it was you mentioned, was it Lovejoy? Was that him who came up with the Gaia theory that you brought up earlier? Was it Lovejoy?
Lovejoy.
It was him, right?
I think so. Either that, or I'm thinking of.
I was thinking of L. Ron Hubbard, but I think that was Scientology or something. I know
that's definitely Scientology. I think Lovejoy was the guy who had the idea of the Gaia.
I think it
Gaia
came from the
hypothesis.
Teilhard de Chardin, I believe, which the concept of a new sphere, and sort of and he sort of took the Hegelian dynamic of the metaphysics of essentially the zeitgeist of the time being wrapped up in history, that it's going to end in sort of spiritual evolution of like a man that is like part of some sort of collective consciousness or something of that nature through Gaia.
I have that book with the intro by Julian Huxley.
Yes, yeah, we had on the show a couple, and I was thinking, like, you see the tripartite nature to the way he splits out these antinomies and then he finds resolution. I'm like, this is fast. I'm like, this is Hegelian, and so I had to.
Yeah. He definitely knows. Well, him and I just brought up Lovejoy because I know later on in life he actually turns and actually says no. He has a bit of a positive conversion towards realizing where he went wrong earlier on, and becomes a proponent for nuclear power, for high technology that he had formerly said was anti-nature.
But his activists never got the memo.
No, exactly. They didn't pass that. Well, it's like Heisenberg too, right? Like later on in life, Heisenberg, when he's like in his late 70s, he gives a lecture where he says, people have to revisit Plato's Timaeus. This whole idea of probability theory, I think it turned into a monster. And even him,
100%,
yeah, he got the ball rolling on this thing, and he was like, he at least had a fertile mind, whereas the little automatons that were influenced by the thing he put into motion were just like, no, there's no such thing as truth. It's just, whatever your probability statistics determine may be reality. That's all that there is.
And that was the Copenhagen interpretation in the 1930s of quantum mechanics, where they said truth is unknowable, cause and effect does not exist. We're not sure if it's a wave or a particle, depending on observation and measurement. And so there's all these irrational. I mean, they got to the point where it wasn't just relative based on space and time, like a four-dimensional manifold. Now it's like there's no way we can. There's no assumption that there's a reality at all. And that was actually like
there's no reality.
There's no reality.
Everything else goes.
Yes, and they were literal about this. I have actual quotes from the founding sort of fathers of the Copenhagen interpretation, talking about de Broglie and there's a couple other ones.
Niels Bohr. I would have loved to turn off their electricity in the middle of their email. Like they're trying to like send off a hot take on something, and turn off their electricity. Like, oh, bro, why'd you do that to yourself? Sorry about that. Wasn't us cutting the power to your house. No, that was you that did that to yourself, because that's Humean and
it comes from Ernst Mach, as a positivist, and you get this sort of analytic tradition in the United States, unfortunately, where they dispense with metaphysics. To your point, like Plato's Timaeus is arguably, if not that and the Parmenides, are my two favorite dialogues by Plato. But I mean, hyper important, the idea of being able to understand the value of a first principle. And in a way, you were talking about, your conscience, and in regards to, you have certain values and principles that you're willing to, not willing to necessarily sacrifice, in regards to, like, if this is the truth, I'm going to, and that that principle, in other words, is truth for you. So you're willing to put away your ideology at certain, and that's one of the most difficult things to inculcate in one's mind, body, spirit disposition, if you will. But for those that can, it is one of the most freeing aspects, because then it opens up a world of possibility and what we can actually understand and what confidence we have in what we can understand about our world. So.
Absolutely. And that carries into the discussion you were also saying about, because I see that there's like a bit of a theme regarding technology and the mind's powers and Marshall McLuhan. And there's a certain, I think, paradox that one could walk into, and I think a lot of people do, which is that, the more you have information technologies increasing and advancing, the less you need to use a lot of your memory muscles that the previous state of that society, ignorant of those technologies, had to use, right? Before the written word, you had to use a lot more of the memory muscle. You had to memorize things like Homer's Iliad or the Vedas, there's a certain rhythmic verse quality to it that made it a little bit more easy to stick within the memory. But I mean, these are voluminous pieces of, oh my God, it's incredible to think how that was like passed on. That was a normal part of a good quality education. Not that everyone had education, but still. And then now, when you can write things down, you don't need to remember those things anymore. And that in some ways frees you up, but in other ways it atrophies you. And it's like that for, I think the problem with McLuhan, or at least people who interpret McLuhan, I don't know if he thought this, is that it takes you into a bit of a predeterministic way, which almost makes it seem like technology can do nothing but destroy the mind's ability to function well. And that if you continue on the process of advancing technology, the human powers are going to reduce in proportion to progress, to the point that you reach one of these, these singularities. This idea that, at a certain moment in the future, we can project an overtaking of human mental powers by machine learning, which will render us irrelevant unless we merge with the machines and become relevant to avoid extinction or we'll just be crushed by the Terminators. And Teilhard de Chardin and Julian Huxley together, I don't think it's a coincidence that they were very close friends, and they both innovated the concept of transhumanism in 1955 together. That having their little back and forth discussions on how do you tweak Darwinism to accommodate give it a teleology,
give it a meaning now. Let's like give it a purpose and combine it with sort of the Hegelian ideas of like wrapping it up into a historical situation. We transcend our condition through this process, this 3-step process.
So what you're saying
religion's to the elite.
So what you're saying is basically we just go back to epic poems and iambic pentameter, and technocracy and transhumanism go away. Next week, we do it like that.
I think it's a good mental exercise to think like maybe how do we both have the best of technology while at the same time exercising our
I agree. And like that's one of the biggest problems of
Neil Postman, like you got to know about the edges of technology, and when you adopt a new technology, you lose something of the traditional natural world to get that new convenience. He wrote a lot about that. Like
who wrote that?
Neil Postman. He wrote "Amusing Ourselves to Death" and Technopoly. Good read right here. Technopoly by Neil Postman. He died like 1992, or he died. I think maybe this is a 1992 book, and he died soon after that. But let's see. This is 1992. He wrote "Amusing Ourselves to Death," I think, before this one, because this is the surrender of our culture to technology. It's like the end of humanity, and he calls it out before the internet was even a real thing. Like this is. But if you look at how many pages I have highlighted and marked in this book that are important, like wisdom, it's a really good read. And it's not too like 200 pages probably.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
It's interesting about Marshall McLuhan. It's tough to interpret McLuhan. I just want to piggyback on something you said real quick. It's very difficult because a lot of times it's very easy to interpret in the sense that he was critiquing it always in a negative light. But sometimes you get the sense because he was such a devout Catholic, I think of the Roman Catholic tradition, but he spoke a lot on sort of the sort of like mystical elements of like the communion, the mass, transubstantiation, these sorts of concepts in the Catholic faith. Very interesting. He sort of saw technology, I think, at a time as the way we'd manifest like Christ or the Antichrist, at least as a metaphor. And so it's sort of a reflection back of our own soul's desires would be manifested through the medium of technology itself, both the worst and the best. And we'll have to make the decision or choice as to which one we'll choose as we move into a future together. That's sort of the way I interpreted some aspects of him, which is a unique and strange interpretation. But I don't know. That's something to sort of ponder and think about. Right. There's a lot of different ways in which McLuhan can be. He's a tough one to crack in regards to his writings.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, I think I don't really know where to stand on him per se. I mean, there's definitely a lot of high value content in terms of the ideas that he put out there.
Right.
I don't know if he
was somewhat prophetic,
their followers said, and sometimes his followers can definitely turn into trend. Many of them find themselves in the transhumanist ilk, but I mean, not all of them are.
They do.
But definitely to be able to balance out, to both enjoy the fruits of progress and technology while at the same time grow, your psycho-spiritual powers to the best and fullest capability. I think to be able to do both of those would be to be able to manage a society that could create such institutions that could safeguard the organic maturation of all aspects, mental, aesthetic, obviously physical. We're going to grow no matter what, right? Physical is physical. It's like a fruit, vegetable. it'll mature, ripen, and die. That's not voluntary, but I mean, whether we choose to mature our minds and our hearts, that is much more.
And the way we then use technology, because technology is just a tool. And so it comes down to our ability but we have to develop our psycho-spiritual selves in order to use it most ethically and most efficaciously, where it doesn't necessarily hurt us or hurt other individuals. And that's
the big challenge.
That's the big challenge.
We are a tool-making species. Indeed, that is a big part of our ability to survive and predict the future and store food and all these sort of things. You're a tool maker too. You made a tool for people about Smedley Butler. And we're going to play it. We're going to play it later at intermission tonight. But let's talk about, why did you create it? What are you trying to do with that? Why should people care about something that happened almost 100 years ago? The business plot. I got a little context for people. War is a Racket is a book by Smedley Butler. He was the most highly decorated military participant back then. He was a U.S. Marine Corps officer, won the Congressional Medal of Honor twice. He wrote a book saying that he worked as a gangster in the military for the robber barons, and that it wasn't anything to do with really American interests or our real foreign policy. Rather, it was the foreign policy by corporate oligarchs. And he was approached by some of these people in 1934 and something that became known as the business plot. It was investigated by the McCormick-Dickstein Committee. And in there's a bunch of robber barons who were named as wanting to raise a fascist army to overtake and overthrow FDR. And they wanted Smedley Butler, the brave soldier, to lead 500,000 people. And they're like, look, you used to be our guy for, Brown Brothers Harriman and United Fruit, and used to go invade these countries and do these things. We want you to do it in your own country. And Smedley Butler was a Quaker. And it was just a little bit, it was like a bridge too far. And he said, I'm going to be a whistleblower, which was an interesting thing to do back then. And he did get a stage and get his message out. So when did you learn about Smedley Butler, and what inspired you about his story?
Well, I think early on, that was a story that I think I first encountered it when I had listened in 2002 to Michael Moore's. Was it Michael Moore? It wasn't Michael Moore. It was somebody else, Moore-ish, who did a documentary called The Corporation.
Oh, yeah.
And I liked it. I mean, I didn't really have a strong sense of conspiracies or anything, but it was a bit. It shook me up.
Yeah, I don't know who did that movie either. It's an excellent film from the early 2000s. It has a narrator that Scott Noble uses for his films. Her name's Michaela J. She has a very distinct voice. It's very like I want to say antiseptic, or it's like very sterile. It's like she presents the information
austere, and then you see, a little bit.
And they have those great graphics of like looking at the corporation with the roof taken off, and you see the people inside the rooms. Like, they had some really cool effects in that movie, and it made a big splash. But I never found out who made that back then.
Yeah, no, I actually have it. I could find out later. But anyway, there was a small little section, and in it, they didn't do too much of this history about that period of the Great Depression, but they did have this little snip where they had Smedley Butler himself speaking, and there's that famous clip that people can watch on YouTube. listening to General Butler himself. Now he's retired. He's retired when he's saying this in 1935, breaking down for the American audience the exact nature of the coup plot that he was being recruited to, how he played along. I mean, he wanted to just basically see how far this went up the ladder of power. He took names, and then when the time was right, he basically went to Congress, and he had a journalist that he had recruited to be with him and to be a part of his discussions with Grayson Prevost Murphy and many other high-level people who were tied to the J.P. Morgan machine. The Prescott Bush apparatus around Brown Brothers was also very integrated into this whole thing. But you had a whole fascist network inside the United States, tied to Wall Street, tied to a lot of the same industrial, power players who were funding the growth of fascism throughout the 1920s and 30s, who had people like Henry Luce put, Mussolini on Time magazine's cover like 6 times or something by 1933, really just selling the idea to the American people that if you want to end the Great Depression, all you have to do is give up certain elements of your constitution and your traditions in order to have bread on your table. And that just means, accepting the fact that George Washington really was a fascist. So you had these George Washington, swastika rallies in Madison Square Garden and down, Fifth Avenue. And we had things like that in Quebec as well. I mean, there's pictures that a lot of grandparents are still very nervous to look at from the 30s in Canada, where you had, Nazi rallies marching down the streets, not little big things.
They had it here in Madison Square Garden is the famous one where you can see these big posters of like the Nazi George Washington. And there was a big Nazi supporting contingent also in the British monarchy.
Yeah, absolutely.
The king that had to step down and abdicate. So he was
Oswald Mosley was the head of the British Union of Fascists, and King Edward.
Oh, you watching Peaky Blinders? What's going on there?
Yeah, they are. Right. They weaved them into the storyline there too. Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, that's this guy's from Eton, right? Just like Julian Huxley. It's from Aldous Huxley. Sorry, it's from Eton. Like all of them go through something weird in Eton that they're processed through, and then they become something strange when they go out into the real world and become high level managers for the oligarchy. But Oswald Mosley, he was ready to take over at a certain point, and it was only with the forced abdication of Edward VIII, who taught young Elizabeth the Hitler salute, that recently went famous as a little video clip.
Yep.
And there was generally speaking, it's important for people to, I think, look at history from the standpoint of what didn't happen, but what could have, rather than just trying to string together what did happen as trivia on a timeline. That's useless. It gives you no insight into what's going on in your own world, right? But if you look at all of the things that could have been a lot worse or could have been a lot better, right? Things that should have been better if we just didn't have the sabotage of Kwame Nkrumah, right? A CIA overthrow that artificially intervened to disrupt history, or the killing of JFK, or, the ouster of Henry Wallace from the vice presidency, right? If you didn't have these subversions by something that most historians are taught to ignore or pull out of their models of history, which is the existence of a continuous oligarchical system of, we call it deep state today, some people, but you have a continuous oligarchical process that goes back to ancient times. As far as I could see, it's an unbroken process. If maybe some families come in, some go, there are certain continuous traditions, modes of thinking, ways of thinking about cosmology, the nature of human beings that are meant to be controlled by a master class of alphas. This is just, it goes back to ancient Babylon and before, and it's still there today under new veneers, but it's the same thing. But if you don't treat that, history looks like a very strange sequence of random events, and what caused the war? Oh, well, the peace before the war caused the war. There was too much peace and thus there was a war, right? What ended the what caused the Renaissance? It was the Depression was before the Renaissance. So I guess the Depression, or the Dark Age was before the Renaissance. So I guess the Dark Age caused the Renaissance, because I guess people just had to have just enough scarcity to want to have technology and educate the orphans, because whatever, they were just, and so you get these lazy, stupid things with books written and PhD theses and everything about how the Dark Ages cause Renaissances, or how wars cause economic progress, just because they're looking at it from the standpoint of,
wet streets cause rain.
Wet streets cause rain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you could say, well, the dry streets came later when the sun came up, so wet streets caused dry streets. And it's the global cooling. Well, like a lot of people in the ecological community have had to admit that there actually is this disturbing thing of the great warming pause since 1999. There was like a 17-year sort of slowing down, or if not almost complete halt to the warming cycle that had begun in 77. And the way that, I kid you not, like you could actually listen to high-level PhDs trying to explain away this troublesome thing that didn't show up on any of their forecasts, any of their linear extrapolation computer models. They said, well, yeah, okay, the cooling you see, the warming caused the cooling because there was a heat, and they'll have to like they retool their argument. They're like, oh, there's a heat sink you see in the bottom of the ocean.
Say anything for money.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing with like relativity theory right now. It's like, mathematicians love it because they're going to have a job forever because there's so many anomalies in cosmology right now when it comes to like neutron stars and the issues of black
and
holes.
You can make
and
up
Big
a
Bang
new
cosmology is a big mess, so you cannot.
The old thing that doesn't exist.
Right. You could actually just come up with a more rational theory that's more grounded in reality. Or you could just continue to support a broken model and trying to fit, that's the prescriptive idea where you try to fit the evidence into a sort of a pre-prescribed idea of how things should be based on, the who you want to prop up from the past, whether we're talking about science or religion or technology, or could be any aspect of human endeavor.
Yeah. So all that to say, to weave that back into the Smedley Butler thing. So that was the thing that most people, when they're looking at trying to figure out these anomalies of history, they don't take into consideration that sometimes the oligarchy screws up. It's not like we just have a New World Order effort to try to like create a great reset today, and it's never been done before. It's like there's actually key pregnant moments, these singularities, these like when you're bending a stick, right? Not all moments are equal because that tension is building up and it's going to snap. And that's, I think, like the contour of like space-time of history. You have these moments of potential that snap. And one of those key moments was around the 30s when things could have gone a very different direction. It could have gotten a lot better, but it could have got a lot worse. But you had people who stepped in, they had courage. And in the case of Britain, I think it was less courage and more practicality, because at the time you had people like Leo Amery, who was a major controller of the Roundtable movement. And he was one of the key figures who recognized that Hitler was increasingly becoming a little unwieldy as a battering ram, that they wanted to use him, and fascism as a whole, right? They wanted to use its expression in every nation as a way to have enforcers to create a banker's dictatorship. And Hitler, Mussolini, Franco, whenever you look a little bit above the show, you always have the same City of London, the same Wall Street financiers working behind the scenes, bringing in eugenics as a new
that's the key, the eugenics. Yeah, they really seem to prop up eugenics in Hitler's Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy. It's beyond just the fascistic movement, the elements of economics associated with it. They're into sort of control of biology, that like they really wanted to sort of take reins of evolutionary process, and that's what's so terrifying. Yeah, they literally want to be God. Dr.
Frankenstein and Ingolstadt. That might be a representation for the Illuminati by Mary Shelley, but we won't talk about that here.
Well, that's what fashion's a facade for like this, essentially to me, these eugenics movements, these top-down collectivist eugenics movements that they were using as test environments. That's the way I looked at it. These are test environments, much the way Ukraine, I think, in some capacity is
that can be scuttled. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So then the question becomes, well, why didn't they win? Like, why didn't they get their great reset, New World Order, post-nation state, depopulation system of eugenics back then when they came so close and they put so many resources from World War I think is a good inflection moment when you have the League of Nations being brought online around the same time that the Roundtable movement was
Balfour Declaration, Sykes-Picot. You have the divvying up of the entire Middle East at that point. Yeah.
Chatham House is being created with the Majesty Hotel, with the CFR as well, 1919, right? All
Bolshevik Revolution.
Huh?
Yeah, the Bolshevik Revolution.
That had just been finalized.
The famous train ride. Trotsky.
Yeah, they really wanted their Trotsky guy in there. That was their key guy. They really wanted in as their permanent dude.
And if you think about it, it's just the end of the Eastern Front. So there was like a pragmatic standpoint from the German side, from my understanding, which is why the Germans were willing to send, the Trotsky agents into Russia in order to foment revolution, which is terrifying to think about, but pragmatic on the side of the Germans, because you think about the next 100 years. You talk about those inflection points. There's this points of tension. That's in a way another one, because the next 100 years now we have the USSR, and then you have this Cold War, which is, well, I'll stay away from talking about that right now, because there's a lot there.
Eats bugs.
Yeah,
eats the bugs. So
it didn't have to happen, though. I mean, I think that's the thing we kind of take for granted, is like, we're told all of these things happened and they had to happen that way because you have this deterministic way of history that discounts the existence of free will at all completely. It's like, it happened and thus it had to be that way. And it's like, whoa, well, what if JFK had not been killed after 3 years? What if, Henry Wallace had been able to stay in as vice president and become president? What if FDR wasn't, I think likely murdered? And Stalin totally agrees, or agreed with that assessment, and told Elliot Roosevelt, FDR's son, right, that Churchill's people killed your father. But so, like, if history didn't get derailed on all of these occasions, what sorts of policy orientation was being brought online at those moments that you had these abortions of something good? Because, you could read it, you could look at and see, well, what was being discussed at Bretton Woods in New Hampshire in 44? Well, the American delegation was at war with the British delegation. It was not like an Anglo-American hugfest trying to plan out how do they reconquer the world. No, it was a total, like, 2-week-long drawn-out battle between eugenicist, world government freak, pedophile John Maynard Keynes, versus Harry Dexter White and a lot of the American delegation, who were defending the right of Africa, India, South America, Brazil, China. The Chinese delegation had a whole program for developing Tennessee Valley Authority projects based on the revival of Sun Yat-sen's program for the international development of China that Sun Yat-sen had drafted in 1919. They brought that back alive with all of the New Deal policies as they would look if they would be permitted to actually happen, to end hunger and, all of these other things, and really leapfrog into the 21st century back in 1944. And it was being supported, defended by the U.S. delegation. Same thing for Brazil. They drafted they presented all of their plans. They got full support. And it was only the British who were fighting against that every step of the way, trying to maintain the idea that, no, we need a Bancor, one world currency. We got to, have it under the control of the Bank of International Settlements. And people don't even know that there was a vote that was a near unanimous vote, except for the British delegation at Bretton Woods, to audit and then dissolve the Bank of International Settlements at that conference.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it didn't happen. FDR died. They purged every single patriot who understood the Wall Street apparatus that had tried to get the bankers' coup in 1934 with Butler, that tried to kill Roosevelt in 1933 in February using a Freemasonic, expendable Giuseppe Zangara, who I go through in the video. There was a patriotic organization within America that had a lot of influence within the OSS that were at odds with this other Anglo-American CFR-connected deep state, grouping of zombies. They didn't get along. And it was only with the expulsion of those patriots under, they were all dubbed like red commies, like Dexter White and Wallace. They were all dubbed, they were crushed under the Cold War period. But that didn't have to happen. They could have had that policy actually be permitted to come alive, but it didn't. And so we got the other thing instead of the OSS being dissolved, bombs being dropped unnecessarily on a defeated Japan and everything else. Everyone knows this. And Churchill comes and lives in the White House for a month and declares the Iron Curtain, based on a Nazi foreign minister ideology. Like, it was the Nazi foreign minister who first laid out the Iron Curtain strategy, like 3 months before Churchill even made it public. So it's like, no, most of history is a giant, disgusting abortion of the good. It wasn't necessary in any step of the way.
Just it didn't have to happen this way.
It didn't have to happen. Yeah.
But it takes a lot of effort.
It's like, where are the weaknesses in the Great Reset today? When you think about it that way, you're like, okay, it's not these immutable godlike forces of evil that have always controlled everything, and there's been no opposition, there's been no weakness, no, there's shit that keeps them up at night. They've got insecurities.
Right. So people in Europe don't have to freeze and starve this winter, and people all over the world don't have to starve, right? Because it doesn't have to be zero carbon. It doesn't have to be ESG. It doesn't have to be Great Reset. that's just their offer, and everyone's just accepting it because they haven't really thought about what it means. And the people who are doing it, they know what it means. It means shutting off everybody's everything and letting everyone just fight it out while they go off to their super mansions and bunkers and stuff.
Yeah.
I think we can do better. And I think their sales pitch is pretty shitty. And we're going to need something to compare it to, though. And I think it looks like freedom, and they want to censor and alienate anybody who has something to say other than Great Reset and eat the bugs.
Yeah. Or eat the wind turbines.
Yeah,
actually, right?
I see a bunch of people in our chat making fun of the wind. I'm like, what? I just picked up on that right now. There's apparently
they like turned it into resin. So they got some scientists to figure out how do you turn the materials of the windmills into like a resin that you can infuse into gummy bears and eat gummy bear windmills that were like being recycled into your body. It's like a thing that they're actually doing. It's
That's crazy. I didn't think they'd take like Snowpiercer being like this movie from a Korean director where they're in a train and it's global warming and it's essentially eating the bugs quite literally. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna take that's a great plan. Why don't we just take that metaphor and apply it to reality?
All right. Well, before we let you go, Matt, I want to show you this book. I've teased the audience enough. Last week, somebody in the chat said, "Hey, there's this book, Two Faces of George Bush." I said, "I've never heard of it." And I was incredulous. I was like, if Anthony Sutton wrote that book, I would know about it. And sure enough, it's a real book. And they looked it up online. And Control Room was showing me that the one copy available, they wanted $45,000 for it. So like the next day, I mentioned it to my wife. She finds a copy that's online that's not $45,000. Thankfully, it was under $100. And I'm going to open it for you. Let's see if I can zoom in just a little bit. Let's do this. See if we can get a whole page on screen at once. Something like doing it live, everybody, doing it live, something like this. All right. Two Faces of George Bush by Anthony C. Sutton. And this is brought to us in 1988 and by the same author. So you can see what books he had written by that time. So he's not all the way through his Wall Street series, right? Which would have been Wall Street and FDR. Mm-hmm. And in the Order series, this turned out to be his introduction to Skull and Bones, America's Secret Establishment. So, like, I bought How the Order Controls Education as a little pamphlet book like this one, and it was $80 20 years ago. And then I found out it was actually Chapter 8 in a book that I could get for $20. So these are little artifacts of the author. The official face of George Bush. He goes through, gives you like the official biography from the White House, and here's who this guy is. And then he starts to dig in, because he's a war hero and stuff. Phi Beta Kappa. So then he goes into the establishment links, breaks down all the people he went to school with, was in the military with, their connections with Skull and Bones and the establishment. A lot of Harriman, eugenics, funding of Hitler people, also the same people that were just participating in that coup against FDR. And Prescott Bush's interests were funding Soviet Union and Nazi Germany because they had a oil company called Dresser. I think it's Dresser Industries. And they provided oil machinery to Stalin's Soviet Union, much like the Koch brothers' father did. Sutton goes through this other part where it's just all about Skull and Bones, brings up this points about Gary Trudeau, who's a Skull and Bones guy, and Doonesbury, and some of the cartoons that they wrote during the time. Bush, the oil man. So Zapata was one of his oil companies, and they also had Operation Zapata, CIA. But Zapata had, in the 80s, like 7,300 people working for it, $5 billion company.
You know what Bush Sr. chose to call one of the key projects in the early 70s, Operation Hammer?
Oh, okay,
like 1990, 91?
Yeah.
It was based on Arm & Hammer. And
Arm & Hammer was the chairman of Communist Party USA back in the day.
Well, he was also kind of like the George Soros of Russia of the 20s. So as soon as they went for the new economic plan in 1919 under Trotsky, and you had a big giant rush of mass privatization across Russia, like the idea, free enterprise, all this stuff, but it was all a giant veneer just to get an oligarch control over the state-run operations, and that was the 20s. And Arm & Hammer was the key guy managing that as doing currency speculation, running a lot. Like he had a multifaceted operation, bringing in Prescott Bush, a lot of other people. I don't know if actually no. Let me press pause on Prescott. I don't know about him, but a lot of the
Al
worst
Gore's
elements.
family got it from Arm and Hammer.
What's that?
The Occidental Petroleum was controlled by Arm and Hammer. Western Petroleum, it was called Occidental Petroleum, and that's where Al Gore's family got their. That's where his dad got their money working.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, over
when
the
you
coal mines
see
in
the
Tennessee.
politicians today, then be like, hey, what was their dad and grandfather doing during these big pivotal events back in the past? I thought you'd like this part. This is on page 35. And down here, it's talking about Bush as ambassador to the United Nations, 1971. It said, yet as we shall see later, the Bush family and associates in such firms as Dresser Industries has been a prime supporter of building the Soviet oil industry, the Soviets' largest supplier of foreign exchange and a means of financing world imperialism and terrorism. Communist China apparently did not agree with Bush. He remained only a year in China as envoy. But the point is brought up later. He's accused of setting up opium and heroin trafficking in China at that time by a Green Beret from the army. The testimonies later in this book, but let me just cover this other part. Bush as an internationalist, anti-American. So he had this globalist design known as mondialization, like worldization, and to make world cities. And they started doing this back in Ohio. So mondialization is no more than a polite subversion. The first American city to join the New World Order by the mondialization process was Richfield, Ohio in 1970. So apparently this type of thing's been going on a long time. And there's an official official statement about the UN Charter there. He then goes, here's the logo for that city, Richfield, Ohio.
Ohio. Who'd have thought?
And mentions David Rockefeller and a whole bunch of other good little clips. You know, here's a good part. At one time, Bush was a member of the elitist, powerful Council on Foreign Relations, and as a member of the similarly internationalist Atlantic Council, made a statement supporting the known admitted goals of the Atlantic Council, i.e., world government. So even back then, Sutton knew Atlantic Council is world government. Atlantic Council is telling Facebook what to do these days, right? So for people to say there's nothing to see there, man, it's just Mark Zuckerberg. People have been given the illusion of interdependence, but in fact, the interdependence is not much greater than in previous eras. So even though they were saying they were breaking out, making changes, it was more of the same. He's molded in the image
of oligarchy
of Nelson Rockefeller, a good Nazi supporter back then himself, not just the banking with the Bush families and the Harrimans. More Nazi stuff. So this was 1988. This is when George H.W. Bush was running for president. Sutton puts out this book as like a Hail Mary to be like, hey, for the people out there who know how to read, here's some interesting stuff on Bush. Anyway, it's only 96 pages, and I'm pretty sure you can find it in maybe Wall Street and FDR.
There's a really good one I had read around that time too, the unauthorized biography of
the Webster Tarpley one.
Tarpley and Chaikin, they co-wrote that. That one's quite good. It's pretty thorough. And that was actually one of the first expositions I really had that satisfied my reason after watching I mentioned the corporation that brought up Smedley Butler, but they really took it way deeper than I expected it could possibly go. And that's like a 700-page tome. It's thorough.
Yeah, Anton Chaikin does he does good research as well. And I think didn't Tarpley get sued over that book or what?
No, not that book. Tarpley got sued over something he said about Melania Trump or something.
Oh, geez, yeah.
And then he came out of that process with like a melted brain, and now he's like pro-Biden, and I don't know what happened to him. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
But his historical, so a lot of his older research. I mean, it really is. It really is.
So look at the message.
I'd mapped out the whole Venetian oligarchy thanks to Rich, and that was 10 years ago. Because I was like, I don't have this on my brain. You do it. So I still have that somewhere. The brain software we were using, but it was incredible research, and it's actually only been corroborated with other resources I've used many years later. Which in fact, I keep thinking about that time when I was doing that research. I'm like, I'd really like to go back and I need to revisit that. I have been, but sort of intermittently. So
yeah, me too.
Well, Matt, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, dude. Where can people support you and join your Substack and get your books and all that good stuff?
Yeah. Okay. They can get the books easily on CanadianPatriot.org. little buttons everywhere saying buy books. And the Substack is useful. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to spell my name, but if you can get matthewarrett.substack.com, there's free stuff. There's stuff you can upgrade to pay for. And finally, risingtidefoundation.net. We do weekly seminars, lectures, symposia with various experts. We're going to have Anton Chaikin on in a couple of weeks going through some material on the untold history of the United States. And if you want to be involved or at least just get a free invite now and again, you could send an email to info@risingtidefoundation.net, and I'll happily send you. Usually we ask for a donation, but whatever, times are tough. And we just had, like Michael Claridge on as well, the guy.
I'm a huge fan of Dr. Michael Claridge, Sapphire Project associated.
Wow.
It's a separate project from the Thunderbolts project, but at least they share in the same sort of new way of viewing cosmology through plasma physics. Yeah. And it's very fascinating. It's something I've been following for years and years. I've been a big supporter of various theories around it. It's Gareth Samuel, see the pattern. There's also Ken Wheeler and his theories on magnetism, taking like Steinmetz's heavy side, James Clerk Maxwell, and see what they said about the idea of the ether and dielectric field, and what they're trying to define what electricity is and maybe its role in vitality and then I can't help but then relate it back to the Platonic metaphysics, but that's where I go. So
Absolutely. No, it's good soul food. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And for people on YouTube, you're Canadian Patriot, also on YouTube, right?
Yeah, but I only put a fraction of my content on YouTube, the safest of the safest stuff. So yeah, they can go to BitChute or Rumble, but when they go to the Canadian Patriot website, if they can make that bookmark that, the content always ends up showing up on there.
All right, right on.
If you join the Rising Tide Foundation, you'll get access to, you do private lectures. You also have, it's almost like town halls we do for our community in regards to sharing information, going over deep dives into various historical analyses. We're covering some of your articles. You do a lot of really incredible work. I haven't jumped on live, but I've watched the replays you posted, and I'm really impressed by what you have going on over there.
Rising Tide raises all ships. Hey, Tony, can you have Matt on for town hall in a couple weeks? We could do like more detailed deep dive than we can do on the show here.
If he's interested, I absolutely would love that. That'd be amazing. And we can sort of go over some of your articles. And
how is that different from what we're doing right now? Like I just feel like we're just
it's nerdier. It's like 10 times nerdier.
It's actually what you do with your audience in a way. It's just more intimate because we're going to have people from the community have access to their microphones and video, and they'll get to share with us, and have a dialectic back. Yeah, exactly.
The use of words like metaphysics, epistemology, identification are much more used in the town hall than it is probably during the show. This is more
get the flex on an intellectual muscle like more in the town hall than I do
and it's
here.
more like the high dive.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No, call me in. I'll happily join. Say the word.
That's fantastic. I would love that. So we'll be in contact. I'll email you. So.
All right. Keep up the great work, Matt, and then let you get to bed.
All right.
Have a good week.
Peace. Good night, Matt.
Bye, guys.
All right. That was fantastic.
Always. He's amazing. Incredible.
He's got a big brain, dude. He's just like letting it flow.
He's like you, though. His rhetorical capabilities are incredible. His recall, but then his way to weave a narrative together to make sense when he's speaking. To speak both with diffidence and the sense of humility, but also with conviction when he understands something, and the process of the Socratic method by asking questions. I mean, it's very unique. It takes a lot of self-development and work on oneself to be able to develop that sort of skill, but anyone has the capacity to do so. And kudos to him for pointing out his sort of methodology of how he goes about composition, narrative, how he interviews and these sorts of things. I think that's really important, and just always appreciate the work.
Well, I'm glad he's got someone doing some AV. So like Corbett has Brock West.
Right.
So now Matthew's got this guy that's helping him. We'll check it out during the intermission later tonight. It's like a 20-minute micro documentary, kind of Jake Tran style, micro documentary. Get some good knowledge on. Doesn't have to take 3 hours or 6 hours or 12 hours or 20 hours, as some episodes have been of other things.
To stimulate one's curiosity to go read a book.
Yeah, even if it's a little book like this.
It's a small book. The General Smedley Butler's Wars of Iraq is not a big book either, if I remember correctly.
The Skull and Bones aspect, right? There's like the public George Bush. They don't know about it. The Skull and Bones, secret society, establishment aspect, narco-terrorism aspect, that plays both into the funding of the Nazis and the Soviet Union. So now think about it. This dude's dad was in with two enemies of the United States, but he becomes president and his son becomes president and his other son becomes a governor and his other son is in charge of an insurance and security operation on 9/11. And, it's a very lucky family, very fortunate. There's definitely no deterministic history being unfolded with respect to the American monarchy going on there. But the fact that they were helping to prop up the Soviets and the Nazis.
They call it linear progress. Like that's the euphemisms they use. It's a progress. And it's a linear function. Yeah. It's a straight line. It doesn't repeat itself. It doesn't, turn in upon itself in any capacity.
A non-linear process would be you foraging for food in the woods. You're all over the place, right? The linear process is they wait for you to forage and they come plunder your production.
Yeah,
that's basically it. It's a straight line.
Interesting way of describing it. Yes.
Yeah.
Straight.
Pretty much.
Shortest distance between 2 points.
If you can help them do that, you might be good at government, kid. All right, so we do have more to cover tonight. We'll take a closer look at the Great Reset and the War for the World later. Let's get into some of these juicy news stories. Which one you want to tackle first, Tony? Let's go over a short section. Maybe we should hit Project Veritas.
Sure.
Because even though there's like 20 videos that have happened because of this thing, so I'll explain it, and then let's take a couple looks at So here's the situation. James O'Keefe has two undercover reporters. One goes to a Connecticut school in Greenwich area, very rich, the richest area of Connecticut. And one goes to the Trinity School, a 300-year-old private school in New York City. Both come out with interviews where it's like they are inculcating your kids in one political direction on purpose and keeping that plan, that agenda, it's the secret agenda, secret curriculum, away from the parents who are paying at Trinity $60,000 a year for their kids to go to elementary, high school type stuff, right? So parents are up in arms because O'Keefe's reporters did a really good job. The guy in Connecticut, the vice principal, he's like, we don't hire Catholics, we don't hire conservatives, we don't hire people over 30 because then we can mold their minds to the image and then control the kids for the next generation. And you're like, holy shit. So that tape gets leaked and we'll see that tape. But then there's unredacted piece that O'Keefe did where he was getting interviewed by the news. He said, I'm going to film it myself so people can see the uncut piece. So they had to be more fair with him in the interview because they knew he was going to release the unredacted, uncut piece, right? And then there's all the news coverage of these actions. And then there's the Connecticut state governor, attorney general, all these people hopping on the bandwagon to be like, we believe in religious freedom and you can't, say someone's not qualified for a job based on this, and this. So O'Keefe, with just a little bit of budget to go get that undercover footage and then releasing that has all sorts of parents all over the country now asking, is this going on in my kid's school? Am my public taxpayer dollars from my property taxes paying for this anti-American communist indoctrination of our children? Because the answer is going to be, they've been doing it for a long time. We've been trying to tell you about that, but now people find it's the intersection of their need and what's going on. And it's going to be a hit, I think. I don't think they can continue doing what they've been doing now in the light of day when everyone's looking at them doing it. I think it's a good thing for journalism. So let's see the undercover footage from let's just go to Project Veritas.
There's real quick. There's part 1 and part 2. Should we just play both back to back or?
Okay, so part 1 is Connecticut. Part 2 is New York City's Trinity. I've laid out the scenario for both of them. So let's go to their page and their video uploads and go to the earliest one and let's kind of go in order so we can see the development, because that's what I want the audience to understand. It's like from the little story that people could have or not picked up on because of the school, there's layers to, and then he has the establishment and status quo now reacting to his story. And so there's a whole meta view of it as well. So I want to, make sure that gets through as well. So let's go with part 1 first, then we'll go to part 2, and then we'll come back and talk after both of them.
I put it in production chat. Sorry. Yeah. I didn't have, so just take a look at Discord.
For part 1, it is coming right here.
Doing it live. See how it goes.
Oh, so then what do you do with the Catholics if you find out someone is Catholic
Teaching them how to think. That's it. Doesn't matter what they think about it. If they think about it in a logical, progressive way, that becomes their hobby.
So you kind of like gear them to think in a more liberal way.
Believe it or not, the more progressive teachers are actually more savvy about delivering a democratic message without really ever mentioning politics. It's subtle. They'll never say, oh, this is a liberal or a democratic way of doing this. They'll just make that the norm. This is how we handle things. It's subtle.
And that's how you get away with it?
That's how you get away with it.
And how do you make sure the parents don't find out?
They can find out, so long as you never mention the politics.
And then later down the line, you're going to vote Democrat. And you will have done a great service to our country.
Greenwich, Connecticut is one of the most beautiful and wealthy cities in the Nutmeg State. Now, what you're about to see is one assistant principal in charge of 360 students, defying state regulations, preventing Catholics or conservatives from being hired as a teacher. Meet Jeremy Boland, the assistant principal at Coscob Elementary in Greenwich, Connecticut. Boland met up with one of our undercover journalists and revealed stunning discriminatory hiring practices as well as his politicized beliefs on how his school should be run.
I can't get past the parents anymore.
What do you mean?
So the parents feel as though it's their responsibility to shape the schools, which then shape the kids. Right? So because I can't get past the parents, do I really have as much of an influence on the kids as I want? I try in my own way, but right now my job is to hire the right teachers.
Do we work for the parents or do we work for the kids?
You tell me.
We work for the kids.
So it's not about the parents anymore.
It shouldn't be, I don't think.
Here I am holding a copy of the Coscob 2021 to 2022 handbook. Notice how Jeremy Boland, the assistant principal's name is on here, along with recently retired principal Gene Schmidt. Now inside this handbook, we found a quote from Boland saying, quote, "Thank you for entrusting us with the care of your child," close quote. But now watch how Boland tells our undercover journalist he doesn't hire anyone who sides with parents.
Ask me as if you're interviewing. Like, what are some of the questions you would ask?
So, I'm trying to think exactly how I wrote it. So in a meeting with a parent, you propose the plan you develop for your student to develop these reading skills and these concepts, and the parent disagrees with you. How do you handle it?
Okay, so if someone sides with the parent, then what?
You let them explain, and then you move on to the next question.
But then eventually the outcome of that,
they don't get the job.
Now watch as Boland reveals to our journalist how he uses a specific line of questioning during the interview process to help determine if someone is conservative, which plays a key role in his evaluation on whether to hire that individual or not.
how can you figure out who's conservative and who's not?
It comes down to the stories. So typically an interview is 30 minutes, which is not a long time. So you got to be very specific about the questions. So I've developed a set of questions that I use for almost all my interviews, and it's all leading them to tell a story.
So then what do you do with them? Like if they're applying for a job?
You interview them, and you call them in a few days and say, sorry, we moved forward with another candidate.
So like you would...
I haven't hired one yet.
And would you ever anything?
I don't think so. It's just that stuck mindset. I need a growth mindset.
Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I think one of the questions that might start including is something about transgender students that have objective physical evaluation.
Yeah.
If you end up with a student that's non-binary, it's going to be hard to approach that student. That's a good question.
So what's the correct answer to that?
You treat the student with respect, you educate that student, and they get to choose however they want to identify.
I'm going to support him.
Right, and if someone gives the opposite answer and they're in support of, or they're not in support of transgender.
So here you get somebody who's hardcore religious or hardcore conservative, they would probably say something detrimental to the family. I don't think kids didn't have enough knowledge to make decisions.
If people knew that you didn't hire conservatives, though, do you think they would be pissed or
I'm not allowed to ask their political leaders, and they're not allowed to ask me. So it just comes down to the questions. The way I've worded some of my questions, you can't really tell. All the proof is in the answer.
Right.
So that's doing the best I can.
Yeah.
Boland's hiring practices aren't limited to just blocking conservatives from obtaining a job. They go as far as discriminating against Catholics, too.
So have you found that certain religions tend to be more right-wing? What do you mean?
Protestants in this area probably were Catholic.
Oh, so then what do you do with the Catholics if you find out someone is Catholic? So would you ever hire a Catholic then? I agree, but why not?
Because it's just that there's always that through the race so their language. So I have to consider something new, like new opportunity, all these different things.
Here I am holding of Connecticut Law Section 46A 60B, which specifically prohibits discriminatory employment practices. A violation occurs if anyone refuses to hire or employ, quote, because of an individual's race, color, religious creed, age, sex, gender identity, or expression, etc., etc. Now watch as Mr. Boland tells our journalist that he thinks he is above the Connecticut state law and school rules when it comes to potential new hires. He discriminates using religion, politics, and age.
Have you had a lot of right-wingers applying?
No. But I haven't interviewed many because I feel like I'm able to screen it out.
How so?
I need younger. So, because Greenwich pays very well, you get teachers from other districts who've been there for a long time that want to come to Greenwich. But if they're older, I'm not allowed to do that. But I can't tell them I'm not interviewing you because you're older. I just don't interview. So, for one position, we had 30 applicants. So, out of all those applicants, I don't think I interviewed anybody over the age of 30.
Because they would.
A couple of reasons, yeah. Because sometimes the older you get, the more set in your ways, the more conservative you get. Remember that teacher I was talking about before, the 40-year-old? I'll never change that teacher.
You're what?
I'll never be able to change that teacher.
Which one?
The conservative one, who's stuck in her ways. I'll never be able to fire her. I'll never be able to change her. So I make an impact with the next teacher I hire. So my instinct for hiring, I've hired maybe 4 or 5 people. They've been pretty good.
Okay.
So that's where I make my impact.
In Section B5 of Connecticut's statutes, it is against the law to aid, abet, incite, compel, or coerce, or attempt these discriminatory practices. Boland is likely well aware that an educator at a public school cannot indoctrinate students with a political ideology. However, Boland disregards this basic principle and encourages, quote, subtle democratic messaging.
Teaching them how to think. Mm-hmm. That's it. Doesn't matter what they think about it. If they think about it in a logical, progressive way, that becomes their idea.
So you kind of do it onto thinking a more liberal way.
Mm-hmm. I believe the more progressive teachers are actually more savvy about delivering a democratic message
without really ever mentioning politics. It's subtle. They'll never say, oh, this is a liberal or a democratic way of doing this. They'll just make that the norm. And this is how we handle things. It's subtle.
And that's how you get away with it?
That's how you get away with it.
And how do you make sure the parents don't find out?
They can find out, so long as you never mention politics.
You can influence them to almost like be mad at the Supreme Court in a way without telling them to be mad at the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. If 80% of the country is in favor of this law, and yet the Supreme Court just said no, what are you going to do when it comes time to cast your vote, which then has a direct influence on who gets picked for the Supreme Court? We want people that are going to listen to the people. Who listens to the people? Wasn't the conservatives on the Supreme Court? It's little things like that. You hope those little things stick.
Right, which they probably will. And then later down the line, they're going to vote Democrat. And you will have done a great service to our country. So it's like you present everything in a way that's like subconsciously influencing the kids to vote liberal in a way, but it's not doing it in such an explicit way to the really fans can actually get mad at you for it.
All this begs the question, if politics and religion are supposed to be kept out of the classroom, why are these factors used in affecting Boland's hiring decisions at COSCOB? Reporting from Greenwich, Connecticut, this is James O'Keefe with Project Veritas.
See ahead. And so I go and talk to her all the time, and she has been amazing. Like, she really cares and has the power to change things. So I feel like I finally have like an in to get it.
You're an activist. That's cool. It's good. Me too.
But when I started there, I hid my whole life. I felt like a double agent or something.
Yeah.
It's just nice. We don't have to hide our activism outside of school. We don't have to hide who we are. Like, we can bring our whole selves to work and do the important work. So with my role, I give them all the art supplies. I can make posters together. We have people go to every march. They get excused from classes. Or
which marches, like?
So they went to women's rights marches after Trump. They went to all the like gun funds, the March for Our Lives. When it's fun too because if they do march out of school, because sometimes it's a political protest, and so we don't actually give them the grace period, but we do. We don't punish them. But if they do it, then they have to serve detention. And then during detention, we talk about social justice and like do much more education.
It's kind of, it's really, you're giving them an opportunity to be encouraged.
It's like the punishment of detention, but it's not punishment.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Do you encounter any of that here, like parents or staff who are kind of conservative?
Not really. I mean, it's a 300-year-old school. So, I mean, clearly based on, white supremacy. And it was started in Trinity Church, which was like built by slaves, and they're starting to like grapple with the history of their school. But I think people know. I mean, we're not as left as I am, for sure, but it's definitely a school where conservatives would not feel comfortable. So that's kind of good. And I just keep trying to like disrupt whoever I can. And now that I'm in this position, I have so many opportunities to do that.
Norris is confident that her activism would make conservatives uncomfortable. He or she is explaining how she uses her position as the director of student activities to continually push her agenda.
Twice a week I bring in speakers from outside.
Oh, cool.
And so that's been a huge opportunity for me to like just bring things, any social justice issues or just people's experiences, they haven't had them. So it's been really fun.
Do you have to fight with the staff about not letting conservatives speak?
No, I mean, I talked to the principal and I was like, so if I'm running this, like, I'm 100% democratic with the students. I will tell them the options and they are voting. I'm not going to just be like, these are our speakers for the year. Like, I want to make sure the kids are engaged and care. So I do put a lot of it on them, but I said, there are some speakers I am not even going to put on the plate for them. and if that's a problem, I cannot be in charge of that.
Yeah.
And he was like, no. He said, this isn't a time for the, like, both sides. Like, he said, we're not in that place in our society.
I like him. He's your dean, you said?
He's the principal of the high school.
Oh, okay.
So he's not, I want him to be more firm and, like, push back. But if I'm like, this is my line, then he's always like, that is totally fine.
So you guys wouldn't let Republican perspectives on campus? That's crazy. Yeah. Well, you're in charge, so.
I'm in charge as far as
that's good.
They're concerned. Yeah. So if they want to do that, then somebody else has to do it.
But yeah.
It's not on my watch, I guess.
We decided to test the waters to see if Norris would allow for a drag queen story hour with kindergartners, and she told our journalists this.
No, it's funny. My friend Moses, the drag queen. I told him I'm on a date with a teacher, and so I asked her if she'll have me in her school.
Sure.
Would you do it? Are you open to having him talk about his?
I'm friends with all librarians too, so I can see.
But like a drag queen thing?
Absolutely.
You'd be okay. What if he wants money though?
How much money?
You might be able to do $500 or $700.
We have a lower school. It's a K-12 school.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be most effective for like the younger people.
Wants to like read to.
Yeah.
I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, he loves that stuff. I think he wants to get in with him.
And I could talk to the director of libraries.
Okay. Although Trinity School is a private institution, their alumni include New York City Council representatives, attorneys, politicians, corporate executives, and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists. Do we want Norris's hateful rhetoric to influence some of the major institutions of the future? Stay tuned.
I said to put my headset back on here. I think now let's go ahead and jump to. There's another one after this, so let me just bring it up here. We played Trinity, the one in Greenwich. Here's another. So James O'Keefe goes on to. We have the president of Connecticut Educators Association.
Can we just put his YouTube? Yeah, let's put his YouTube on screen. And then we'll pick a couple more of these because I want to show.
There's like a bunch of fallout essentially from that.
Yeah, I want to show the one where he gets interviewed by mainstream media, Connecticut News, and he gives you the whole tape, so you can see like how they do it. There's some like good insights, but it's also like how he handled himself during that interview because it's supposed to be a hit piece.
I think it's this one here, CT Local Channel 3.
And it says like no. See, it won't. See, that would be the end result. I want to show people before the end result and show them the reporting. I want to show them like how they actually produced the report. Yeah. So right after the first one.
Are we looking at this, the secret curriculum part 2?
Well, it was before the part 2, I think, came out though. And it's him outside talking. It's probably the one with the people. See the one that's 8 minutes right there next to the secret curriculum? They're outside.
James O'Keefe, full
unredacted, unedited. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Here we go.
We have not seen the full unedited version. Rather than ask these sorts of questions about me, maybe you should be going and doing what we do and go investigate. I mean, if you guys were doing your job, there wouldn't be a need for Project Veritas and James O'Keefe. All right.
Okay, so James, it looks great to be over the camera, and so are we rolling on the too?
Can I just ask you before we film this if you want, but the characterization on Twitter of the far right activist group.
I'll give you a chance to repeat that.
All right. All right. Fair enough.
Good luck, John. That is the reputation you have.
Okay. I might bring that up. So.
Sure. Okay. So the title, just so I have that up to me from the beginning.
James O'Keefe, Project Veritas.
Okay. James, real quick, talk about the video. What did you see in it?
Well, this was a man who was in front of the Coscop school here, and obviously it's against Connecticut law to discriminate against someone based on their religion or their race. And he makes a statement. He says, "We don't hire Catholics," and he talks about a subtle way of indoctrinating children. It's totally outraged a lot of people here, and I think it's important people see it. I think it's important people understand, who's educating their children, and we have to people to be honest. That's why Project Veritas does the investigative journalism that we do.
What were the I mean, we obviously haven't seen the unedited video.
Okay.
What were the circumstances that led up to this? When was it filmed? Where was it filmed?
Well, it was filmed recently, this summer. I did note your characterization of me as a, quote, far-right activist group. I don't fully understand. I think that's an unfair characterization. We're investigative reporters, and what's great about our journalism is that you can see the people's faces. You can see the people's lips moving, quite unlike many of the tactics used by our media today, where you don't see anyone's lips moving. You don't see the anonymous sources of what they see or the intonation of their voices. You can see this assistant principal's face. You can see him laugh when he says that they don't hire Catholics. In fact, I reached out to him for comment. We'll be putting that video out here shortly. And we have a statement from the superintendent. So I think the characterization by News 12 that we're a far-right activist group is frankly an unfair and unjust characterization of the work that we do.
All right, duly noted. Again, as I mentioned a minute ago, we have not seen the full unedited version.
But no media, including News 12, you guys don't release the full, raw, unedited video. And frankly, sometimes that's to protect sources and methods. Journalists don't reveal the names of their sources most of the time. So it's kind of ironic for you to accuse me of not releasing the full when you don't release
Well, I'm not accusing. I'm just asking because it might add context.
The statement itself is quite ironic, given that you don't release your full reporter's notebook.
Okay, but James,
are you willing to release your full reporter notebook?
But James, in all fairness, we have not been sued for libel multiple
times.
And
I've won every case, including most recently against the New York Times for defamation. We've won every case at summary judgment and jury verdict, which is something that the media selectively edits out of the reporting about us. Why don't you include, that was an invasion of privacy lawsuit in 2009 against me personally, and there's a big difference between reporting someone without their permission and lying about somebody. So we've never settled any lawsuits. We won on directed verdict in North Carolina in the Teeter case. We've won on motion to dismiss in the New York Times defamation lawsuit, and none of these things were included in the reporting on Project Veritas, which is precisely the selective editing that you're accusing me of.
Keep in mind, I'm not accusing them.
Well, it's actually worse than an accusation. It's a statement of fact.
Okay, well, the video is edited. We can agree on that.
So is your journalism.
Okay. So the video is edited.
All journalism is edited in a selective fashion.
My question is, what do we not see in the video?
You've seen everything in context. He said what he said. We stand by our reporting of what Boeing said.
But what question was he responding to?
You see all of those questions in the video, and it's fully in context. And we stand by our reporting the way that any investigative reporter stands by their reporting. And we release more information than any other journalist, and we hold ourselves to a higher standard than any other journalist. And rather than ask these sorts of questions about me, maybe you should be going and doing what we do and go investigate. I mean, if you guys were doing your job, there wouldn't be a need for Project Veritas and James O'Keefe. So
you can respond to the truth because that's the truth. Okay, guys.
So, I respect
the truth. You can speak to him afterwards. This is our time. We booked this in advance, so please let us do our thing. And please,
we just don't like your slant.
Okay, well, I'm asking relevant questions. The school board is going to be asking the same questions. So let me ask you this. Since the school district has announced they're doing a full investigation, will you release the full unedited video to the school board so they can investigate what happened?
Well, I'm not going to compromise my sources or my methods. No journalist in the history of media has ever released their full raw reporter notebooks.
Well,
60 Minutes doesn't do that.
When we're subpoenaed, we do, yes.
And we've won on summary judgment and directed verdict. We continue to win all of these cases when we are sued for libel. We continue to win, and these are not reported by News 12. So my question is, in a world where you guys don't include our victories in court, isn't that selective editing? Isn't
giving you a chance?
And this is my answer
to talk about it right now.
And this is my answer. Isn't it selective editing when the media doesn't include our victories in court in reporting on Project Veritas?
So my question, James, if the school board says we really would like to see the entire conversation, would you be open to sharing that with them, or are you saying that that would be that would violate, your sources confidentiality?
Well, it depends upon the circumstances. I mean, we did a story on NPR where I had to redact a certain segment of that story because a person in Libya was mentioned, and I redacted that, and people accused me of selective editing. So it's a very unjust world. The characterizations of Project Veritas are unfair, but we stand by our journalism, and what we've released should be enough. You should be asking these questions of the assistant principal. You should be applying as much heat on the school, because like I said, we're just doing the job that needs to be done, that the media should be doing.
Well, we're asking a very tough question. And I appreciate you taking the time to actually come here and answer them. A lot of people wouldn't do that. What do you hope happens? What do you hope is the result?
I hope people understand what's really going on. I want the principal and the superintendent to be honest about what they're actually doing. That's my goal. My goal is honesty and transparency, not deception. So if they actually, if what the assistant principal said is that what he actually does, then he should just be honest. Scream it from the rooftops. We don't hire Catholics. We don't hire Christians. We lie about our curriculum. Say what he said, but say it openly. Don't hide it. And the other thing about releasing the raw is I'm not sure that would satisfy you or the school board if I released the raw. If I did, they'll say, well, I don't believe you. Really, no matter what we do, no matter what we do is enough for our critics. They will always be skeptical and engage in the sort of conspiracy theories. The man is on tape. He said what he said. We stand by our journalism. We've litigated at Project Veritas all of our cases, and we don't lose in court.
Shouldn't he be fired?
That's up for the people of Connecticut. It's up to them. I'm a journalist just like you. I released the information, and the people need to decide. They need to make their own decisions.
Okay. Anything else that you want to add that we did not touch on?
Yes, we spoke with the assistant principal yesterday in Port Chester, New York. We're going to be releasing that, and we have another tape coming out tomorrow.
So was this something where you went to his home and confronted him?
It was in a public place. Okay. It was in a parking lot in Port Chester, New York.
Okay. Can you give us a preview of what he told you?
Yeah, he said, I shouldn't be doing this. He told me that he spoke privately, but he did not deny what he said. He just said, I recorded him privately. And to that I said, well, whether it was private or not, did you do it? Did you do what you said? And then he said he's not going to talk to me, and he walked away.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Thank you. All right.
I know it's a tough interview. I do appreciate your time.
Well, I love tough interviews.
No, I know you do. But good job. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, so now you got to see how the news is made. That's the sausage. Let's see what the sausage looks like in the casing. Let's go to the News 12 report, which Project Veritas also has on their uploads. And then after we play the News 12 report, spoiler alert, I think the only thing out of that whole interview that makes the News 12 report is him saying they stand behind their reporting. So just an idea of how much they talked to him, 7 minutes? And they're going to use like 3 seconds of it, and they call News 12. They call that reporting. So I want to see the News 12 output of that interview, and then I want to see the confrontation in the restaurant where they go to see the vice principal and let him know he was on candid camera. Because I think there's also some interesting, because he calls the police on him, and then the police are kicking out the journalists and threaten to arrest the journalists. It's a really interesting situation brought to us by Project Veritas. So we'll check out News 12's output. Then let's go to the reveal of the vice principal.
Well, new this afternoon, the first selectman of Greenwich is reacting after a video released by the activist group Project Veritas that shows the assistant principal of Coscob Elementary School appearing to push a progressive agenda in his hiring. Jeremy Boland was recorded by the group talking about what he wants from teachers.
Teaching them how to think. That's it. Doesn't matter what they think about it. If they think about it in a logical, progressive way, that becomes their habit.
So you kind of like gear them to think in a more liberal way.
Believe me, the more progressive teachers are actually more savvy
about delivering a democratic message without really ever mentioning politics.
Well, Greenwich First Selectman Fred Camillo tweeted about the videos saying, quote, "The Veritas video just released, and I see no reason to suspect it is not accurate. It's shameful and needs a full investigation into not only this administrator, but the damage caused to applicants, past and present. Our kids deserve better." Well, Boland is also seen in the video saying that he only hires young teachers and does not hire teachers that he believes to be Catholic. Well, late last evening, we were made aware of a video that had gone viral with a current administrator from Cos Cob School. Now, we intend to do a full investigation, and until that time, we will not make any public statements. We ask that you respect the investigation process during this time. We do not, however, support any opinions that promote discriminatory hiring practices based on race, religion, gender, or age in any way. And we want to remind our entire community that our curriculum policies and procedures are strictly enforced by our board. Well, the school system also says that they will have an update later today on Boland's employment status, and we'll have much more on this story coming up at 5 o'clock on News.
It is the video that has parents in Greenwich and around the nation talking tonight. Take a look. A school administrator caught on hidden camera saying he doesn't hire conservatives or Catholics. Now, this video secretly recorded by the conservative website Project Veritas. News 12 Connecticut's John Craven is at Cos Cob School in Greenwich, where that assistant principal is now on leave. John?
Well, Eric, classes begin here tomorrow. You can even see that the kids put out a welcome back sign. But their assistant principal, he will not be with them tomorrow after this video went viral. This hidden camera video shows a Greenwich school administrator making stunning statements about who he hires.
So then what do you do as a Catholic if you find out someone is Catholic and
And why he hires them.
Hopefully more progressive teachers are actually more savvy about delivering a democratic message without really ever mentioning politics.
Jeremy Boland is the assistant principal at Cos Cob School. The edited video was posted last night by Project Veritas, a group specializing in hidden camera stings. What do we not see in the video? Well, you've seen everything in context. He said what he said. We stand by our reporting. In a statement, Greenwich's superintendent said, "We intend to do a full investigation, and until that time, we will not make any public statements. We do not, however, support any opinions that promote discriminatory hiring practices based on race, religion, gender, or age in any way."
People talk about this diversity and inclusion all the time. I feel excluded as a result of what he did.
Project Veritas has its own controversies. The group recently paid for the rights to a diary stolen from President Biden's daughter, Ashley. The group has also faced lawsuits over its videos. And I've won every case, including most recently against the New York Times for defamation. Greenwich's first selectman is hiring an outside attorney to investigate.
We want it to be a totally independent investigation to see if this is pervasive and how far it goes up, how wide it is.
One former school board member says it's the right move.
It's not just a rogue administrator. If you're around Greenwich Public Schools, you know that this culture exists inside the system.
Well, this video is already turning into a political issue as well. Leora Levy, the Republican running for U.S. Senate, is holding a rally here this evening. We'll have more on that starting tonight at 7 in Greenwich. John Craven, News 12, Connecticut.
How they misrepresent James O'Keefe and the Ashley Biden situation, the Ashley Biden diary. The fact that they weren't actually going to go live with it because they actually didn't believe it was authentic. They left that out, and we call these neglected aspect fallacies.
He tried to give it to the FBI. He tried to give it back.
I know. I mean, that is an unbelievable mischaracter. I mean, that's just completely deceptive. Well, you can see that's the juxtaposition, right? So James O'Keefe, it's so easy for him. I mean, they set themselves up for this sort of nonsense, right? For him to be able to be like, well, you're claiming that, I edited my stuff. Yeah, I'm going to release this unedited footage of this interview with me, and we'll see how you guys edit it later on. And they actually went and did it. I mean, they centered this entire thing around what is not being said, trying to state that he's committing the fallacy of excerpt lifting or quoting out of context is another name for it. Decontextualizing what happened in regards to his investigative journalism. That's what at least the Channel 12 news reporter is attempting to do. And James O'Keefe is much too smart. He's been through that before, so he knows how to handle himself and did so quite well. But nonetheless, it's unbelievable just how conspicuously deceptive at this point. I mean, they're not. It's pretty abrasive. We've been knowing about this for a long time, but seeing it. The point is, they want to talk about systemic this, that. This is systemic. This philosophy of hyper progressive cultural Marxist, Frankfurt School sort of driven agenda is rife within all institutions, whether we're talking about private boarding schools, parochial schools, and Catholic schools, and public schools. It's all over. So the complete indoctrination of children. I mean, I'm sorry if you're trying to find a school for your child, you really have to search for something way alternative outside the normal curriculum that is foisted upon them by the state. So, is there any more? Do you want to continue down the line as far as what's? You want to see the confrontation? That next one, okay. Do we have that up, Justin, or let me see if we can find that for you. Confrontation.
We're talking about some confrontation. I got the News 12 follow-up coverage on the employment status that we just watched.
You want where Veritas goes into the restaurant and gets the vice principal. It should be the next video on his Project Veritas page.
Okay.
Got it. Coming up.
Little glitch there. Should be coming up in a second here, everyone. Let's see. I mean, I have a section here. I think I have it in the show card itself. President of Connecticut educator warns, that's leaked email. Legislator call for investigations. Let me see if I can find it here. The one where he reads the email. I'm not finding the confrontation. Go ahead for now. Just play the leaked email. When we'll try to, in that time frame, try to find the confrontation video.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I'm looking
that
here.
would. Yeah, I'm not finding it either. So
okay.
Let me. I need to buy some time. So play that one. I just posted in production chat, and we'll try to find the confrontation.
Oh, maybe she saw it was Project Veritas. Oops.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Kate Diaz, President of the Connecticut Education Association. Please leave a message after the tone, or feel free to text me on this number for a quicker reply.
Wow, these people, these education officials are just evil. Alert your members that Veritas in its state and lurking around. Keep meetings closed. See, they're so afraid of being caught.
No, they know they're caught.
What is this, a press release?
It's an email.
Oh, it's an internal email.
Insider.
So this is someone inside the Education Association that sent this to us.
They sent it to us,
okay.
exactly.
Keep meetings closed. This is, well, that's ironic. And ensure your members are the only people present. Remind members that they could be the next victim of a hit piece if they aren't fully aware of who they make comments to and what they say. They're afraid of everyone. They're not going to want to talk to their own mother. It's time to double down on caution. You can take the I'm not afraid of anything because I got nothing to hide mindset, or we double down on caution. I would not comment on the Greenwich video at all. We know that Veritas uses this tactic to trap educators and union members into making incriminating statements. I don't trap anybody to do anything. Don't feed the beast. because we're a beast that needs feeding. Look at this newsroom. We're a beast. It's a beast that needs feeding. Let me know if you have any questions. Talk soon, Kate. Yeah, Kate, I have a question. Would you have preferred that I not release this video? Would you have preferred the public not know what this man said? Is that your preference? Because do you have any idea how bad that this makes you look? The Washington Post likes to say democracy dies in darkness. Well, that's evidently what you're advocating, because you need to be cautious, not have anybody know what's going on. And now, Kate Diaz, your private message, which was given to us by someone close to you, that private message is now all over the internet. So why don't you do the right thing for a change instead of trying to keep secrets and lock the doors in darkness? Why not just do the right thing? It's so much easier than having to live by lies.
This needs to stop. This needs to stop.
Why does it need to stop?
I'm telling you, it needs to stop.
What are you going to do?
Yes. Don't go in there. Because if you trespass, you're going to get locked up.
We're going to get locked up. Threatening to put us in jail. We will be reaching out to this police station for comment for threatening to jail journalists for asking questions. Hi, you Jeremy Bolin?
I am.
Assistant Principal, COSCOP.
How do we know this?
We know this because you're caught in a hidden camera video saying that you don't hire Catholics. Is it ethical to discriminate against people due to their religion?
This needs to stop.
This violates Connecticut law.
This needs to stop right now.
Statute for, I'm sorry?
This needs to stop.
Why does it need to stop?
I'm telling you, it needs to stop.
What are you going to do?
Why do I have to do anything? It needs to stop.
Well, I'm a journalist. I'm asking questions. So you want me to stop asking questions?
I didn't agree to this.
Well, you agreed to speak to this individual and tell her that you don't hire Catholics. It's a private conversation, so is it true that what you said, you don't hire Catholics?
Do I need to walk out?
I'm going to walk with you. So he said it's a private conversation. A private conversation. Let's take a look here. So what you do for Catholics, we're journalists, we're doing a story.
You don't hire
Veritas. You don't, he's a principal at Greenwich schools and he's saying you don't hire people based upon their religion.
Oh, expose them.
So we're exposing them.
I don't know what this is, but you guys aren't allowed to.
Jeremy Bolin, assistant principal.
Outside, please. Thank you. Outside.
We're going to wait outside for Jeremy Bolin. He's at the bar. He said it was a private conversation, but he did not deny what he said. The police have showed up here, so we're having a situation. Here we go. There are 3 police officers that have showed up to I don't know why they're calling the police on journalists asking questions. Maybe they're here to arrest the assistant principal after he was caught on tape violating Connecticut statute Title 46A 60B.
So then what do you do as a Catholic if you find out someone is Catholic?
James O'Keefe, may I ask why you guys are here?
Because she requested a phone.
I'm sorry? Do you guys usually show up to journalists' news cameras? Do you guys usually do that? Do you usually show up? I mean, because we're here, we're doing a news story, and we asked a guy a question. Now 3 police officers here. Do you guys do this at News 12 Westchester? Do you guys show up and? Yeah, we're doing a investigative news report about this gentleman on tape. And he's saying that they discriminate against Catholics. We don't hire people of faith.
This is just that there's always that within the race
And this is an investigative journalist report that we've done, and we're just here to ask him a question.
Well, he doesn't want to be contacted by you guys.
Can we stand there? May we stand there?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Come on, guys, let's stand on public property. Why are you filming me? I guess we have a person who's not a fan of Project Veritas here. That's fine.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Well,
all your cameras and microphones, you said she's the manager. Don't go in there. Because if you trespass, you're going to get locked up.
and I'm pretty sure you're going to be on the news as well.
We're going to get locked up.
Right. If you trespass, yes.
We have not trespassed. We're staying on public property.
Okay?
You're not allowed to legally do any photography without our permission. So inside this business.
How about this parking lot?
You're no longer accepted in there.
So how can I walk without, sir? Threatened to put us in jail. We will be reaching out to this police station for comment for threatening to jail journalists for asking questions. May I walk into the parking lot?
You know whatever you want, as long as you don't break the law.
Is the parking lot
This is public. You can use this as long as you don't break the law.
How about a parking lot? Is that public? Police officer has said if I, quote, block traffic, then I will be arrested. I have deduced that me trying to talk to this man in front of his car will be interpreted by that officer as blocking traffic, and they'll put me in jail if I ask questions. So, this is America, to quote Gambino.
They escort Jeremy Boland. How ridiculous is this? So Senna just shared this with us. Shout out to Senna. This is back from December 19th, 2020, New York Post article. Uproar at New York City's posh Dalton School after faculty issues 8-page anti-racism manifesto. And apparently this actual manifesto is, well, the definition of racism. It's pretty insane, but let's get into this a little bit. And the reason why this is important is it shows it's, a lot of people believe these private boarding schools, like I mentioned, these private schools, parochial schools as well and whatnot, are sort of insulated from this sort of nonsense. And no, this has been going on. This is during COVID, December 2020.
Let's set the stage for that.
Sure.
What is the Dalton School? How is it mentioned in pop culture, for instance, right? It's mentioned in the movie American Psycho, right? The Dalton School. Also, Epstein taught there. Didn't Epstein teach at the Dalton School? Pretty sure.
I think let's check. Dalton School plus Epstein. Let's do that real quick.
And if memory serves, it was one of the attorney generals recently. His dad
worked correct
at that school and hired Epstein, I thought.
Jeffrey Epstein taught at Dalton. His behavior was noticed. Some students at the esteemed Manhattan Prep School recall that Mr. Epstein, now in charge of sex trafficking, was willing to violate norms in his encounters with girls. This is a New York Times article. I'll do the archive later. I don't know if we need to read this. That's when there's an NPR article. I mean, it's the same. Young Jeffrey Epstein made an impression on his high school students. Read this here. It's NPR. Most former Dalton school students agree on at least one thing. Jeffrey Epstein was charismatic. So they goes into, again, Dalton School.
So he was in there grooming young women.
Correct.
And it
young
was
underage
Epstein
women,
girls. Or is that a Dalton thing? Because they're still doing it. Epstein's dead. They're still doing it because that's what the story you're reading's about, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So was it Epstein was the bad seed at Dalton, or did he get hired because he's a bad seed and that's what Dalton does?
It's a great question.
It's a question.
If I recall
Definitely
correctly,
a question.
Bill Barr's father was head of the Dalton School prior to Epstein's hiring, but did not hire
participate. Right. Okay. Thank you.
I want to check on that.
Your answer sounds more accurate. So I like your answer. Thank you for the correction, LD.
So
go ahead with the article.
Sure, yeah. Just to give context, the Dalton School, which boasts stars Anderson Cooper, Christian Slater, and Claire Danes as alumni, is wrestling with 8 pages of quote-unquote proposals to overhaul the staffing, curriculum, and treatment of Black students. Yearly tuition for grades K through 12 at the Upper East Side institution is $54,180 a year. The proposals, first reported this week by the Naked Dollar blog, grew out of the George Floyd police brutality, yada, yada, yada. So let's go down to, here's the wide-ranging faculty demands. Here are the demands. Hiring 12 full-time diversity officers and multiple psychologists to support students, quote, coping with race-based traumatic stress, end quote. Assigning a staffer dedicated to Black students who have complaints of, assigning a staffer dedicated to Black students who have, quote, complaints or face disciplinary action, end quote, and a full-time advocate to help Black kids, quote, navigate a predominantly white institution, end quote. Paying the student debt of Black staffers upon hiring. That's crazy. Paying the student debt of Black staffers upon hiring them just because they're Black. Wow. So that you can see how, anti-racism is racism. We talked about that last week with semantics. Yeah. requiring courses that focus on Black liberation and challenges to white supremacy, compensating any student of color who appears in Dalton promotional material, abolishing high-level academic courses by 2023. Wow, that's the what's the term? The soft bigotry of low expectations. It's all bigotry. It's all racism of low expectations. That's what it is. Abolishing high-level academic courses by 2023 if the performance of Black students is not on par with non-Blacks. Requiring anti-racism statements from all staff. This is insane. Overhauling the entire curriculum, reading lists and student plays to reflect diversity and social justice themes, divesting from companies that quote unquote criminalize or dehumanize Black people, including private prisons and tech firms that manufacture police equipment or weapons.
So the Dalton School in New York is probably not too far from what you just heard in Project Veritas about the Trinity School.
You got it.
These things are kind of ongoing and they're going on more than one place, which is why it's interesting to see that Veritas report snowball to the point where now you get other places like, whoa, have we been got? You guys got to stay off Tinder. Whatever app they're using, they're doing. They're booking them, Dano.
Stay away from the swipes,
right? I don't know.
According to the New York Times, July 12, 2019, they said it's unclear whether Mr. Barr hired Mr. Epstein during that time. He was,
anytime they say it's
headmaster.
unclear, I don't trust them.
Yeah,
I think it probably is clear, and they're not telling us.
Muddying the waters a little bit with the terminology, a little amphibly style.
They could say something like, while it is possible, there's no evidence to that effect, but they don't say that.
That's how it should be stated or framed.
Right.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Though it has been alleged from many sources, there is no evidence to that effect. Something like that with more certainty. That would be called investigative journalism. They'd be doing their job. When they're like, don't know. Don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised because if you frame it that way, that would actually give other journalists the impetus to go research and see, well, let's find that evidence. But if you don't frame it that way and all of a sudden no one's asking any questions, how convenient.
Yeah. So I don't know. Is it coincidental? Because Barr was Attorney General when Epstein didn't hang himself, right?
That's right.
So that would be interesting. And they probably would want to obscure any connections to that. So we might have to use a little Wayback Machine. There might be Epstein biography. There might be an Epstein biographer out there who's already answered the question in one of their books. I haven't read any of the books on Epstein, really. But maybe
that's a good point. That's possible.
Doesn't Whitney Webb have new books out? We'll check into that while we get to these other clips. All right, so wrapping up Project Veritas, there's a whole bunch more clips. And the reason why Control Room's all befuddled is there's like 20 or 30 clips just on that one story. And so we had to decipher that, but we did it. We brought you the clips. So you saw the original, you saw how the news would cover it. You saw the vice principal calling the police and having a police escort out while journalism is threatened with jail. So I think that's a good slice of American life here in 2022. I don't think things like that would have happened a couple of decades ago. People would have been more up in arms, and probably people in the bar would have been like, yeah, let's see what he says. But now it's all like, please leave, you're trespassing. And when do you know you're trespassing? I guess when they ask you to leave, because otherwise it's a place open for business, and O'Keefe probably had a beer while he's waiting for the guy.
Yeah, you probably patronized it in some fashion, actually provided money. Yeah, that's a good point.
Like if you're a journalist, the easiest thing to do in that place is go in and become a customer. You got an open tab. They can't just have you leave. You're going to have to pay out and tip and stuff. So there'd be a process. Whereas maybe O'Keefe didn't. I don't know. We'll see in his next video.
Agree with the sort of the milieu, if you will. If you juxtapose like 1980s, 1990s versus now in our digital age, the millennial generation, whatnot. I mean, you think about it. Did anyone seem interested? If anything, instantly the manager comes over. There's no anyone backing him up. Now, granted, it is a little.
Well, I was wondering if one of those cops was going to be Catholic when he said, "Hey, this guy, says he doesn't hire Catholics," and
no one actually questioned. I guess the point is inside there when he says, "Look, they're having this discriminatory policies in regards to hiring." No one is interested. Seemingly, they just want him out, no one. People are just tuning off and going to whatever they're doing. Right? That's sort of the scary thing.
Like hypnotized people, just saying, "Get out of here, we're hypnotized."
Yeah,
we won't want to go back to the hypnotism.
You got it.
Yeah. Whereas O'Keefe seems to have a fertile mind. He asks a lot of questions. and he's a force to be reckoned with. You know,
he's done a lot of interesting work over the past couple of years, that's for sure. And hey, look, if they defend themselves, as he points out, won all those libel lawsuits, and I know some of the journalistic techniques are unseemly, but then again, he can throw that back out.
Isn't a lot of what mainstream media does unseemly?
That's
I mean, I've never seen
O'Keefe
run a fake story that gets 500,000 kids killed in Iraq, but I have seen the major news networks that everyone loves do that.
And that's what he accused that journalist. It's like you edit as well, you know. So he's pointing out the hypocrisy, right, all the time, because he has to. That's the way he defends himself. And quite frankly, we all know this. Sort of people who have been paying attention to geopolitics, culture, philosophy, you know, what's going on in regards to our world at all, with an open mind, are aware that this is going on. Especially over COVID lockdowns, parents became conspicuously aware of what their children are being taught just in a public school. So this isn't outside the norms of what we're experiencing.
Well, there was no TikTok before COVID, was there?
No, not that I'm familiar with. No, not that I don't believe so. And I think that's so it's I don't know. We're kind of in that state where. What are you looking for?
Oh, I was looking for the Biden New World Order. Biden wrote an article called "How I Came to Love the New World Order." I was looking in the history blueprint. I must not have added it because I don't even think I put Joseph Robinette. What's his name again? Oh, Biden. Dark Brandon, aka Dark Brandon. I didn't put him in the history blueprint. I mean, Joe Biden, the senator's probably in there, but I haven't updated such things. So, 1991, Joseph Biden wrote a piece for Wall Street Journal called "How I Came to Love the New World Order." It's now on screen for your viewing pleasure. You can look it up for yourself. You can find out it really exists. I similarly have a highlighted copy because he's got some United Nations globalist talk that he's doing in there. And he's talking about the New World Order. And now he's president. And now he's doing, these caricature-esque, bad guy from the 30s, fascist, either Mussolini or Hitler-esque type of scenery, using military in the shadows and calling half of America extremist terrorists and these sort of things, saying it's the soul of America is in jeopardy. I just thought we should let's bookend it with
explore that.
Where is this guy coming from over the past 30, 40 years, right? How does he have the power to have the Hunter Biden laptop covered up? I mean, I think that says something about, he must know where some bodies are buried, or he must have been on some dealings with some other very powerful people who happen to use him as a proxy in his later years for their agenda, right? So I wanted to get into this story of our Civil Wartime president, and I wanted to show the footage, for instance, let's set the stage. Biden did a campaign speech using White House resources and taxpayer dollars during prime time in front of one of America's shrines to liberty and defaced it with a political theater that involves red lights in a way that you've never seen in any type of American amphitheater. And the Dark Brandon meme that the left is trying to carry off, like he's edgy. Oh, he's this. No, he looks like a lost man at the end of it when he talks into the microphone and it doesn't work. So I also thought maybe the station I was watching it on was messing with the color and it's not really red background and they're just making it like that. But if you watch the whole footage, at the beginning, those lights are white. And it looks like a nice setup.
Because
and
the reason why that is
out, they change the mood.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's on purpose. That's not accidental. These people have spent a lot of time doing this setup.
You got it.
And that is definitely a message to be received. Now, before we can go to the Dark Brandon speech this week, there was also an FBI leak of photos from Mar-a-Lago of confidential, top secret document type things. And they're just scattered all over the floor. And it's definitely a press op. It's definitely a psychological warfare photograph. And control room, if you can find such photograph while I'm talking about it, that'd be wonderful. So you got this money shot that somebody has arranged with, yellow covers and red covers and top secret, classifications. And in the corner of the picture, there's a Time magazine. And I want to focus on the Time magazine, not the classified documents, which, if they were truly classified, the FBI wouldn't be taking pictures and leaking them out there, would they? Okay. So let's just start there. Secondly, president can declassify anything he wants to, and if the folders didn't get changed, so be it. Doesn't mean it's not classified. So now you can see on screen the photo that they leaked this week, at least the most popular photo. Is that what's on screen? Because it's too small for me to see over here.
Yeah, it's the Washington Post.
All right, so now
Washington Post.
Over on the right-hand side in that box, you see that Time magazine cover, LD?
Yes.
All right. So that Time magazine cover, if we look that up, it is Donald Trump in the White House. It's a cartoon. It's Donald Trump in the White House, and it's all the Democrats in the panes of the window, and they're like, knock, 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 right? Like they're trying to get into the White House, and he's there. They're trying to break into his house. They're trying to break in his house, like knock, 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 raid with 30 FBI agents and, all the stuff they just did, right? So it was like them calling their shot on the cover of the magazine, and then when they brought it to fruition,
revelation of the craft. And
then when they brought it to fruition, they stuck that in there to be like, haha, we got you. And I think that's first off, my problem with CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, most of those channels is that they play their audiences for stupid people.
Oh yeah.
They play
100%.
their audiences for stupid people. They tell their audiences a bunch of stuff that you could easily look up and see that's not true, but they play their audiences as stupid people. And a lot of those audiences, unfortunately, downgrade their mentality to play into it.
And
but
that's
they
the
could easily
cybernetic
go right
ideal.
back up.
That's how
Any
cybernetics
one of
works.
those people in that audience at any time can go boop, boop, boop. I got a question.
Feedback.
Is that a real Time magazine cover? Yes. Is that a real photo leaked by the FBI? Yes. Is that Time magazine cover in that photo? Yes. Were those files like that on Trump's floor? No. They arranged those specifically to leak the photo to make people think that Trump is carelessly just leaving Americans' top secret, the crown jewels, just all over the floor at his house, where Secret Service is guarding all that stuff anyway. But he doesn't keep his office like that. And there's numerous people who've been to his office and testify. That's not how it looks. It's a staged photo. Is this the first time that they've staged photos and released it? What else have they staged photos in history? All right. So we don't have to get off on that tangent.
I was right about the
That could be a long.
There's an interesting, there's a lot of speculation on how much, on certain topics, but
yeah, you can go back to JFK's mortician photos, and if you know what mortician's
we
wax
can go back
is, you'll have
farther
a
than
whole lot
that.
of fun looking at the official photos. Go ahead with that. Yeah. So anyway,
there's a lot of I just can't talk. Yeah, you got it.
Right. So that FBI photo is psychological warfare, which is political, being conducted against a specific group in the population, and that's the same group that Biden is pointing toward, right? So I would think one might be connected to each other because it's the same administration, same Justice Department doing both things.
The fact that they're this bold, I mean, I guess one can argue that it's just, happens to be sort of nature's wink of synchronicity in regards to it being in that photo. But, if someone is willing to dare that this might be a little bit more staged in regards to what that is trying to represent, would understand that this is the mentality, potentially, of those in power, that they recognize they're in power. They are enjoying their power, and they're flaunting it.
Yeah.
They're flaunting it in front of you and us and all of us. That's a message. That's sending a message, a subtle message, but one nonetheless. It's assuming that it was staged in that regard. Assuming that's
the other message that comes through and through. And there's a reason for this. You're about to hear it in the Dark Brandon speech, but he's going to say the word democracy a whole lot. Yeah. And I know you might think it's because of his dementia, but it's because he doesn't understand. It's a constitutional republic. Now, Democrats want a democracy because that's two wolves and a sheep voting on who's for dinner. For some reason, they want to play that game. Republicans want a republic, a constitutional republic based on the Constitution.
Tyranny of majority rule.
Biden says Trump's followers don't like the Constitution and that his side does. So his whole argument is convoluted. Every
Semantics
sentence doesn't make sense. I don't know who wrote his script, Or like, I don't need to know how they got him to read it because that's what the pharmaceutical companies do. But I want to know like who wrote this discombobulated speech. At one point they're like, America's great and we need to do these things, and it's like half of America sucks and we need to like go get them. And I was very confused, but not so confused. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm confused by like these people think they're getting one over on half of America with these words, and like I don't think that's going to work. So as they lift the veil on their agenda,
spelling out their reality.
Well, it's them lifting the veil on their agenda, thinking it's okay to come out with all this stuff, and
that
type of totalitarian despotism. Everybody loses. Those people that are backing it, they don't understand history. There are no winners to that. It's a like clean start afterwards. It's like you just start over.
Yeah,
it's like after the Civil War, both sides were decimated.
That's correct.
Like nobody won the American Civil War. Everybody lost generations of people and resources and all this stuff. But the people who put both sides in debt to go fight, they win all the time. It's a rigged game.
Same with World War I, World War II.
Yes.
And we can go with Korea,
and there's
Vietnam,
an ominous continuity of the families involved.
First Gulf War. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
That's right. Yeah, there is. There's quite literally, and really, what Matt was talking about earlier is an oligarchy. There's a philosophy of oligarchy that has manifested itself at different times and different periods in history, and that there's this unfortunate convection chain of causality. I think it's the word or a phrase you'd use at times that relates to what we're experiencing today in regards to the multinational corporations propping up a sort of Anglo-American eugenics establishment and foisting that and perpetuating it hegemonically across the world, and they're doing so through these roundtable organizations that are, that have embraced and embodied these ideals, but they're weaponizing it in a different way. They're weaponizing it through climate, right? They're weaponizing it through eating bugs. They're weaponizing it through
food scarcity, energy
culture,
scarcity, all these things.
Don't have children, don't have families. It's weird. It's the way in which they're trying to propagate it, propagandize it, the PR spin. That's the key. So it's like we get it in a different form, right? We get it as though it's processed by the ad council. We mentioned a little bit earlier in regards to Smokey the Bear, or we can then see what they really said as far as like the philosophical dissertation going back decades and what they really mean by what climate change means, or mRNA, new platform, new gene therapy technologies, what that actually means, and so forth and so on. And there's a clear agenda. That's why you get people like Yuval Noah Harari, who seem to be saying the same thing that I'm sure that Alexander the Great convinced himself as being a divine right of kings. So he moved into Persia. He adopted the worst elements of Persian kingship in regards to the belief that they are divinely ordained to rule, and that idea of the sun never sets on the east and the west. I mean, it wasn't just the British Empire sort of thing. That goes to the Holy Roman Empire and the Roman Empire.
Since you brought up the mRNA, there's a clip I want to go to later after we cover Dark Brandon, but it was in the production chat, and it was the origami video where they showed the self-replicating machines that insert into DNA that they made.
And that was
there was a time code. It was a couple days ago.
Okay,
I tagged you in it, but I'll just have Justin play it after Dark Brandon. So let's wade into the Dark Brandon. I don't want to watch the whole speech because like it doesn't need to be on the record. But Dan Dix did a good analysis of it, and he's Canadian, so he's not like right or left. So I was trying to look for some perspectives that don't hold an American political agenda. So Sky News from Australia or Dan Dix did it. Let's go with Dan Dix's report from Press for Truth if you have it there, Justin. Yeah. And yeah, he did a good analysis of it. And like I said, he's not all Trump derangement syndrome.
It's too above
Trump.
It's my bad, man. It's too above the Dark Brandon. Here, I'll highlight it there for you, Just.
Press for Truth. Wonderful.
Yeah, there we go.
Pressfortruth.ca.
Du jetzt deine Stimme ab. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich eingetreten bin.
Meet the new boss, folks. Same as the old boss. He is still a part of this new world order system, whether he realizes this or not. Whatever Donald Trump is doing at this point is being allowed to happen. He didn't just slip by the oligarchs because of his charm and his money and his reality TV fame. You can expect some superficial differences to give the illusion of draining the swamp. Guys, let's face it. At this stage in the game, these elections are more choreographed than a ballet. And now just because Donald Trump is in the runnings doesn't change the fact that these elections are very, very much so controlled. At the end of the day, the deep state runs America, and if Trump were not in on this, he would either be ignored or killed by now. Trump is no threat to the deep state establishment. He's essentially the Barack Obama of the Republicans. Just a useful celebrity in order to make you think that your voice matters. This is Dan Dix here reporting for Press for Truth, and as you can tell by that little intro, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden has recently gave a speech that is eerily reminiscent of the days of fascism. I mean, he's ranting and shaking his fists with this ominous background filled with military men and red lights, and as he speaks about healing the soul of the nation, he seems to be invoking the spirit of Hitler. And remarkably, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag pedo Hitler is trending on Twitter right now. Here it is. Look at this. Hashtag pedo Twitter trending along with Biden and MAGA. So that is certainly something that is good to see. But you may have also noticed, folks, from my intro there, a little montage that I put together of just a few clips from when I've been covering this right from the very beginning of Donald Trump's campaign, trying to explain the fact that democracy is the illusion of choice, and this man is controlled opposition. Whether or not he realizes the extent to which he is being used, the deep state is certainly allowing this man to be in this position. That's what I've been saying from day one, and that's what I'm going to continue to try to explain to you guys as we are now seeing Biden talk about Trump, because I believe Trump is the deep state's pick to run in 2024. And this is why I made these videos a few years back, guys, which is incredibly important to understand the democracy deception, where I really break it down and explain to you how the illusion of choice works. But then more importantly, I followed it up with the democracy deception part 2. What's the alternative? So this is really the crux of what we need to talk about today. So we are going to get into that, guys, but we're also going to take a quick look at this. Biden attacks Trump, MAGA Republicans as a threat to democracy in blistering speech. We'll also take a look at Trump's response. He says he must be insane or suffering from late-stage dementia. Trump slams Biden after awkward and angry Philadelphia speech and calls on someone to explain MAGA to him slowly but passionately. So we're going to look at all of that, guys, in today's video and much, much more. But really quickly, before we do, if you appreciate my efforts to bring you this info, I'd ask you to check me out here at pressfortruth.ca/donate. Here you can do a one-time donation with PayPal by clicking there. You can do a one-time contribution with Bitcoin by clicking there, or other cryptocurrencies here. You can join me on Subscribestar by clicking on that banner there. It's a great Patreon alternative since I have been kicked off of Patreon. You can also do so here for a monthly reoccurring contribution. Any amount is greatly appreciated, guys. You can also do an e-transfer to dan@pressfortruth.ca, or if you like to keep things old school, you can send stuff to my P.O. box, guys. Links for all of this is located in the description below. Once again, thank you so much to anyone who does take the time and effort to contribute to my efforts here today. All right, let's start with this, guys. Joe Biden desperately chose the satanic-looking backdrop for his speech tonight. He is truly an evil man. You don't have to dig too deep to know this. Just look at how Hunter Biden turned out. Read Ashley Biden's diary entries about him taking showers with her, hashtag pedo Hitler. And indeed, this is all very true. I've been trying to raise awareness about that over the years as well. There was this one not too long ago, just a few months ago, I put out, this is the stuff that they don't want you to see, showing how Hunter Biden's laptop expose is really showing how he and his father are pedophiles. And I also covered this. James O'Keefe raided by the FBI over Biden daughter's diary. And indeed, just like this guy says, just take a look at his daughter's diary entry. and you'll see her talking about him taking showers with her. And we're talking about inappropriate showers with his daughter at a clearly inappropriate age. This is why the FBI was so adamant about keeping that from the public and raiding James O'Keefe to try to get their hands on the diary. And it's funny, Twitter is actually censoring this whole hashtag pedo Hitler right now. In fact, I bet you if I refresh this, because earlier it was like #2 trend, along with MAGA and Biden. And look, I'll refresh it now. It's nowhere to be seen. Let's just give this a try. Look, Biden, Rings of Power, Label Day. It's nowhere to be seen anymore. And it's just impossible. It was #2 like an hour ago, and it's not even showing up here. So they're clearly trying to hide this whole pedo Hitler phenomenon, which is taking off, and rightly so. The man's being exposed time and time again. So we need to continue to do that. But let's take a look at specifically what he said in this speech that has so many people upset, and we're going to be hearing about this right on up to the midterm elections. President Joe Biden accused former President Donald Trump and his supporters of promoting an extreme ideology that threatens democracy in rare primetime remarks Thursday as he stepped up attacks on conservatives ahead of midterm elections. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Well, that's true to a great deal, but that's largely because of the policies that have been set forth by the powers that ought not to be, who are controlling this little puppet right here. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic, Biden said in a speech from the Independence National Historic Park in Philadelphia. He accused so-called MAGA Republicans, a reference to Trump's Make America Great Again slogan, of refusing to recognize free and fair elections, increasingly talking about violence in response to actions they don't like, and of being determined to thwart the will of the people. Isn't it funny how they kind of talk about other people in the direct way that they know is the way that they are acting? MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies, Biden said. I think all the very same things can be said about him and his party. Ahead of the remarks, a senior administration official insisted that this was not a speech about a particular politician or even about a particular political party. Biden said he didn't believe the ideology he was referring to represented that of most Republicans. But the problem is, guys, it does represent that of most Republicans. As I understand it, I think it's something like 58% is the last stats I saw of the, which is, majority of the Republicans who are in favor of MAGA, policies and the things that Trump was putting forth. So this is just simply not true. He says not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans, Biden said. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans, and that's a threat to this country. The man is literally talking about apparently 74 million people who allegedly voted for Donald Trump, who he's flat out insulting in a speech which could quite literally invoke civil war. I mean, we really haven't seen anything like it in quite some time. It's pretty remarkable. For a long time, we've reassured ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it, each and every one of us, Biden said, and we'll talk a little bit about why he's so adamant about protecting democracy. But before we do, let's take a look at Trump's response to all this.
All right, go ahead.
Donald Trump launched a seething attack on President Joe Biden, where he branded him insane and asked if he was suffering from late-stage dementia after the president claimed that he was a threat to democracy.
All right, so it occurs to me that people this week, next month, anytime in the future, maybe they don't know what we're talking about with that article. So I think we should let's find the speech. I think it's only 20 minutes. This is long form content. I want you guys to see the stage as it was set. There's no Marines. It's white lights, but everything comes in and like clicks. And it's an interesting phenomenon in history, culturally, socially, technologically, and technocratically. So I think we should take a look at it. We should put it in the this week's archive, this time capsule for the future. I think it might be a turning point. Hopefully it's not one toward violence, but one, that wakes up one side and says, hey, maybe we're going a little too far with this, categorizing one side as like the enemy. Because all those things that he said about denying the elections and all that stuff, they did that for 4 years under Trump. That's what Trump derangement syndrome was.
Yeah.
So for them to be like, hey, these guys are doing the same thing we've been doing the past 4 years, I'm like, I don't have a player on the team. I'm just a spectator, but it's hypocrisy and it's not fun to watch. And you guys are wrecking a bunch of shit that doesn't need to be wrecked. Yeah. So let's get back to like, okay, so notice the lighting in the beginning. And also I want to hold the footage through the end to where he picks up the other microphone that doesn't work. He tries to talk into it. Then he tries to shake hands on his left. No one's there. And then he shakes hands with his wife, which is an unusual thing to do. And then she helps him find his way off stage. And then they bring the lights back. So let's go ahead. If you guys find either whitehouse.gov would have it, or their official YouTube
from C-SPAN.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Try the CBS link. It shows them walking out and the change in lighting.
Yeah, cool. And then the other aspect is different channels had different colorings, but it was definitely red lighting in
it's a dark blood red color. Right. I mean, that's because I saw like
Chancellor Sutler would be proud.
Yeah, when Tucker did his monologue this week on Thursday, they were actually anticipating that he was going to come out and talk, and they were showing the empty podium with the white lights in the back. And like, we're waiting for him to come out. He's going to have a bunch of divisive rhetoric. Then they showed it as it went on. It's like, wait a second, what? We'll see it actually live without Tucker's monologue over top of it. So it won't be colored by whatever he has to say.
There's V for Vendetta.
Why they need us.
Look, you can see the soldiers. It's like not all the way red. And Jill leaves and everything. The shadows pick up and the lights go on hard. Oh, see?
My fellow Americans.
Lights out!
Please, if you have a seat, take it. I speak to you tonight from sacred ground in America. Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where America made its Declaration of Independence to the world more than 2 centuries ago with an idea unique among nations, that in America, we're all created equal. This is where the United States Constitution was written and debated. This is where we set in motion the most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. With 3 simple words: we the people, we the people. These 2 documents and the ideas they embody, equality and democracy, are the rock upon which this nation is built. They're how we became the greatest nation on earth. They're why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began, to speak as plainly as I can to the nation about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats, and about the incredible future that lies in front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We, the people, have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall. A flame that lit our way through abolition, the Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, world wars, civil rights. That sacred flame still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free, and just. That is the work of my presidency, a mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first, we must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America or blue America, but of all America. And I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election. And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election as preparation for the 2022 and 2024 elections. They tried everything last time to nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time, they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people. That's why respected conservatives like Federal Circuit Court Judge Michael Ludwig has called Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans, quote, a clear and present danger to our democracy. But while the threat to American democracy is real, I want to say as clearly as we can, we are not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders in this ongoing attack on democracy. There are far more Americans from every background and belief who reject the extreme MAGA ideology than those that accept it. And folks, it is within our power, it's in our hands, yours and mine, to stop the assault on American democracy. I believe America is at an inflection point, one of those moments that determine the shape of everything that's to come after. And now, America must choose. to move forward or to move backwards, to build a future or obsess about the past, to be a nation of hope and unity and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and of darkness. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. But together we can choose a different path. We can choose a better path forward to the future. A future of possibility, a future to build and dream and hope. And we're on that path moving ahead. I know this nation. I know you, the American people. I know your courage. I know your hearts. And I know our history. This is a nation that honors our Constitution. We do not reject it. This is a nation that believes in the rule of law. We do not repudiate it. This is a nation that respects free and fair elections. We honor the will of the people. We do not deny it. And this is a nation that rejects violence as a political tool. We do not encourage violence. We are still an America that believes in honesty and decency and respect for others. Patriotism, liberty, justice for all, hope, possibilities. We are still at our core a democracy. And yet, history tells us that blind loyalty to a single leader and a willingness to engage in political violence is fatal to democracy. For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it, each and every one of us. That's why tonight, I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology. We're all called by duty and conscience to confront extremists who put their own pursuit of power above all else. Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans. We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy. We, the people, will not let anyone or anything tear us apart. Today, there are dangers around us we cannot allow to prevail. We hear, you've heard it, more and more talk about violence as an acceptable political tool in this country. It's not. It can never be an acceptable tool. So I want to say this plain and simple. There is no place for political violence in America, period. None, ever. We saw law enforcement brutally attacked on January 6th. We've seen election officials, poll workers, many of them volunteers of both parties, subject to intimidation and death threats. And can you believe it? FBI agents, just doing their job as directed, facing threats to their own lives from their own fellow citizens. On top of that, there are public figures today, yesterday, and the day before predicting and all but calling for mass violence and rioting in the streets. This is inflammatory. It's dangerous. It's against the rule of law. And we, the people, must say, this is not who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. They're incompatible. We can't allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. We each have to reject political violence with all the moral clarity and conviction this nation can muster. Now, we can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined, for that is a path to chaos. Look, I know politics can be fierce and mean and nasty in America. I get it. I believe in the give and take of politics, in disagreement and debate and dissent. We're a big, complicated country. But democracy endures only if we, the people, respect the guardrails of the republic. Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections. Only if we, the people, see politics not as total war, but mediation of our differences. Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. And that's where the MAGA Republicans are today. They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. It's fundamental. American democracy only works only if we choose to respect the rule of law and the institutions that were set up in this chamber behind me. Only if we respect our legitimate political differences. I will not stand by and watch. I will not the will of the American people be overturned by wild conspiracy theories and baseless evidence-free claims of fraud. I will not stand by and watch elections in this country stolen by people who simply refuse to accept that they lost. I will not stand by and watch the most fundamental freedom in this country, the freedom to vote, and have your vote counted and be taken from you and the American people. Look, as your president, I will defend our democracy with every fiber of my being, and I'm asking every American to join me. Throughout our history, America has often made the greatest progress coming out of some of our darkest moments, like you're hearing in that bullhorn. I believe we can and must do that again.
Let's go, Brandon.
And we are. MAGA Republicans look at America and see carnage and darkness and despair. They spread fear and lies. Lies told for profit and power. But I see a different America. An America with an unlimited future. An America that's about to take off. I hope you see it as well. Just look around. I believe we could lift America from the depths of COVID. So we passed the largest economic recovery package since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And today, America's economy is faster, stronger than any other advanced nation in the world. We have more to go. I believe we could build a better America. So we passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And we've now embarked on a decade of rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, highways, ports, water systems, high-speed internet, railroads. I believe we could make America safer. So we passed the most significant gun safety law since President Clinton. I believe we could go from being the highest cost of prescriptions in the world to making prescription drugs and healthcare more affordable. So we passed the most significant healthcare reform since President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act. And I believe we could create a clean energy future and save the planet. So we passed the most important climate initiative ever, ever, ever.
Ever, ever, ever?
The cynics and the critics tell us nothing can get done, but they're wrong. There is not a single thing America cannot do, not a single thing beyond our capacity if we do it together. It's never easy, but we're proving in America, no matter how long the road, progress does come. Look, I know the last few years have been tough, but today, COVID no longer controls our lives. More Americans are working than ever. Businesses are growing. Our schools are open. Millions of Americans have been lifted out of poverty. Millions of veterans once exposed to toxic burn pits will now get what they deserve for their families and the compensation. American manufacturing has come alive across the heartland, and the future will be made in America. No matter what the white supremacists and the extremists say, I made a bet on you, the American people, and that bet is paying off, proving that from darkness, the darkness of Charlottesville, of COVID, of gun violence, of insurrection, we can see the light. Light is now visible. Light that will guide us forward, not only in words, but in actions. Actions for you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for America. Even in this moment, with all the challenges we face, I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Not because of me, but because of who you are. We're going to end cancer as we know it. Mark my words. We're going to create millions of new jobs in a clean energy economy. We're going to think big. We're going to make the 21st century another American century because the world needs us to. That's where we need to focus our energy. Not in the past, not on divisive culture wars, not on the politics of grievance, but on a future we can build together. The MAGA Republicans believe that for them to succeed, everyone else has to fail. They believe America is not like I believe about America. I believe America is big enough for all of us to succeed. And that is the nation we're building, a nation where no one is left behind. I ran for president because I believe we're in a battle for the soul of this nation. I still believe that to be true. I believe the soul is the breath, the life, and the essence of who we are. The soul is what makes us, us. The soul of America is defined by the sacred proposition that all are created equal in the image of God, that all are entitled to be treated with decency, dignity, and respect, that all deserve justice and a shot at lives of prosperity and consequence, and that democracy must be defended, for democracy makes all these things possible. Folks, and it's up to us. Democracy begins and will be preserved in we, the people's habits of the heart, in our character, optimism that is tested yet endures, courage that digs deep when we need it, empathy that fuels democracy, the willingness to see each other not as enemies but as fellow Americans. Look, our democracy isn't perfect. It always has been. Notwithstanding those folks you hear on the other side there, they're entitled to be outrageous. This is a democracy. But history and common sense good manners is nothing they've ever suffered from. But history and common sense tell us that opportunity, liberty, and justice for all are most likely to come to pass in a democracy. We have never fully realized the aspirations of our founding, but every generation has opened those doors a little bit wider to include more people who have been excluded before. My fellow Americans, America is an idea, the most powerful idea in the history of the world, and it beats in the hearts of the people of this country. It beats in all our hearts. It unites America. It is the American creed, the idea that America guarantees that everyone be treated with dignity. It gives hate no safe harbor. It installs in everyone the belief that no matter where you start in life, there's nothing you can't achieve. That's who we are. That's what we stand for. That's what we believe. And that's precisely what we're doing. Opening doors, creating possibilities, focusing on the future. And we're only just beginning. Our task is to make our nation free and fair, just and strong, noble and whole. And this work is the work of democracy, the work of this generation. It is the work of our time, for all time. We can't afford to leave anyone on the sidelines. We need everyone to do their part. So speak up, speak out, get engaged, vote, vote, vote. And if we do
that's
our
what the
duty,
speech was about. I see.
if we do our duty in 2022 and beyond, then ages still to come will say, we, all of us here, we kept the faith. We preserved democracy. We heeded our worst. We heeded not our worst instincts, but our better angels. We proved that for all its imperfections, America is still the beacon to the world, an ideal to be realized, a promise to be kept. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred, nothing more American. That's our soul. That's who we truly are. And that's who we must always be. I have no doubt, none, that this is who we will be, and that we'll come together as a nation that will secure our democracy, that for the next 200 years, we'll have what we had the past 200 years, the greatest nation on the face of the earth. We just need to remember who we are. We are the United States of America, the United States of America. And may God protect our nation, and may God protect all those who stand watch over our democracy. God bless you all. Democracy. Thank you.
Democracy. All right, so we're gonna have to rewind it there at the end so we can see it. And just pause it there for a second. I want to point out from a production standpoint that all the channels had their white balance set so he's green like the wizard at the end of The Wizard of Oz. You can tell this because the yellow, the gold part of the seal, the presidential seal, it's green. And I can tell what happened. All the cameramen are set up. All the cameras are calibrated. The guy comes up to speak. They change the lighting and it throws all the cameras off. So they're using the shirt. Well, the white in the shirt has a lot of blue in it. And if you white balance off somebody's white shirt, all yellow and blue make what, Tony?
Green.
So he looks like Wizard of Oz on like every channel. So that what was the source we watched there? C-SPAN or CBS?
I believe that was C-SPAN.
This one was CBS.
Oh, CBS. Okay.
Yeah, Fox is
that's right. You
similar.
played the
So if you
CBS
look
one.
at the channels, yeah. So his campaign speech, he's like the green man, and you could tell because he spoke about himself as president in the future, like as your president in the future. Like he wasn't speaking as president. That wasn't part of his job. That was him campaigning to get the job next time by demonizing the political opponent, just like they do in Nicaragua and Guatemala and other places where the CIA and MI6 have been doing coups for years.
That's what
and years
Hitler
and years.
did with the Jews. I mean, that's what Mein Kampf, he built up the entire rhetoric and
and Hitler was funded by the Anglo-American establishment.
Right. I mean, and the same thing when it comes to with Stalin demonizing like half his own base and actually destroying them. Yeah. So there was something though he said that really caught my attention. It's more of a synchronicity. And so I want to share this with you, Rich, because I thought that he said at one point he believes America is at an inflection point that will shape the things to come.
Well, H.G. Wells originated the New World Order thing that Biden said 30 years ago, Tony. So you might be onto something. Let's hear it.
So let's look at this synopsis now. And I'm sure you have this book. I'm not looking through my library right now. I don't think I have this one though. I have this in mind.
I have the film version.
Yeah, the film, the 79. Yeah, the 79 film, 76, whatever.
It's just called Things to Come, 1938, produced by MI6 Studios.
Mm-hmm.
If you look into who made it, that's a funny. They were MI6 agents.
So the synopsis here, just to give people some context and, interest in checking out this book. A long economic slump causes a major war that leaves Europe devastated and threatened by plague. And decades of chaos, with much of the world reverting to medieval conditions, pilots and technicians formerly serving in various nations' air forces
over the world
maintain a network of functioning airfields. Around this nucleus, technological civilization is rebuilt, with the pilots and other skilled technicians eventually seizing worldwide power and sweeping away the remnants of the old
like a
nation
great
states.
reset or an inflection point.
A benevolent dictatorship is set up, paving the way for world peace by abolishing national divisions, enforcing the English language, promoting scientific learning, and outlawing religion. The enlightened world citizens are able to depose the dictators peacefully and go on to breed a new race of super talents able to maintain a permanent utopia.
What do you think they mean by the word breed, Tony?
There was this Ian Fleming inspired film, James Bond film. What is it? Moonraker, I think it was called. I think it had Roger Moore, 1968. And they wanted to send the people into orbit, kill everyone. But they wanted to have the
See, I took the Goldfinger theme and I put Moonraker on it. That's what I did right there. Just keeping you on your toes.
Oddjob and Jaws, and
it's not a
trying to make it.
Well, the Mandela effect. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to mess with you. But did she have braces or not?
Berenstain.
Moonraker. Watch Moonraker. See Jaws. Why would he have a girlfriend? Braces?
Or why would they allow him to go up in the spaceship?
All right, so let's go back to Dark Brandon because we're getting. Oh, look, been on so long. The monitor fell asleep. Dark Brandon said a lot of things, right? Because Dark Brandon is what the left can't meme. So they came up with the character to embrace everyone making fun of Let's Go Brandon. So it's Dark Brandon. And that's part of his ethos and pathos there with the scene imagery and right?
Temple of Doom there? Is that Temple of Doom? Right?
Temple of Doom, right?
Yeah. Holding up the heart. I remember that. That used to freak me out when I was a kid. Well, there's a lot of. So on Thursday, Joe Biden held a speech in front of a menacing red background, declaring war against MAGA Republicans and calling them a threat to democracy. Notice how, by the way, and you pointed this out, Rich. It's about inclusion. It's about coming together as a nation, except for the MAGA Republicans. It's like, he kept saying, oh, it's about us. We're going to come together. We're going to be one nation, united under democracy. But then he goes on to castigate the MAGA Republicans each time as being, they're the ones that are threatening it. But if we come together, who's the we? I mean, you're essentially dividing.
Everyone, I don't know.
But it's very confusing.
It was weird. It was weird.
Everything he said is a form of projection because it's what they're doing in the form of racism, in the form of election integrity, in the form of policies, climate policies. Everything they're doing, they projected onto the MAGA crowd. When, you and I are not, we can see through the facade of the two-party system. But the fact that everything they're doing is a projection, it's a gaslighting essentially. So it creates this cognitive dissonance, this confusion in the population. It was so many things.
It's gaslighting if you can pay attention long enough, right? Like if you pay attention to Biden long enough in that speech, you get that it's gaslighting.
Right.
But if you don't pay attention long enough, you think it's Pedo Peter's drink when I say democracy game. But obviously, if you listen to the whole thing, that's not
like
what
Crowder
it is.
game or something. Like a Crowder drinking.
What it is. I'm waiting for Biden's democracy. His next film, which is called Preparedness. What's it called? Progress Does Come. So maybe that fits in with that theme.
If you mean by
the Hunter
progress,
Biden laptop
regress.
story. Yeah. No, he just said in the speech, progress does come. Said, "Oh, I bet it comes hard."
Hey, do we want to get?
It's on the laptop, I'm sure.
Do we want to get, for the record, the remaining 10 seconds of his behavior?
Go for it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I do want to see them. Yeah, him wander around on stage before he gets ushered off.
Oops.
They've got ice cream for me in the back.
It felt like and this is probably just confabulation, my own issues of perception, but it felt like the Marines in the background came into focus the second he said MAGA. Again, that's probably my own confabulation, but they were out of focus in the beginning. Like you couldn't, and then they started to come into focus, and I was like, "Is that intentional? Or is that just a weird?"
Yeah, you're going to get something different on each channel because they all had different, unique camera angles, right?
Yep.
So Fox had like a pretty straight-on view. CBS had a straight-on view. Did C-SPAN? A couple of them had like off to the side views. But to have Marines in the background during your campaign speech, I don't know who okayed that, you know?
And come into focus like that. First you see their white gloves, then they come in more and more to focus. Like, it's just a weird...
Yeah.
The whole thing, yeah, it's just as dystopian as it can possibly be. But everything is semantics and backwards in this culture.
I think CBS discovered how dystopian it looked, and they were like, give it more, bring up the exposure and give it more light. And that's when you could actually see the soldiers. But if you watch on Fox, those guys are in shadow. And that's what people in the audience were basically seeing, because they didn't have like exposure. They can't open the apertures on their eyes like they can on the cameras.
That's right.
Or from the studio. And
so your pupils are doing, they're dilating or not based on the amount of light that can enter. Yeah.
Now, Chancellor Sutler, of course, was popularized in V for Vendetta. What was the plot to that movie, Tony? Was there some sort of virus or worldwide plague that allowed Sutler to take control, and then it was a track trace database society?
Yeah. He had to recapitulate why they need, him and his party. And it's interesting because there's a lot of foreshadowing as to what obviously ended up manifesting, but they did so in sort of the right wing sort of Nazi, sort of overt, conspicuous fascist movements of like the 30s, where I don't think they anticipated that the progressive left would actually be the true hegemonic force behind it. Whereas, so that film, in other words, sort of takes a more right wing approach to,
because it's made by left wing communists. That's why, Tony. Mm-hmm. And do you notice the Chancellor Sutler? It's from what is the symbology? It's the double cross.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at V for Vendetta, look at their symbology. It's a double cross. It's right there.
And they treat it as a religion in V for Vendetta. I forget the name for it. So it comes from
the religion.
It's an Alan Moore graphic novel.
Sure.
It's Alan Moore is a very interesting figure. He also did The Watchmen and many other very famous graphic novels. And it's pretty much spot on. The movie's spot on pretty much with the graphic novel. There's a lot more detail, obviously, in the novel. For example, the one key investigator takes LSD when he goes to the Larkham Asylum or whatever it's called, and he experiences the full hell. He wanted to experience like what happened there from the standpoint. So there's that whole LSD sort of scene that's really harrowing and terrifying because it goes into extreme detail of the torture that was going on and the experimentation. That's another thing. There's biological experimentation going on. There's a virus that leaks. There's a civil war in the United States. And so the United Kingdom supposedly has to shelter up and take on a right-wing regime that goes after gay people and
it's always a right-wing regime.
Political dissidents of all types.
Guy Fawkes was a socialist communist who tried to blow up Parliament back in the day. And then in the movie,
remember
the bad guys are the conservatives, and the Antifa takes on the Guy Fawkes mask and goes around and does a whole bunch of stuff. And, when Biden's like, they don't accept the election and they're getting violent. It's like, bro, what was the fiery but peaceful protests? What was that all about? You guys took over cities and made like
Chop or Chaz in like Portland or wherever that was.
That's what I'm saying. Like, in his mind, either he doesn't remember that, which I can believe, or he plays the audience as stupid, like they can't remember 2 years ago, and everybody living in fear that was going to come to their neighborhood back in the day.
I think this is even more than worse than that. Yes, they already assumed the infantilization of our culture, the extended adolescence. That's already assumed in the way they just
what's the mentality of his speechwriter to imagine that
But this is about power. This is about showcasing power, in my opinion. All this is about flexing
weakness. It's a show of power because they're weak right now.
Yeah, right. That's the elements of projecting the shadow. This is a Jungian sort of concept. Like everything they're accusing MAGA of doing, they're doing. They're projecting that onto them, and then they're creating confusion and cognitive dissonance that, to the point, like if you can see through it, understand that's gaslighting. For those that can't, they get confused. That creates a sort of like, was that actually what happened? Maybe what he's saying was and so people then get extremely discombobulated. That creates free floating anxiety, and then you're able to. Think how divisive this might be, and probably is the most divisive presidential address,
unless it's his solution to solve the winter gas crisis. Because you could heat the whole country, whole Europe and everything with what he's doing right now.
It's unreal.
It's like maybe he's taping his master class in gaslighting.
Can you believe the shit he
said?
George
W. Bush is doing leadership, dude. Yeah. Come on. Biden's doing his master class right now in gaslighting. Next in the series.
Come on, man.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well played, LD. Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Every now and then it works out. Every now and then.
You guys want to play a Pick Your Dark Brandon meme?
Yeah, can we do that?
Sure, yeah.
We
Let's see. What are the contenders? That's a good one.
This is Palpatine.
Palpatine
Joe.
Palpatine wore it better. Yep.
Order 66.
Oh, this was a good one. This was a popular template this past week.
Yeah.
The Seinfeld. Many different versions of this. Kramer, what's going on in there? The rise of the Fourth Reich, Jerry. We've got fiery, but mostly unifying speech.
That was
the
good.
discussion there a moment ago. Of course, Baphomet. Baphomet's got his back.
Did you see that video of
Skeletor?
the Tom Hanks thing that I think Jason Burma shared?
I don't think so.
They had a little Baphomet pose that Tom Hanks supposedly does when he gives the whatever he got, the medal of freedom or whatever, medal of honor. I'll bring it up later. That's a late night thing. That's late because it shows him so Tom Hanks gives it to him and he does the peace sign, but he's also holding his right. So left, I think his left hand is up holding the peace sign, Tom Hanks, and the right hand is holding.
How clever,
yeah, he's
Hanks.
holding the Baphomet.
Very subtle, Hanks. You're like Buzz Aldrin on the moon. Look, I got a Masonic arch here in the photo. Oh,
we got to bring it up now
subtle with your symbology, Dr. Langdon.
I'll have to find that. I think we had it in production shot. I think it was in the GTW.
He thinks
shot,
it's all
actually.
Da Vinci Code.
I'll have to find that. I'll try to find that. We'll play it later. It's a late night sort of thing.
Oh yeah. All right. So let's see. We covered that part of Dark Brandon. What other interesting fallout? Who had a good take on it that was funny? Because there was a lot of people making fun of that. A lot of ha-has.
So here's what I have
before you get to the gulag.
Obviously, so the ones, I'll just read them off. Most of them aren't funny. I think there's a Jimmy Dore in here, though. So there's a John Bound, there's a Tucker, there's obviously we played Press for Truth Index. We played, so we have Jimmy Dore, 2 Jimmy Dores, Paul Joseph Watson, Russell Brand, and then a bunch of memes. And is his name Jack Spirko? I forget his name, but Let's Talk About Biden's creepy ass dystopian movie scene.
Yeah, so let's go to that Spirko. So it's Outback with Jack, episode 3,487,000, and he gives a good take on it because he's not MAGA.
Good.
You know, he's just a dude who's been around and has seriously considered survival, prepping, all these types of things, and he sees what's going on, and he's like, "That's not a good sign." No. It's like red sky and morning, sailors take warning. He's like, I recognize that might be
if a hot civil war were to ever break out, the history books would look at this speech as being the progenitor.
Oh yeah. All right. So yeah, let's go to Spirko and then let's go to Jimmy Dore afterwards because he can make us laugh about the gallows humor-esque situation.
Just drop that link in the production chat, Justin.
Freedom lovers and lovers of freedom of speech find themselves in.
And we are live, and this will be a rather short live stream video, folks. This will be just my segment for the Expert Council Q&A show this week. We have a really great lineup this week. We got Dr. Ron Paul and his crew with Liberty highlights for the week. We've got stuff on solar from Sean Mills. We've got a bunch of stuff on handyman stuff and DeWalt cordless lawn gear from Tim Toolman Cook. A whole treatise on starting a business in the cottage food industry with Nicole Sauce and a few others. Doc Bones on dental extractions and a grid down scenario. So we got a great podcast coming today. If you're watching this live, the whole thing will be available in the audio format on all the platforms and everything, and at the link that's in the video notes below about 1 hour after this live stream ends. And my disclaimer, as always, I will never contact you for any personal information or private chat, etc., in the video comments or on social media in general. If you want to talk to me, you need to use the email address jack@thesurvivalpodcast.com, TSPC in the subject line. Somebody starts asking you for any kind of information at all, just because you see an image that looks like me or my logo doesn't mean it's me. Next week, I'm going to actually have a screenshot for you of what I'm talking about that happens particularly on YouTube with people claiming that they are me with WhatsApp numbers. And Jack Spirko's never used WhatsApp in his life. So disclaimer done. Let's talk about what happened last night and the imagery of it more than anything else. Let's go ahead and pull up the image in question here. Somebody says it looks like Emperor Palpatine. There's been a lot of comparisons to V for Vendetta. Let's pull up one of those real quick. That's just dropped Biden right into the V for Vendetta scene of the dictator speaking, and it works dramatically well. That's the actual one of the dictator speaking. Screenshots of the dictator looking down at everybody from the movie, the red theme, it all works perfectly. Lots of comparisons being made to that. Kind of a little bit tighter image for those that are on the video right now of Biden with his fists in the air, the Marine officers behind him, the red lit background. The biggest thing out of this is if you don't know what's going on, if you haven't seen this, and I have the main image right now where he's talking, he's got the two Marines behind him. It's a more wide, like a 16:9 shot. American flags displayed, red light on the walls. If you looked at this and you didn't see this yet, you didn't hear about this yet, if somebody showed this to you, would you not think, Al, some of the right-wing meme makers just started playing with the image and photoshopping it and what have you? You would think, yeah, this is like somebody did something here. This can't be what Joe Biden's team thought was a good idea. This can't be what it really looks like. That's what you would think if you didn't see it on TV yourself. I want to talk about another thing with this, though. As bad as it is, let me pull it back up again for a second. This reeks, like the whole presentation reeks of like B-movie, dystopia movie. If you actually compare the image to, for instance, what the intentionally creepy stuff looks like in the dictatorship that is in the movie V for Vendetta, it's actually much better. It's done better. If you're looking for the same effect, it's done better. Biden's is actually kind of just poorly executed. If this is what you're trying to do, right? I'm not saying I am saying it's a bad decision, but I'm saying in of itself, it looks B-movie-ish. It looks like somebody that was like, we're going to make this dystopian film about the fall of the United States and the president becoming some sort of communist or fascist dictator, take your pick, but we don't have that much money. Now you have to understand something. Number one, these people have as much money as they want. There is no budget restriction on setting up the cinematography for a speech of the President of the United States at all. They have done things like flown aircraft overhead while it's going on and stuff like that, right? So it didn't have to be that way. Number two, it's not like they had the idea, they put all the stuff together and they turned it on, and while it was going on, they were like, that's not really what we were going for. They knew exactly what it would look like. They knew exactly what they were doing when they did this. They knew exactly what the result was. That you can't ever truly know the result of the reaction of the people that see it, but you can know what it's going to look like when it happens. And so it's not well done, and it's very poor optics, and I think the results are not going to be what you would think that they would want, but they knew it was going to happen. So maybe it is what they want. This whole thing looks exactly like what it's being compared to, a dystopian movie about the fall of a nation. And we have to ask why. Now, there's some people that are very, very angry, and they're screaming and yelling, and they're going to a bad place we talked about earlier this week. I think that's one thing they want. They want the right to lose its mind over this. Now, you can miscalculate this too. There's a lot of talk in the media. And when I said I was going to have this discussion today on Twitter about the optics, not the substance of the speech, one moron clown, I don't know why some of these moron clowns even follow me, said that's what all the right wing's doing today. They don't want to talk about the disturbing problem inside the speech that makes them look so bad in their ultra mega fascist ways. Okay. Actually, I had to take my kids, I had to go pick my grandkids up today for homeschooling. Usually my wife does it. So I got to listen to AM radio. The only thing that the right is really talking about in the media today is the substance of the speech. I'll tell you why I'm a little bit bored with it. Everybody's like, oh my God, he said that. Oh my God, he said that. Oh my God, he said that. He said the same shit all week. This is a typical presentation of this type of a speech from a politician. They go out and they soundbite it all week long. They have their press secretary or whoever speaks for them, if they're not as big as the president, soundbite it all week long. Then they put all the shit together they said all week long, and they'll say in a speech, everybody's like, wow, you're idiots if you think that way. There wasn't a single thing that the dementia patient that occupies the White House said last night that he had not said over the previous 5 days. In pieces, parts, all over. It's all the same shit. It always will be the same shit. That's the way they get him. Like, he's so dysfunctional. It's not just everybody does that pattern anyway. But in this case, it's like if we get him to say each piece a little at a time, and then we put him in front of a teleprompter and put it together, he might get through it a little easier and not go talking about corn popping and chains and people touching his hairy legs or something. Maybe we can keep him on point for 25 minutes to get this done. Right? So I'm not really interested in what he said. I'm not really interested in pointing out the hypocrisy. I don't really think it's necessary that every time something comes up like about Mar-a-Lago being raided to start talking about Hillary Clinton's emails. Well, it's hypocrisy. I don't need to call the Department of Hypocrisy hypocrites. That speaks for itself at this point. If you're going to talk about an issue, talk about this issue today now, not because the left is just like, oh, we're going to talk about Hillary's email again. You all look like idiots. You all look like idiots arguing back. So I don't care in this speech about the substance because we're going to have this same discussion all the way through to the election, but that's what this is really about. Here's what I think. Number one, I think your government just told you you're the enemy. I think they just told you you're the enemy without having to worry about a single word that was in that speech in this picture. This picture says, if you oppose me, you are the enemy. That's what it says. I don't care if you like that. I don't care if you want to believe it. I don't care if you want to defend Brandon. I don't care if you hate Brandon. That's what this picture was designed to say. You are the enemy, and we have the power. The problem with that is you would think the Democrats would be struggling to keep every seat in the House that they possibly can save, and that the Dem will keep the Senate, maybe even grow their seats. This doesn't help that. There's nothing that was done out there that actually galvanized the left one bit. Now, I will tell you that, of course, they're going to defend it. But the left is so predictable. The diehard left, if he lost his mind in the middle of that speech, dropped his pants and took a deuce on the ground, pulled him back up without wiping, and went back into a speech, they would defend that. They would say, he's demonstrating how Donald Trump has shit on America with ultra-MAGAism. That's what they would do. So I don't care that they'll defend it. Defending it does not mean energized. Who did this just energize? Who just energized? Who got energized by this? Ultra-MAGA. Notice how they changed that little subtle change there, by the way. By the way, we will talk one little bit about the substance. You notice he called it MAGA. Not MAGA. MAGA. It's been MAGA for 5.5 years. It's been MAGA. Last night, it turned into MAGA. And if you listen to the talk radio or mainstream news, right and left, everybody's on script. It just became MAGA. A memo went out. Everybody got it, right and left alike. MAGA. Why? It sounds a little bit more guttural. It sounds a little bit more bad. We don't want to talk about what MAGA means. Make America Great Again. It's too positive of a message. For those of you who think that I support Trump over that, I'm saying that it's a tagline. Make America great. If you're opposed to America being great, what the hell's wrong with you? If you're an American anyway, you would like America to do well, I would think. Now we'll build back better. Basically the same slogan. But everybody got the memo. But now what you have, this idea that, well, he drew this line between mainstream Republicans and ultra-MAGA Republicans. No. The average person, over 70 million people that voted for the Orange Man, just heard last night, you are the enemy, unless you do what I say. It's a threat to our democracy. And the only way to save our democracy is for everybody to agree with one party's definition of what we should do, so we can have democracy through a unified single-party system. That's what this says. That's what this picture says all by itself. You are with us or you are against us. But what I think is really going on here, they know they're going to lose. Now, here's the thing. As bad as things are, and with a midterm traditionally not being good for sitting presidents that already control the combined chambers. Traditionally, it's not. Go look it up. Look how many times a president came into midterms holding both chambers and held both chambers in a midterm. You're going to have to go way back. Most of you weren't alive. It's so traditionally bad as it is. Okay? They won't lose as bad as you're going to think that they're going to lose. The country's lost its mind, but they're going to lose. They may lose the Senate. They may not. They may come out of this with 51 senators instead of 50 and lose the House by about, I'm going to say, 40 seats disadvantaged. That's what you're probably going to come out of this with. You would think this would make Newt Gingrich's thing back in the 90s when the Republicans took over the midterms from Bill Clinton look like a joke. That was an epic landslide. I don't think you're going to get that this time. That's how divided the country is. So what's the play with this imagery? What are you doing when you're putting this imagery up in advance, right? Why would you do this? For the aftermath. What I've been hearing out of the left this week is all of America's problems are coming from the right and the ultra MAGAs, and they're destroying our democracy. The right has no power right now, politically speaking. Zero. Don't have the Senate. Got Kamala heels up Harris, breaking the tie. So the Democrats got the Senate. Democrats have the House. Not by a huge margin, but enough to do anything they want in the House. And they got Brandon ready to sign anything they throw in front of him because he doesn't even know what he's signing. But somehow the right is responsible here. They're playing this image up right now so that when they lose, they can blame the evil Republicans, and they mean you if you voted that way. They mean you if you didn't vote for Brandon. We're all going under the bus together. I don't vote. I'm an anarchist. I think your two-party system is really a one-party system. It's an illusion. It's designed to control you, and you're looking at it happen right here, right now. And you're being controlled with it. But I'm right-wing. I get told that all the time. I'm right-wing. So anybody who votes Republican for the dog catcher is being thrown under this bus as the enemies of America and made out to literally be terrorists at this point. What I want to finish up with a little bit is, why do people like me get labeled right-wing right now? You guys know I've spewed hate at the Orange Man. I spewed hate at Bush. I spewed hate at Obama. I spewed hate at all politicians, and I've done it for 14 years. But what I am is I'm factual. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm never lying. I can be wrong. It happens. I usually come out and say I was wrong. I got this wrong. I got this fact. I thought this was a fact. It turned out it didn't get, didn't vet out or whatever, and I'm sorry. But I try to be factual on everything that I report. And when I say I'm speaking with an opinion, you've literally heard me pause and say, right now I'm giving you my opinion. Just to be clear, when I'm covering these things, I try to do that, delineate always between facts and opinion. I did that with the COVIDs. This is science, this is my opinion. And this is my opinion of science, right? And this is supposed science that's not science. I've always done that. How do I get labeled right-wing? It's always happened a little bit, and that's because I am an actual free market capitalist agorist, so you must be a right-wing if you take that position, says the ignorant crowd with no idea what those things actually are. But right now, it's even more prevalent. And do you know why? I'll tell you why. It's because I'm actually throwing hatred at both sides. And I'm throwing it as equally as it is deserved by fact. All right? That's what I'm doing. And it turns out, when you have somebody on the left that is defending indefensible positions, and they know it, but they've made themselves comfortable with them by pretending they're not as bad as they are, and you shine a light on it, that it makes their side actually look worse, even though you're calling both sides thieving scum. You can have a scum level that is higher on one side than the other. So you got thieving scum, and one side happens to be a bit higher than the other. Turns out, when you point out that the left's hill to die on right now is the ability to talk to children in kindergarten, first and second and third grade about the teacher's sex life, it makes the left look worse than the right. For all the bad the right does, that actually makes you look really bad. Being a freaking person talking to young children about your sex life, I don't care that they're transgendered. I don't care they're gender neutral. I don't care that they're Asian, Taiwanese, pansexual, reversion sexuals. I don't care what they are. I don't care if you're talking about completely straight freaking people, cisgendered, whatever. If I sent my kid to kindergarten, and they came home and they told me that you talked to them about your sex life with your partner, I am probably going to bury you in a hole. And that sounds radical. Oh, it's radical. It wasn't radical 10 years ago. And in 1985, 4 or 5 people would have been calling you up and offering you to use their backhoe. You don't talk to somebody else's kids about your sex life when they're that age and sent to school to learn C-spot run. So that makes me right-wing. Did I point it out? Did I point it out? You don't say that it's okay to have men compete in sports with women and destroy scholarships, records, and all the thing that women went for. You don't say that and not look bad, even to people that are on your side when they really see it clearly. You can't go out there saying you're talking about science, and then when somebody says, what is a woman? You say, a person that identifies as a woman. And you say, well, what are they identifying as? And they say, a woman. And you say, but what is a woman? And they can't answer it. And then they say, science. And then they tell you you have to do all these other things because of their science. You can't look good doing that. You can't even really look good to your side when it's clearly pointed out. The thing that has made the left lose its mind the most in the last few years has not been what the right has said about them. It has been the right simply providing them a platform to be seen clearly for what they're saying and doing. One of the most hated Twitter accounts on the planet is what? Libs of TikTok. What do? Do they go and edit a bunch of shit together and change things and comment on it? Do they have people like me that come out and say, look at this idiot over here? All Libs of TikTok does is go to TikTok, get videos of completely brainwashed, idiotic liberals defending things like saying a woman is anything, and it's okay for a man to get in a combat sport with a woman and crush her skull because the guy wears a dress. And it's okay for a kindergarten teacher to talk to a 5-year-old about their genitals. All they do is take that, put it on Twitter and say, look, here's what they're saying. All they did was actually spread the message that these people supposedly wanted heard, and they lose their minds about it. Why? Because when you actually see it, it looks so bad. So we got to go back to Brandon here with this imagery. And I don't blame or credit Brandon for this image. I don't think Joe Biden had a damn bit of input on this image. I don't think he did anything except do the best he could to halfway memorize a speech with his dementia and read a teleprompter. I don't even think he knew what he looked like when he was giving it. If you've ever stood up and given a speech like this, talked to a group like this with lights in your eyes, you can't see anything about what you look like. And then he wandered off with Jill and thought, I did a good job, and they gave him some ice cream, and he went to bed. But people were behind this. And long ago, right after I got out of the Army, before I left Pennsylvania, I did some lights and sound work for a guy. Basically, I was a roadie. He did lights and sound for bands. I didn't know anything about what to do. All he would do is like hang these gels here and put these lights here and run these cables and stuff like that. He paid me cash money. I'd hang out in the bar all night long until the band was done playing. The amount of time that man put into making sure everything was the way it was supposed to be. For some garage band to come up and play for 2 to 4 hours in a coal town bar in Pennsylvania was impressive. How much do you think went into this? That's why I tell you that story. How much do you think went in to setting this image up to look exactly this way? Do you think that, unlike the TikTok liberal thing where they put the picture of these people or the thing about what these people are saying and they put it on display, and then they're like, oh, we didn't really want everybody to see. Do you not think that they knew that this image would be circulating today and be being talked about today? They knew it. They knew what this would do. They fully intended to get the reaction that they're getting. Because when somebody says, well, Joe Biden's a dictator, and then he mumbles around and feeds ice cream to a seagull, that person's not taken seriously. Biden's not the problem. The state's the problem. He's just the guy they put in the image this time. But what I want to finish with, because I do think pointing out hypocrisy, if it's not constantly and 90% of your message, is worth doing. What do you think would have happened? What do you think would be going on today? Even on the right. If Donald Trump, when he was president, did a speech attacking the left the way that Biden attacked the right last night with these optics, with 2 Marines standing behind him, illuminated in darkness, but with red light behind them, so that their gloves glow like orbs, with the flags on both sides, with the lights in the runway, they could easily be compared to a dystopian movie. What would be going on right now if Donald Trump gave this speech now to really drive the point home? What if Ron DeSantis gave that speech just like that? Well, at least he's a legitimate presidential candidate, so maybe you lose their mind. What if it was Ted Cruz? At least you know his name. I'm telling you right now, if a Republican alderman on a city council gave a speech like this, it would be front and center in the MSN for 30 days about what a horrible picture this points to of our future. About what a great threat every Republican is. And if you don't immediately denounce this, there'd be calls. Have you renounced Alderman, Seymour from Sheboyganville for his video? And people would be like, I didn't even see it. Oh, you're a horrible person. That's what would be going on. So why do you do it? Because when you defend the absurd long enough in a society that lives and breathes on media and what they're told from the idiot box, and the idiot box used to be a television only. Now the idiot box is a computer monitor, it's a television, it's a cell phone. When the absurdity is defended, and that's the actual game here, boys and girls. When absurdity is defended, it is accepted. And this absurdity will be the next thing the American sheep will swallow and accept, that something like this is indeed acceptable. Not you,
Pause it.
not me.
to Jack's point there, if they can make you believe and accept absurdities, then they can make you commit atrocities. And that's a good piece of history. All right, so that's a good slice of life from Jack Spirko. As he mentioned, he's been doing it 14 years. I think I was 2 years into podcasting when he started podcasting, and it was one of the first other podcasts aside from Corbett and Pilato that I listened to, because there wasn't a whole lot of interesting
especially
cerebral
back then.
stuff back then, right?
Right.
So yeah, he's always had a good perspective on the survival lifestyle outside of these right-left paradigms, and yeah, check him out. He's witty, but he's also on point. Like,
oh yeah. That was a brilliant. I really appreciated actually the way the story he told really hit me there about coal. Because we both come from Pennsylvania, and the old coal mining town where they played he sat out in the bar and he just ran the cables and helped the AV guy set up everything in the lights guy, whatever. He's like, and I know this because I worked at a local nightclub, and I call it the de facto segregation bar because upstairs was the band that was playing, downstairs was the nightclub. So it was interesting though, because like the amount of production that went into both those environments was insane, and that's just for like a local shitty a little town
Somebody
I live
making
in.
$1,000 for the night.
Right.
You see how much production goes. I've done roadie work there too. I've also done cinematography to cover those bands and see the whole package and capture it, just like those people had to do for that production for Biden. So if that's what we do on a small scale, all that work, think about, dozens and dozens and dozens of people to make that all happen, to get Dark Brandon on screen like that.
Yeah, there's an intentionality, in other words, that is reasonable to assume based
Hashtag not accidental.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It was on purpose.
It's actually kind of brilliant because he brought up a point that I think it was sort of lingering in the background, but I hadn't made it explicit, but he did. And it's obviously the enemy imagery, the us versus them, the false dichotomies, false alternatives, whatever. We already get that from a fallacy standpoint. The bigger issue, though, is the fact that they're doubling down with that rhetoric. That's the key. See, because they actually think it's kind of an evil but brilliant strategy, because that's the way they could even at least mitigate what could happen in the midterms.
Evil but brilliant but ignorant. Because
ignorant.
Look,
I mean,
my point. In no
clever.
narrative can that Dark Brandon be the hero. That's
Correct.
That's not what
he's
heroes
setting
look
up to
like.
be a
That's not what the
sacrificial
people
lamb.
doing right things look like. They're setting Trump up for re-election. They're making him look like the hero that comes in and slays the dragon.
What a brilliant Hegelian dialectic being played, right?
See, a little St. George, cross of St. George, little English symbolism there. Because that's what the double cross is. They have the cross of St. George, then they got another one just for good measure, the double cross. And that is also a purposeful part of the symbology of V for Vendetta.
Well, it's also purposeful, the fact that they're doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on the divisive rhetoric. This is it. If you're part of this group,
they're hoping their cult is long enough. They're hoping their cult is large enough, and they are no longer accepting new members. That's what that whole speech was about.
Pretty much. And they're doubling down on that and hoping that will actually sort of save them and can perpetuate their power. Actually continue it in regards to having legislative control. Both houses, you have the Congress and the Senate, they have the executive branch. They don't have the judicial branch, but I'm sure they're working on getting that back. And most of it, again, they're just nothing but essentially the proxies for what the World Economic Forum and the WHO essentially are pumping out as far as policy considerations to nation states.
Well, there's a new Hunter Biden
back by there.
Leaked text. I don't know if we have it to get on screen, but it was sent. He sent it to Pedo Peter. I don't know who that is. And it said, hey, Dad, thanks for a day of people looking at something other than my laptop. Thanks for that news story last night. And I'm sure he's pretty grateful that his old man took the heat off him for a day. And he's like, everyone's talking about your, V for Vendetta picture, and no one's even paying attention to my laptop. So
what did
now
Sam
we
Harris
can't
say?
authenticate it. I don't know. These things come from sources, and so we don't want to authenticate, but it's just out there.
But according to the Sam Harris types, it's like holding a moth up to, or firefly up to the sun, or I forget the extreme analogy he used, or simile in this case. And that's how he describes like that. It's a equal force must need to be met, and so I guess that's the way they justify.
Whereas I'm naive, I think that fireflies only come out at night. and it would be very arduous to try to hold one in your hand long enough to show it the sun the next day. But he's a nice guy wanting to educate fireflies like that. Sam Harris, creative thinker.
I saw that luciferase enzyme, right? Sorry.
Yeah, it's luciferase.
Is this the text you were looking for? Waiting for pounding when you get home, Daddy. Seriously, again, shit. Sorry, Dad. Change his name. No, that's not the one. Let me.
Waiting
that's
for
different
a
one. That's
the weird.
Sorry.
Yeah.
A funny anecdote. Prescott Bush was a dragon at St. George's before he became a skull and boner.
Yeah, that's true.
Skull and
That's
boner.
right. He went to St. George's in Rhode Island. Is that right?
That's right.
It's in this Sutton book right here. You might have time to go a little deeper into it.
There's something with boating as well.
Does have some Rockefeller establishment-y kind of connections. Also some questions of drugs in Iran-Contra and Max Gomez. Right?
No
Bush linked to
way.
Iran-Contra affair.
Who would've
Jack
thought
Anderson.
it?
I actually have this journalist's books.
Hmm.
He was a good investigative muckraker back in the 80s. Bush says aid is linked to Iran-Contra, but he's not linked to it. It's fascinating where these people came to power from. Almost as if they got away with something, and that's why they ended up
In power.
rising even further to power.
Mhm.
But yeah.
And
good
keep
old-
promoting the people that get away with
27.
the things that they did in order to rise to power.
Yeah, something like that.
It's sort of a circular thing, Keeps
There's a
them
lot of
going.
nepotism mixed in there, and there's some blackmail to control people, make sure the narrative doesn't get too far out of whack. Yeah.
That's what the Bilderberg group and those types of groups support, making sure everyone's on a sort of consensus, a general consensus,
Got to get people on the same page.
Yeah.
It's like an orchestra. There's different instruments. They're playing different parts, but together they make New World Order.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to Jimmy Dore. Let's see if he can make us laugh about the Dark Brandon meme that we're all living through these days.
So Jimmy Dore, that is, let's play. Joe Biden is an extremist. Biden's speech full. So there's two here he did. One is Joe Biden is an extremist according to White House spokesperson, or Biden's speech full of MAGA hate and division. Let's play the MAGA hate and division.
MAGA, yeah. MAGA,
yeah, which is more better.
Well, the difference is I'm pretty sure that if you listen to Biden's speech, he does say MAGA a couple times because they were also adding a T to it. So it's maggots, right? And they were referring to Trump supporters as maggots in the press and on Twitter, social media, the week before Biden gave the speech. So I was listening. Is he saying
I wasn't aware of that.
MAGA, or maggot? Because if you add that T on there, it's very subtle, but it's a very derogatory characterization of people who want to make America great again.
Well, that
apparently.
means you're analogizing them to something less than human. And once you can do that, you can justify genocide, and that's the resentment that Peterson and other people talk about. That
where would the
once you
where
can
would the
take
world
them
be
out of
without
the
fly
humanity.
larva?
Soldier fly larva is good for feeding chickens. If you're looking to deal with
If the
costs.
Great Reset is decomposing of America, you would need maggots in your narrative.
Oh,
It
interesting.
also might be a good cover to project what you're doing
That's almost
onto your
like-
political opposition while you do it. Isn't that what they did in V for Vendetta? I mean, you never saw the conservatives in the movie. You just saw the crooked liberals who said the conservatives did it. They must have got rid of all of them in the virus.
Actually, we'll take it beyond the movie. That's Palmer. That's out of Palmerston's playbook back in the 19th century.
Well, it's all H.G. Wells' open conspiracy. That's what they're doing here. All right, so let's go to Jimmy, shut the front door, and keep the moths out and the maggots in the yard. Let's see what he says.
I'm here with Alexander Mercurius and Alex Christoforou. Welcome, gentlemen.
Delighted to be here.
And so I just want to remind people that after the 2016 election, everybody in America who voted for Hillary Clinton said the election was stolen. And here's Keith Olbermann. This is one typical example of how unhinged and crazy the people who voted for Hillary Clinton were.
This brave rebel here.
This brave rebel. Here we go.
We are at war with Russia. Or perhaps more correctly, we have lost a war with Russia without a battle. We are no longer a sovereign nation. We are no longer a democracy. We are no longer a free people. We are the victims of a bloodless coup. So far, a bloodless coup.
A coup.
Engineered by Russia, which if we did it to another country would be described as an act of war. And in this country, we have conceded defeat. The nation and all of our freedoms hang by a thread, and the military apparatus of this country is about to be handed over to scum who are beholden to scum, Russian scum. As things are today, January 20th will not be an inauguration, but rather the end of the United States as an independent country. It will not be a peaceful change of power. It will be a usurpation, and the usurper has no validity, no credibility, and no authority under the Constitution. He is not a president. He is a puppet put in power by Vladimir Putin. And those who ignore these elemental existential facts, Democrats or Republicans, are traitors to this country.
So if you don't think that the 2016 election was stolen by Russia, according to Keith Olbermann, you are a traitor to this country. And everybody thought like him. You know who else thought like him? Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, this is in the Washington Post. Trump is an illegitimate president. Hillary Clinton dismissed President Trump as an illegitimate president and suggested that he knows that he stole the 2016 presidential election in a CBS News interview to be aired on Sunday. That's in the Jeff Bezos Democracy Dies in Darkness Washington Post.
Stop the steal?
I'm not making it up. There she is saying her version of Stop the Steal and Keith Olbermann's version of Stop the Steal.
Wouldn't that video Keith Olbermann be great in that old Apple 1984 commercial with the chick with the hammer and just have Keith Olbermann?
Yes. So why do I show you that? Because everyone is now pretending that they didn't do that for 5 straight years. Everyone is now pretending that if you disagree with the 2020 election, you are now a traitor. But if you disagree with the 2016 election outcome, you're a patriot. It's the weirdest thing. And they pretend that people who disagree with the 2020 outcome of the election are somehow now the biggest threat ever to democracy. To democracy. As if we live in a democracy. This is the most amazing thing. I haven't seen something this crazy ever. And here it is. And everyone, well, we'll see. Here, I'm going to show you. First of all, this is good optic. Did you want to look like Lenin? What are you doing? That's what they're doing. Okay, why? Hey, let's get red. Let's get red. It's the color of blood, steak, anger, and hate. Let's get red.
Marilyn Manson had basically this set up on tour back in like the 90s.
Yeah.
It was all red and
it's the color of murder. Here we go.
Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal.
You mean that we have a demented president and everyone's pretending he's not? Is that what you mean by not normal? Because that's what I think you mean.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
So I don't know what the point of this speech is, but that's what it is. That's the whole thing is he knows that he might have to run against Donald Trump. And so he and the rest of the establishment who hate Donald Trump, by the way, they hate Bernie Sanders more than they hate Donald Trump. So you see this shit he's saying about Donald Trump? If Bernie Sanders was a threat, they would be saying this about Bernie Sanders. But Bernie Sanders is a good boy who got his mind right and now goes along with the military industrial complex and demented Joe Biden, and he's their biggest water boy. But if he wasn't, they'd be saying this about him. Anybody who's outside the system, who doesn't come up through the one-party duopoly, they don't like, and they got to make you say that they're the ones who are a threat to democracy. That's what this is. Okay, I'll watch. I'll stop stopping it, and we'll watch a lot.
I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans.
So this is his version of deplorables. Remember when Hillary Clinton said half of them are deplorables? Remember how that turned out for her in the election? He's doing the same thing. So this is what he thinks. He's like, oh, well, not all Republicans, just the ones that are going to vote against me. Not all of them, but if you vote for Donald Trump, that's you. That's what he's doing. So this is him pretending to care about democracy, pretending to care about the country. What he's really is really caring about is that Donald Trump will beat him if he gets to run against him again. That's what this is about.
Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans.
To screw over the American workers time and time again, and I'm prepared to do it for 2 more years if they would just let me.
But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America or blue America, but of all America.
So now he's just saying shit. So now he's just saying shit. That's all he's doing. Because Barack Obama said it in 2004, and everybody cheered. So now every dumb motherfucker says the same thing.
Oh, right.
Wow, there are no red, blue America. There's no blue. There's only one United States. No.
And I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult. How painful.
So there's just some straight stand-up comedy in this too, and I appreciate that. So that's really funny.
And here,
he said,
in my view, is what is true.
Here's what's true.
MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution.
Oh, they're disrespectful.
They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election.
You talking about Keith Olbermann and Hillary Clinton? Or who? I'm sorry. Oh, this wrong election? Okay.
And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies.
You mean like how the Democrats and the Republicans are joining forces to keep third-party people off the ballot, like they always do every year? You mean like that?
Empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself.
Election deniers like Hillary Clinton?
MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards. Backwards.
But I'm telling you, we're already doing it.
America.
Arrests for marijuana are already skyrocketing under my administration.
Where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, the very soul of this country.
Yes, the soul.
They look at the mob.
I'm sorry if you don't know this. The country has no fucking soul. We've been slaughtering the shit out of black and brown people and stealing their fucking resources for the last 50 fucking years. And we've been doing it at the tip of a gun and slaughtering millions of people. Joe Biden dropped more bombs than George Bush. These people are homicidal fucking bloodthirsty maniacs. And don't you ever fucking forget it.
Stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots, and they see their MAGA fit.
A bunch of yahoos, unarmed, who were who were agitated to go in by FBI plants in the
we
crowd.
Never should have opened the doors for him and guided them into the building. Now looking back.
And then the other cops who opened the gates, who took selfies with them in the rotunda. Those guys, that's what undermined democracy. If you think that's what undermined democracy, you are an ingester of propaganda. Because your democracy was stolen from you decades ago. It's been proven academically by the Cambridge study that said we have no democracy. Zero. That the only times the lever of government moves.
I think Jimmy's referring to the Princeton oligarchy study.
The oligarchy study, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
But that's right. That was a good place to cut that clip anyway. So he spoke with Mar Parhesia as a lefty type of comedian, right? Than even Jack Spirko did, right? It's like Spirko is nice and even, and he's supposed to speak with that part.
Passion, righteous indignation.
But he's not an orange man like supporter. He's not a.
He's
Trump
a Bernie
voter.
Sanders socialist. Like,
right.
That's who he identifies.
For him to be able to see clearly through
the
Biden Brandon propaganda, I think is is useful.
He dropped more bombs than George W. And I don't know if that's true. That's an inch. I'm curious though.
Well, as vice president with him and Obama over 8 years,
Libya
is what he's alluding to. But yeah,
Benghazi, State Department, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I got you.
So I think with that,
I'm not saying it's wrong. I would assume that was what it would be. I'm just saying, like, when you can compare and contrast it like that to George Bush, which, like, I grew up, that was a very sort of impressionable time for me. I was like 17, 18 when that whole thing was happening, and in 2004 and the Iraq War. I'm talking about W.
Yeah.
Maybe he's talking about HW.
No, he's talking about
W.
W.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
early 21st century.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so I think we've handled that story with all due respect, or all respect that is due to it. Pretty much the same level of respect that they used to retire that printer in Office Space. Where they
that's a classic scene, man.
Yeah, it's classic.
Oh, we gotta play that maybe going out
yeah.
tonight. Yeah.
So that was Dark Brandon. That happened this past week. And now let's see what other news we can break into before intermission rolls up on us.
So since it's so late already, we're at 2:40 in the morning.
It's so early.
Early. That's correct.
It feels
I would. So good.
Yeah, Justin's still awake.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah,
that's great.
Everything's going well. Yeah, that's great. Okay. There's so much in the vaccines, lockdowns, and therapeutics section that I would just suggest we just play the Jackson report. It's only about 25 minutes, and it covers pretty much the gamut of every single other thing that's being covered. We're talking about myocarditis, talking about lockdowns, talking about the COVID booster, having no testing done to it. If we want to try to wrap it all up, if we want to just we can also forego this section, head to the intermission, wherever you feel. I think people have a good understanding.
It's worth it for the record because of the wide spectrum of coverage that we're going to get in this single report. It would be better than us trying to carry clips from that whole section to you.
We just don't have the time. Yeah.
All right. So as featured on the High Wire with Del Bigtree, this is the Jackson Report. Jeffrey Jackson and Del Bigtree. They do a weekly show Thursday afternoons. This is going to be the sample from this past week, giving you an update on all things COVIDs. Is that how Jack said it? COVIDs. The thing that people were censored for talking about. That thing.
A lot of things. There's lab leak. There's mRNA.
People got censored for talking about all those things. That's how I covered it. See,
wasn't just one. That's for sure. There it is.
All right, Jeffrey. We're all pumped here. We're jumping up and down. What's happening? What is it we have to keep our eye on now as things are shifting so quickly?
The floodgates are open, Del. Let's just start it off. Going into the 2020 election, the final months of that election, we were told that be on the lookout. Russia was going to interfere with the election here in this country.
Yeah.
Well, now, thanks to Mark Zuckerberg, we have more definitive proof, further confirmation that it wasn't Russia interfering, but our own government working to hide the one story that would have hurt Biden's chances in that election. Take a listen to this.
All right.
There was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York
we
Post.
have that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. Basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely...
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful. But I mean, but basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously this is a hyper political issue. So depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor it enough or censored it way too much. But we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought, hey, look, if the FBI, which I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's like very professional law enforcement, if they come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
When something like that turns out to be real, is there regret for not having it evenly distributed and for throttling the distribution of that story?
What do you mean evenly distributed?
I mean evenly in that it's not suppressed. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
This is huge, though. It really is, and we talked about this, right, when this was first came out. And I remember, and I don't know if those in the audience have the same experience. So you just sort of go, we're so bludgeoned by so much outrageous news right now. It's like, oh, that's interesting. And then, as I started letting it sink in, I just thought, it's like every day I've sat with this, the bigger and bigger I realize this revelation is. I mean, this is like a Watergate. Watergate started out as this tiny little story, who would care whatsoever, some little break-in in a hotel room, and then it sort of takes on this partisan issue, but slowly but surely you start recognizing this is the collapse of the United States of America if we look the other way. As you pointed out, we were being told Russia was going to meddle with our election, and instead it's the FBI, our own government. Right. I mean, that's scary time, man. That's China. That's Russia. That's where you aren't having free elections anymore. Really, really outrageous. And I really got to hats off to Joe Rogan how he approaches these interviews. Just like, he's so soft about it, right? So Twitter was just doing this. Was Facebook doing anything like that? Oh, really? And the way he stays so calm and just draws it out, just brilliant, outrageous.
Yeah, and so while Zuckerberg is censoring this story in, as he says, a meaningful way, it would be one thing. It's already outrageous by that statement alone. It was one of the biggest admissions of just naked censorship here by these tech platforms. It'd be one thing if the other side, the other balance of this conversation, wasn't really speaking up, just kind of stepped back and said, okay, we'll let this story kind of wait until we see. That wasn't what it looked like, though, back then. Here's Rolling Stone on Twitter at the same time this was being censored. Vile, baseless conspiracy theories are spreading about Hunter Biden, and despite pledges to curb misinformation in the lead up to the election, social media sites aren't stopping them. Oh my gosh, please stop them. And then really the big story that chilled this whole thing out, knocked it out of the news feed, and gave fact checkers the excuse to just really censor this thing hard was this story out of Politico. If people remember, Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinfo, dozens of former intelligence officials say. So now you have the FBI coming to Zuckerberg saying, you might want to be on the lookout for this thing, but then you have the intelligence officials, the CIA, State Department, Department of Defense, all these ex-people coming together, 51 of them saying, in our experience, this is Russian
to push a lie.
disinformation.
I mean, literally your government getting a whole body of ex-government and CIA agents all together to push a lie on us.
Right. And forget about, Project Mockingbird, where they used to embed people from the CIA within the media. This is just straight up in your face. So now it has come out that this laptop is real. The New York Times even admits that. And a lot of the information on there is showing business dealings in Ukraine, in China, with, peddling.
Only the hotbed of the world at the moment now that Biden's president. Like, if you really thought, is there anything going on there? I want the clearest, cleanest person dealing with these very tense situations in China that's threatening our own politicians flying into Taiwan. We have a war in Ukraine now, and in this laptop, those two countries specifically are being discussed about business deals. I mean, come on. It's really shocking.
It's very interesting to note too. Those are the two countries that have been treated kind of, nicely. Ukraine's getting billions of dollars of money, so that's an interesting point. But is there regret? Has there been regret from these intelligence officials? Have they changed their tune? Well, this was the headline in the New York Post in March of this year. Spies who lie. 51 intelligence experts refuse to apologize for discrediting true Hunter Biden story. And one of those intelligence officials, his name is Jeremy Bash. He's a former chief of staff to the director of the CIA, also chief of staff to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. And he has come out and actually been promoted for his work. And this is the headline here. MSNBC pundit who claimed Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation tapped for Intelligence Advisory Board. This is under, obviously, the Biden administration. So he's getting a little bit of a better job now, getting out of the ranks of the media and MSNBC, and he's going right up to the White House. So this isn't the only thing that's happening, though. On the other side of the coin, we see some big movements now within the FBI. This is one of the headlines just recently. Top agent exits FBI amid charge of political bias undermining Hunter Biden probe, sources say. This was Timothy Thibault. He abruptly resigned after coming under congressional scrutiny. He was a senior official in the Bureau's Washington field office. So there's a lot of big shakeups happening right now in the FBI. And that's obviously a whole separate story to keep an eye on. But let's bring it back to the censorship piece. Why is this important? Did it really make a difference? Well, according to this headline, it made a big difference. This was, I believe, the New York Post. 79% say truthful coverage of Hunter Biden's laptop would have changed 2020 election. And that's where we're at in the United States right now. So that censorship has had that type of resonance with the consciousness of the population. But what's interesting about
let's
this...
just be clear, just very quickly, New York Post has sort of been on one side of this. They try to push the story so they have a bias. But let's all take it in. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or anything, right now, just take it in for a second and think about how incredibly close this election was. The largest number of voters ever recorded. Let's just take all of the concerns about how the voting went down. This was a neck-and-neck run, and to think that something this big, a laptop with business dealings with one of the families, and we worry about a president somehow being compromised. We had this laptop that had images that if China had them or Ukraine had them, could that be used to manipulate a family? All of that should have been, I think, in the purview of the public since it was out there and being reported on. Instead, it got shut down. I don't think you have to be rocket science. I don't think you need to have a partisan perspective of this. I think we all know damn well that this story would have been devastating given the margins that we all watched take place there.
And what's interesting is as this censorship happens, even to this day, the effects of it are still not fully understood, meaning the censorship still has a far-reaching effect in some influential circles. Take a listen to this Bill Maher clip and listen to what he has to say.
So he's saying it's okay to have a conspiracy to get rid of somebody as bad as Trump. It's a little bit of a thorny question because once you go down this road, this is sort of where we are in this country. The other side is so evil, anything is justified in preventing them from taking office. Is it?
No. You know what's not justified? Using armed violence to try to kill people in the Capitol. That's not justified.
Answer this question. Answer this question.
What is
was
the
it
question?
Appropriate? The question is, was it appropriate to bury the Hunter Biden?
You're talking about the press doing that?
He's saying that's what they did, and that is what they did. They buried the Hunter Biden story before the election because they were like, we can't risk having the election thrown to Trump. We'll tell them after the election.
And we know for a fact that that's what they did?
Of course. You don't follow this.
Saying you know for a fact that that's what they did. I don't know what they did.
I know, because you only watch MSNBC.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, then you would know about this.
I do know about that.
Well, you're acting like you know.
I do know about that, and I do watch Fox. But the point is, we're going to prove now that the press tried to.
They're admitting it.
The press is admitting it.
Yes, that's not even an issue anymore. They're saying, yes, we basically did this because we didn't want this to throw the election.
It's amazing. I just want to say to Bill Maher personally out there, bro, we have all been on this journey. I, too, was a loudmouth, progressive liberal. I have followed you for years, and I've watched how your intelligence and your ability to critically think is leading you down a very uncomfortable path. I want to thank you for the reporting you're doing, and I want to predict right now, I give you 365 days before you are definitely going to come out and say, just like Del Bigtree is, I am no longer a liberal. I do not align with progressive thought system the way I thought I did. Perhaps you'll say I'm politically marooned or I'm a libertarian, but everyone out there, mark my words, his days are numbered. You cannot start on this journey and watch the lies and deceit of any party you're part of that starts getting involved at this level where he's pointing out manipulation using media against the people for important stories. Nobody with a critical mind can handle that. And then you look at Rob Reiner, a guy who I used to love, certainly as an actor and all the great work he's done. But look how clueless he is. This is the biggest story in the country, and this is the problem, right? We're all living in such a thought bubble. The censorship is working. You know, the way that Facebook and the algorithms are keeping him from Rob Reiner from knowing what the hell is going on in the world as we know it.
Right. Creating low information individuals, you know, it becomes kind of dangerous because they have some levers of power that, you know, you may not want them to have at some point because they aren't fully informed.
Right.
But, you know, I remember back in the space in 2017 reporting, and the shadow banning, the word shadow banning came up, and it was kind of just this word that was created, and people were, it was like a phantom. Is this happening? Is it not? There's no admission from social media, but now that's all changed. Just give it a little while. It becomes fact. This is out of Vice magazine. This was the headline, how shadow banning went from a conspiracy theory to a selling point. And now they're bragging about this, and this is Meta. So Facebook
I love
changes
it when
names.
Vice does things like, I'm sure they were one of the ones calling us all conspiracy theories for talking about it, but now they're going to bravely go where no one's gone before and state what we've all been stating for a long time. Good for you, Vice. I love that you're always a day late and a dollar short.
Right, reporting the best hypocrisy the world has known. so
Yesterday's news today.
We have Meta, which was Facebook, changed its name to Meta, and this was during COVID-19. This was kind of a list of their restrictions and what they would, how they would moderate their content. It says here, once a piece of content is rated false by fact checkers, we reduce its distribution and show warning labels with more context. So there's just a mainlining of this shadow banning.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the same time, these factions within our governments are working to undermine the online conversation, to kill stories. We see foreign agents standing alongside of them with the same goals. Take a listen to this. This was a World Economic Forum. All roads continue to lead to the World Economic Forum, WEF. They're making decisions involving the direction of our country. So it looks like, you know, outside our borders, there's a major influence here. Take a look at what they had to say in this podcast.
Welcome to World vs. Virus, a podcast from the World Economic Forum that tries to make sense of the coronavirus pandemic. This week, fake news. We look at how misinformation has gone viral in the age of coronavirus and hear from the most senior communicator at the United Nations who wants you to be an ambassador for the truth.
So far, we recruited 110,000 information volunteers, kind of digital first responders.
And we hear from this entrepreneur who's worked at places including Twitter about a new startup which aims to equip those of us who consume the media, which is everybody, to navigate the Wild West of information.
If people cannot trust information about the critical challenges in our world today, whether it's coronavirus or climate change, then we cannot make reasoned decisions as a democracy.
You know, that was obviously all the way back in 2020, but it's that same agenda we're seeing. But boy, I hope I mean, for all of you that have joined us recently, they've just, your friends have told you, you got to check out the High Wire. They've been like right on so much of this all the way along, and it's not really a political show, and we're not. I don't mean for any of this to be political. We're stating the facts as we see them. It should bother anyone on any political aisle. But when we keep hearing, when we watch the California law, misinformation, you know, doctors spreading misinformation, lose their license. Here, 100,000 human beings lined up as an internet army to go after misinformation, and then you realize that we are literally in a revelation, a renaissance, if you will, understanding that all the misinformation we're talking about really was coming from our own governments, the CDC, the WHO. They're the ones that are slowly but surely having to admit that what they were providing was the misinformation. So where are we going from here?
Right. And you can see that apparatus being kind of constructed and populated by people like the World Economic Forum, the United Nations. And so that is this apparatus that we've really been fighting against from day one of the COVID response, trying to get the real information out. But Del, just before we went on air, we have a breaking story. We'll bring it right back to present day here. This was the New Civil Liberties Alliance. This was their press release. New Civil Liberties Alliance suit uncovers army of federal bureaucrats coercing social media companies to censor speech. Now, the attorneys generals of Missouri and Louisiana joined the New Civil Liberties Alliance in this lawsuit. It says Discovery has unveiled an army of federal censorship bureaucrats, including officials arrayed at the White House, HHS, DHS, CISA, the CDC, NIAID, the Office of the Surgeon General, the Census Bureau, the FDA, the FBI, the State Department, the Treasury Department, and the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. I was looking through some of these emails right before I went on air. I mean, people can start looking at these now. It's been released, but the CDC was having weekly meetings with Facebook talking about helping to debunk disinformation. That was actually the title of the email. So they're having weekly meetings. They're talking about having monthly meetings, talking about how to message VAERS. It's incredible what has just been released. So what has been released, what started with Mark Zuckerberg, about a week ago, has now just ballooned into a gigantic story. And remember, under the First Amendment, the federal government can't police private speech, and they can't pick winners and losers in this, they call it marketplace of ideas. This is highly illegal, highly unconstitutional, and it's all breaking right now.
Wow, just incredible, really an incredible moment. And we could feel it coming. We brought our own lawsuits. We're investigating some new information, some FOIA requests to come through where we're seeing our name pop up at the CDC. We're not ready to deliver that to you yet because we're doing a deeper investigation. But I am sure there are groups like ours, news agencies, those of us that have been telling the truth, backing our information up as we do using the Highwire protocol, which is providing you with all the evidence we have so that you can fact check us, you yourself, with the evidence that's out there. So many groups like ours, and it's great to see these lawsuits being brought by powerful groups. So really interesting. And I'm telling you, we definitely haven't heard the end of this. This is going to get to be, I believe, a pivotal moment. As I said, when we look back at Nixon and Watergate, this feels, and it's about time. It's high time that we start seeing the level of investigations that really shifted the culture of America at that time. It's time for another wake-up call for our government.
Right. And this doublespeak of so many people grandstanding on this idea of saving our democracy, defending our democracy, while at the same time simultaneously defending and pushing government censorship of speech and media coercion of the speech. Over in the UK, there's a similar story happening. Another bombshell story is unfolding in the UK right now. As a senior member of Parliament, Rishi Sunak, he is actually in the running to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. We'll know more about that in early September here. But he's come forward now and become the most senior whistleblower to blow the whistle on the COVID response. What happened behind the scenes in the UK? This is the headline here. This is where it started out. Sunak says it was a mistake to empower scientists during COVID pandemic. He did a long format sit down with The Spectator. It's a magazine in the UK, and he kind of spilled the beans. This was the headline. Anybody wants to read this story? It's an amazing tell-all. The Lockdown Files, Rishi Sunak on what we weren't told. Listen to some of these quotes he has in here. A cost-benefit calculation, a basic requirement for pretty much every public health intervention, was never made. He says, I wasn't allowed to talk about the trade-offs, says Sunak. Ministers were briefed by number 10 on how to handle questions about the side effects of lockdown. The script was not to ever acknowledge them. The script was, there's no trade-off because doing this for our health is good for our economy. And so he talks about in here SAGE, that's the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. And what they are is this outside groups, kind of like the FDA's VRBPAC group in a way. They're not fully transparent. Some people who's in there, some people you don't know who's in there, but they have extreme sway on the government. They'll come to the government and they say, our scientists, our group here, this independent group has gamed 3 scenarios, and this scenario has this science behind it and this potential outcome, and this potential outcome, and then ministers can decide what direction the government goes. So the SAGE units, and then also these things called nudge units, these work together behind the scenes to really influence how the UK directed the lockdown response. So this is what Sunak had to say about that, about those groups. He says, Typically, he said, ministers would be shown sage analysis pointing to horrifying scenarios that would come to pass if Britain did not impose or extend lockdowns. But even he, as chancellor, could not find out how these all-important scenarios had been calculated. So again, completely left in the dark. One of the top power people in the UK can't even get answers to why they're extending lockdowns. And listen to this final quote here. He says this: "I was like, summarize for me the key assumptions on one page with a bunch of sensitivities and rationale for each one," Sunak says. "In the first year, I could never get this. The Treasury," he says, "would never recommend policy based on unexplained modeling. He regarded this as a matter of basic competence. But for a year, UK government policy and the fate of millions was being decided by half-explained graphs cooked up by outside academics." This is this outside influence on the government, and not even the government itself can get straightforward answers or transparency. Unbelievable.
Wow. I mean, what's amazing is, and this is why I love being an international show, and for all of you in the UK, this may be your Watergate moment, right? You're now starting to see politicians stepping out and saying, I've basically been handcuffed and gagged inside of the government here. I wasn't allowed to get to the truth for you. Things need to change. And, hopefully we see those people that have been transparent, the Ron Johnsons and the DeSantises and those in our government, those that have been correct and right and fighting for humanity and transparency. We need to see them rise up. And then it gets back to the government, as I said at the top of the show, that I believe in. The best should rise. The truthful should rise. Those that weren't afraid to go against the status quo when it didn't make any sense.
And for those of you watching who are wondering why we're transitioning sort of into the spaces of the climate conversation, rising energy prices,
right,
soaring food prices, things like this, we have to understand what we're laying out here, this evidence we're laying out here. This is the same apparatus, this same overlay is being used to steer the conversation, to steer the science surrounding these debates, and to drive the new restrictions that we're seeing. So even in February of this year, you could see the prepositioning. This was in the Hill. This was a headline: "Coming soon, climate lockdowns." Now there's a question mark there, excuse me, but that's the prepositioning.
Right.
And now we have the current headlines out of the European Union. We've reported on that. They're being hit very hard with energy restrictions. EU crisis chief calls for more power to fight climate impacts. Over in France, we have this Great Reset. French government to recruit 3,000 green police over climate change. And so this conversation around climate change, the science, it's been in question for quite some time. 2014, there was a study looking at kind of the information surrounding this and how it's been presented. And even back then, the researchers in this article say it appears that news media and some pro-environmental organizations have the tendency to accentuate or even exaggerate the damage caused by climate change. We find that the information manipulation has an instrumental value, meaning it can drive policy. And that was in 2014. And that was way before this apparatus has been built. Now we have a very dangerous public health and science apparatus that can steer, using outside organizations, the conversation and really the fate of millions of people in these directions. One of those in the UK was the nudge unit. And the nudge unit was used. These were basically they psychologically manipulated the public using
it's basically
fear.
What it sounds like, right? Nudging humanity in the direction that we need them to go. I mean, it's kind of gross. Even that they would call themselves that. Right? It's like nudging you off a cliff. I feel like I'm standing waiting for a subway and I just get nudged onto the train tracks. Oh, thank you very much. Was that my government that just did that?
Yeah, it's kind of a dirty, unsavory little situation. I mean, these are behavioral scientists that are brought in to find the best way to nudge people into accepting lockdowns, accepting masking, accepting things they don't really want to accept. And remember last year we reported on this. After they saw what was done with their information, they came out and said that was a big mistake. They used too much fear. And this was the headline. We covered this several times in the show, but it's worth mentioning again. Use of fear to control behavior in COVID crisis was totalitarian, admits scientists. A woman named Laura Dodsworth, she's a writer, she's a filmmaker in the UK. She has written a book. The whistleblowers in these nudge units came to her and spilled the beans, so to speak. She wrote a book called State of Fear, How the UK Government Weaponized Fear During the COVID-19 Pandemic. And it's interesting to look at the trajectory because obviously, that was a big concern for her. She heard the stories of these scientists, and she was concerned as well about this apparatus that was being built. Let's check in with her just recently. What is she concerned about now? Take a listen.
I want want to say something else about extending this scrutiny beyond COVID. Back in 2011, not long after the inception of the Nudge Unit, the Science and Technology Committee noted that there were serious ethical concerns with governments deploying behavioural science, because what that effectively does is change people's behaviour in ways in which they're not aware. There has been no public consultation, there is no public mandate, there is no public permission. When we were frightened in order to comply with the rules, and when Nudge is deployed continually from COVID to climate change, it is without the public's consent and consultation.
Do you think this will now be the start of the unravelling of lockdown and people looking into it now that Rishi has broken cover?
I think absolutely. And actually, I think it's going to generate, hopefully, a lot more honesty about the damages of lockdown. It's going to be pretty difficult to avoid with the inflation where it is. But like I said, it's really important to not assume this only happened with COVID. It's happening right now with nudging the public towards net zero goals. We have to be honest about this. The same tools are being deployed. You know, we're living in a world now where everything's color-coded to let us know whether we're on an amber warning or a red warning. There are reports jointly authored by broadcasters and the Nudge Unit about how to change people's behaviour without them even being aware through TV programming. This has now become really insidious within government, and I really don't think it's any way to run a country, to nudge the population and especially to frighten them into following unpopular policies.
Wow. I mean, I love it when you start seeing other news agencies that sound like the High Wire. This is important. We are going to move. We're stretching our wings here on the High Wire to go. And I've said it from the beginning, Jeffrey, and this is sort of, our creed with each other, which was we're going to go where curiosity takes us, where our questions lead us. And though we started this journey together really in the vaccine space, now, as you said, it's these same apparatus that have been built, structured, not just for this vaccine discussion and the oppression of humanity through medical means. In many ways, it's going to be food and energy and all of these things. And so we are going to move our investigations where they're needed. And you are doing such a brilliant job taking us there, Jeffrey. I'm so thankful to have you on the team in amazing reporting this week as we talk about the unraveling of government corruptions around the world. Really, really powerful stuff.
Thank you, Del. And I do believe the biggest stories of our lifetimes are yet to come. So I look forward to standing alongside you and the team with this reporting. It's going to be a hell of a ride.
Here we go. All right, you take care. I'll see you next week. Look, if you like what Jeffrey Jackson is doing.
Appreciate. We're good then. Yeah. Okay. Always appreciate the Jackson report. I appreciate the fact they're also willing to cover and they see the pattern in regards to the way in which COVID was generated, the way in which it was rolled out across the world has a pattern. It has an organization behind it, and they're able to now recognize what that organization is, how they operate, and they're starting to understand that it extends beyond just COVID and viruses and disease. It's going to extend now into climate change, something that many people have been talking about for quite some time, and it goes along with the agenda that Rich and I have been covering on the show now for 2 years. I do want to do one quick thing as Rich pulls out some books. I want to just very quickly make people aware of, I had Maddie join us. She did the COVID collaborators. This is, she has 4 blogs about the COVID collaborative and the initiative that was set up. The 4th blog, the most recent one she did, was about Dr. Robert Califf. And I just want to read 2 quick things and just give people some information about what's actually happening with this concept of real world data that I believe he innovated. This real quick. In his academic papers, this is talking about Dr. Robert Califf now. Do this there. Okay. In his academic papers, Califf often cites Klaus Schwab and his globalist calls and argues in favor of converging biology with technology at an accelerated rate. His non-academic efforts include convincing people that then President Barack Obama that the 4th industrial revolution is happening whether we like it or not. Quote, getting that right was the most important thing in the future of American economy and its health. Obama knew that the current FDA paradigm is not suited and something different had to be done, end quote. The latter half of Caliph's career has been spent in this pursuit. And what is that? What is that pursuit? I'll show you. Real world evidence, or real world data, is defined by the FDA as the clinical evidence regarding the usage and potential benefits or risks of a medical product derived from analysis of real world data. So that's real world evidence. But what's real world data? Where real world data is defined as data relating to patient health status or the delivery of health care routinely collected, provided outside of a research setting. Why is this important? RWD is collected from a vast array of sources, including electronic health records submitted by medical professionals, insurance claims, billing data, medical product disease registries, the patient themselves, wearable devices, cell phones, and social media. So it's completely in line. That's how they collect real world data. Now, what came in the news this week? COVID booster proved despite zero human testing. And it was either this one or it was maybe this one. Paxlovid provides zero benefit for 40 to 65 because they were, and I believe Jimmy quotes real world data. And I believe Maddie pointed that out to me. I believe it was this one, but both of them. The concepts of real world data are quite literally imminent and what Jimmy covers. And so he's just sort of acknowledging that this is being done. The EUA for the newly approved booster, which by the way has both the alpha variant and the BA4 and 5 subvariants of Omicron. They're just throwing stuff together and trying a whole host of nonsense with no data. And that's essentially, or they call it real world data, which is track, trace, and database the individual. That's to me, what the euphemism, in my opinion, for real world data actually stands for. So I thought that was an important element because we're not going to be able to get to these tonight. We intended to, but this is getting too late. But I wanted to make people aware that there's unfortunately the conceptual continuity is manifesting itself and just even the continual propagation of medical technologies, whether it's boosters or Paxlovid or whatever. This is the new paradigm. There's no more RCTs. There's no more essential real science being done. It's real world data, which is again a euphemism for taking people's information and trying to pump out essentially some sort of procedure prescription to alleviate whatever disease is manifesting, but they're not doing it based on any actual randomized controlled trials anymore. It's all based on patient feedback or patient information taken from whatever database one can imagine. It's a very troubling and disconcerting future, but seeing that Dr. Robert Califf out of Duke University is innovating this sort of stuff, it's no surprise because he is a big fan and has been of Klaus Schwab's initiative for the fourth industrial revolution. He says this is an absolutely necessary paradigm to, much like what the Milken Institute talked about, with a new platform needed for an mRNA technology or a new vaccine technology, and that would be the mRNA. So this all goes along.
Do it, and they're not going to ask your permission.
That's the goal. That's exactly right. To do it.
So from the Jackson Report, we learned that there's a connection between the World Economic Forum, right? Klaus Schwab eats your bugs. Yeah. And is a laptop from hell, right? That was all in that one story. There's a wide spectrum being represented there. And speaking of the laptop from hell, in a story that if it wasn't squashed by the media, would have probably changed the last election. Let's just read a segment from here. This is page 199. It ties into almost everything we've talked about tonight, including Project Veritas. Biden's secret emails revealed. Ukrainian executive thanked Hunter Biden for, quote, opportunity to meet Veep dad, read the front page. The online exclusive was posted at 5 a.m. and was trending all morning on social media platforms. 6 hours later, Facebook pulled the plug. Communications manager Andy Stone, a former Democratic Party operative, issued a statement via Twitter at 11:10 a.m. Quote, while I will intentionally not link to the New York Post, I want to be clear that this story is eligible to be fact-checked by Facebook's third-party fact-checking partners. In the meantime, we are reducing its distribution on our platform, end quote. Now, we can compare that to what Zuckerberg recently said on the Joe Rogan podcast, but we'll save that for another time. Continuing reading. Twitter followed suit, preventing the story being shared on its platform on the pretext that it violated rules against distribution of hacked material. The New York Post's Twitter account remained locked for 2 weeks until election eve, and then it was all of a sudden safe.
How convenient.
How convenient.
And
they're
so
definitely not trying to affect the election.
No, not at all. It's not like they bragged about it or anything afterwards either.
This was unprecedented. Coordinated censorship by two of the largest multinational companies in the world. What do you call it when companies merge with the government?
Fascism.
There was Mussolini had that word for it. Oh yeah, fascism.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the next page.
Real quick, if you go for that first comment about the down ranking, I think the algorithm's called edge rank. So essentially, what they've done is they shadow banned it very subtly by down ranking anything. So they could then do this whole PR stunt right now, which is like, well, we didn't really take it down. We just didn't allow, you could still share it. You just, it's not going to get in front of as many people because of it's being downranked.
But the social media suppression had done its job. It had a chilling effect on other media outlets, which dismissed the evidence as, quote, debunked or, quote, hacked, or just ignored it. At his morning news meeting on the day of the Post story broke, CNN boss Jeff Zucker and political director David Chalian instructed staff to disparage it, according to a leaked recording released by undercover news outlet Project Veritas.
I'm confused. So
Project
they want
Veritas, yeah.
I'm just noticing a pattern
Different
here.
story,
So
though.
didn't Fauci in an internal email to a couple of virologists and epidemiologists? No, that was with Francis Collins. He had an internal email and said, we need to get on top of this and make sure that the
hit piece.
Yeah, that's strange. So they're doing the same thing. Wow.
Jeff Zucker never did anything like that in his career at CNN.
Right.
Quote, obviously, we're not going with the New York Post story right now on Hunter Biden, said Chalian. We'll just continue to report this out and the very stuff that the president has impeached over, that Senate committees looked at and found nothing wrong in Joe Biden's interactions with the Ukrainians, who we're now at war with, right? Because it was going to stop in April, and the Anglo-American establishment still got a war going with Ukraine and Russia. At a news meeting 2 days later, Zucker dismissed the story as, quote, the Breitbart, the New York Post, Fox News rabbit hole of Hunter Biden, end quote. That seems like he's lying in hindsight, right?
Not a surprise.
The killer blow came 5 days after the Post's expose from 50 former senior intelligence officials led by former Obama administration CIA director and friend of the Muslim Brotherhood, John Brennan, and director of national intelligence, James Clapper. Ooh, two trustworthy guys, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Now, these are the same people who probably came out and told us that COVID did not come from a lab. I would have to cross-check, but when you get 50 of these guys together, it's probably the same group. Using the institutional weight of their powerful roles, they signed an open letter delivered to Politico by former Brennan aide Nick Shapiro, which claimed the material on the hard drive, quote, has all the classic earmarks of Russian information operation. End quote.
I actually use this as an example in my course. Right? That's one of the main fallacies. Fallacy of language. I forget I did it for Anativoli or something else. But
we want to emphasize that we do not know if the emails provided to the New York Post by President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, are genuine or not, and that we do not have evidence of Russian involvement.
Yeah,
but there are a number of factors that make us suspicious of involvement. So that ties into what Zuckerberg was saying, right? So they knew this was going to break. They just went around and told everyone, hey, Russia, Russia, Russia. And the laptop op, as they called it, laptop op was on. And so Russia and Ukraine and China are all involved in this laptop. I'm glad that Biden's administration has nothing to do with Russia or Ukraine or China, and that we can just sweep this all under the rug and have a cocktail. Have a martini. Forget about it. Nothing to see there. Laptop from hell.
The Burisma scandal is, it's so absurd because even today you can go on and you can go on like I know. Yeah. That's true. That's absolutely right. There's really nothing more to say.
That's all I have to say about that.
That's
right. You don't have to think about it, dude.
Exactly. That's exactly where we're going with it. All right, so let's head into intermission. We got some Vedmore. We got some Matthew Ehret. Should we flip a coin to see who gets played first in the intermission?
Sure. Doesn't.
The Vedmore interview. So Johnny Vedmore has a new article. We'll cover it next week. Hopefully we can have Johnny on next week to discuss it.
Yeah.
He did an hour-long interview on the article. We could play part of it, but we
Let's
also
play the
wanna
Matthew Ehret one first because we're going to play that one in full, and then that'll after that one's over, then we can just start with the Vedmore interview and just go as long as you feel is necessary, and we can
we'll just
pull it.
Stand.
Yeah, we can pull what we need to.
The full of the Matthew Ehret and then roll
style.
right into Vedmore until we pull it. Sounds right?
Sounds like a good plan here at 3:22 a.m.
Perfect.
We'll get back to the two faces of George Bush and Skull and Bones later. But right now, let's go to intermission with Matthew Ehret and Johnny Vedmore taking center stage. And don't forget to change screen. There you go.
Former President Donald Trump announced his intention to run in the 2024 elections, which is a no-brainer considering his support among potential Republican contenders is 49%, compared to a 25% support rate for DeSantis, and no other candidate earning above 7%. It didn't take 2 days before Defense Authorization Act of 2022 was passed by the House of Representatives, giving the president full control over the military and all domestic operations, and which takes direct aim at all domestic extremists in the USA. The senile and politically compromised Biden's days in power are shaky to say the least. A cause to eliminate the obviously decrepit puppet who is quickly losing any claim to usefulness for his handlers is increasing.
Look, maybe I'm kidding myself, but as time goes on, the voter who is just trying to figure out, as I said, how to take care of their family, put 3 squares on the table, stay safe, be able to pay their mortgage or their rent, etc., is becoming much more informed on the motives of some of the political players and some of the political parties.
These broad, unconstitutional powers assumed by the executive may easily be used by whatever fascist power is brought into play as Biden's replacement. These events echo the 1933 Reichstag fire that provided a newly elected Hitler regime the excuse it needed to impose tyrannical, enabling acts. With the perfect storm of crises now converging onto our beleaguered world, economic meltdown, energy crisis, food crisis, and general dangers of both civil and global wars, it is worth considering the very real possibility that the days of elections may soon be over. Despite the many talking heads yapping about the 2024 elections as if it were a football game, reality and real history paint a very different picture of bankers' directed military coups, both in the USA and abroad. We will revisit the 1932 to 1934 efforts by the international deep state to impose a fascist dictatorship upon Americans, and even overthrow the elected government of Franklin Roosevelt with a J.P. Morgan-funded military coup d'etat. (1932 to 1934) was a period of history that saw the world torn down into a deep depression, which the people of Europe and America were told by their media could only be solved by the economic miracle solution of a new system of governments known as fascism. This fascist economic solution took hold in Europe with the quick rise of Nazism, Franco and Mussolini's corporatism, as well as what later became Vichy France. In English Canada, the League for Social Reconstruction, founded by 5 Rhodes Scholars, was ready to take power in 1932. and French-speaking Canada was quickly embracing the Nazi-inspired political party of Adrian Arcand. The British governing class, led by the royal family, were fully backing Nazism, and Sir Oswald Molesley's British Union of Fascists was rising faster than ever. All of these movements came in different flavors, but were united under a cold, utilitarian philosophy of government, a devout love for eugenics, the racist science of populist control, an addiction to City of London Wall Street money. In the United States, however, things weren't going as smoothly. Even though the financial elite of Wall Street had pulled the plug on the system 4 years earlier, the population had still not broken sufficiently to accept fascism as the solution which Time magazine told them it was. Instead, the people voted for one of the few anti-fascist presidential candidates available in 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt was elected under the theme of taking the moneylenders out of power and restoring the Constitution. In his March 4, 1933 inaugural address, FDR stated,
"Practices of the unscrupulous money changers stand indicted in the court of public opinion. Faced by failure of credit, they have proposed only the lending of more money. Stripped of the lure of profit by which to induce our people to follow their false leadership, they have resorted to exhortation, pleading tearfully for restored confidence. They have no vision, and when there is no vision, the people perish. Yes, the money changers have fled from their high seats in the temple of our civilization. We may now restore that temple to the ancient truth. The measure of that restoration lies in the extent to which we apply social values, more noble than mere monetary profit."
During FDR's famous 100 days, an all-out war was declared on the economic royalists that had taken over the nation. Audits and investigations were conducted on the banks in the form of the Pecora Commission, and the biggest financial houses, which had spent billions on fascist parties of Europe, were broken up, while speculation was reined in under Glass-Steagall. Meanwhile, a new form of banking was unveiled more in alignment with America's constitutional traditions, in the form of productive credit and long-term public works, which created real jobs and increased the national productive powers of labor. Many people remain totally ignorant that even before his March 4, 1933 inauguration, Franklin Roosevelt narrowly avoided an assassination attempt in Florida, which saw 5 people struck by bullets, and the mayor of Chicago dying of his wounds 3 weeks later. Within days of the mayor's death, the assassin, Giuseppe Zingara, was speedily labeled a lone gunman and executed without any serious investigation into his Freemasonic connections. This, however, was just a precursor for an even greater battle, which Wall Street financiers would launch in order to overthrow the presidency later that year. This effort would only be stopped by the courageous intervention of a patriotic Marine named Smedley Darlington Butler. Born in 1881 to a family of patriotic Quakers, Smedley Butler quickly rose through the ranks of the military, becoming the most decorated military figure of U.S. history, a record he holds to this day with multiple Medals of Honor, an Army Distinguished Service Medal, and Marine Corps Brevet Medal, to name just a few. By the end of the British orchestrated meat grinder known as World War I, the general had become an activist patriot, giving speeches across America in denunciation of the private financiers steering America's war-driven economy. Speaking to veterans in August 1933, the general said,
"I have spent 33 years being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers in 1909 to 1912. I helped make Mexico, and especially Tampico, safe for American oil interests in 1916. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenue in. I helped rape half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. In China, I helped see to it that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. I had a swell racket. I was rewarded with honors, medals, and promotions. I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate a racket in 3 cities. The Marines operated on 3 continents.
In spite of his outspoken criticism of crony capitalism, Wall Street's elite simply presumed all men had their price, and Butler was probably just indignant because he was never given a big enough piece of the pie. These financiers needed someone like Butler to channel the rage of the striking veterans of World War I across America, who had been fighting for the bonus pay promised them years earlier, but which didn't exist due to the 1929 collapse. A force of hundreds of thousands of disgruntled seasoned soldiers was exactly what was needed to overthrow Roosevelt. But leadership was sorely lacking, and General Butler was their man for the job. He was a war hero who was seen as honest and loved by the veterans. He was perfect. Before continuing, it would benefit us all to recall that the American Legion was a very different beast from the benign organization of old veterans it is known as today. As it was originally founded with Wall Street capital in 1919 and was run early on as a fascist machine, Legion Commander Alvin Owsley made this explicit in 1921 when he said,
"If need be, the American Legion is ready to protect the institutions of this country and its ideals, in the same way as the fascists have treated the destructive forces threatening Italy. Don't forget that the fascists are, for today's Italy, what the American Legion is for the United States."
In reply to whether this meant taking over the government, he said,
"Exactly that."
Under the guiding hand of J.P. Morgan's Grayson Prevost Murphy, 2 representatives of the American Legion, Commander Bill Doyle and bond salesman Gerald McGuire, approached Butler in July 1933 for the job of rallying the Legion's veterans and began dropping hints of a larger coup plot. Butler became suspicious, but continued playing along with the plan to see how far this went up the ladder of power. Over the course of the next several months, Butler discovered that America's financial elite centered around John Pierpont Morgan Jr., the Harrimans, the Mellons, Warburgs, Rockefellers, and DuPonts, all at the heart of the plot. These men used their agents such as Gerald McGuire, the Morgan-affiliated bond salesman, Democratic Party controllers John W. Davis and Thomas Lamont, both occupying directorships in the House of Morgan, Robert Sterling Clark, heir to the Singer sewing machine fortune, Grayson Prevost Murphy, and Harriman family investment banker Prescott Bush. All of these characters had become well-known investors in European fascism, owned the biggest media platforms including Fortune and Time magazine, both of which promoted Mussolini extensively for years and controlled the levers of industry. Luckily, the 1932 to 1934 Pecora Commission exposed these forces publicly as the architects of the Great Depression, making their ability to acquire popular support and sympathy more than a little difficult. Outlining his committee's findings, Pecora had written publicly,
"Undoubtedly, this small group of highly placed financiers controlling the very springs of economic activity holds more real power than any similar group in the USA."
When the time was right, Butler blew the whistle by approaching the McCormack-Dickstein Committee, which began an investigation on November 20th, 1934. Unlike the Committee on Un-American Activities, which made its reputation destroying patriotic lives under the communist witch hunt of McCarthyism, this earlier version was aligned to FDR and dedicated solely to identifying Nazi activity in America. At first skeptical of the general's claims, the committee soon substantiated everything over the course of a month-long investigation and made their findings public to FDR and Congress on December 29, 1934. An invaluable part of the hearings were the testimonies of journalist Paul Comley French, whom Butler recruited to act as the general's intermediary with the bankers. Butler told the committee that McGuire stated it
wouldn't take any constitutional change to authorize another cabinet official, somebody take over the details of the office, to take them off the president's shoulders.
And that
we'd do with him what Mussolini did to the King of Italy.
When French asked McGuire how the coup would help solve unemployment, McGuire responded,
We need a fascist government to save the nation from the communists. It was the plan that Hitler had used in putting all of the unemployed in labor camps or barracks and forced labor. That would solve it overnight.
Although the full transcripts were not made public, Butler did get the message to the population by giving his story to as many journalists as possible and recorded a message to the people in 1935, which should be listened to in full.
The plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions. The upshot of the whole thing was that I was supposed to lead an organization of 500,000 men, which would be able to take over the functions of government. I talked with an investigator for this committee who came to me with a subpoena on Sunday, November 18th. He told me they had unearthed evidence linking my name with several such veteran organizations. As it then seemed to me to be getting serious, I felt it was my duty to tell all I knew of such activities to this committee. My main interest in all this is to preserve our democratic institutions. I want to retain the right to vote, the right to speak freely, and the right to write. If we maintain these basic principles, our democracy is safe. No dictatorship can exist with suffrage, freedom of speech, and press.
This exposure, alongside the Pecora Commission findings and earlier failed assassination attempt, gave FDR the ammunition he needed to force America's deep state into submission, at least for a while. FDR's fight to stop a central banker's dictatorship started from the earliest days of his presidency to his dying breath on April 12, 1945. Incredibly, after the sanitized and redacted 1934 report was published, the committee was disbanded, to be reformed later under a fascist mandate, and thousands of pages of transcripts were buried for years, only officially made public in the 21st century, the contents of which can be found online. The coup plotters lost no time forming a new organization on August 22, 1934, called the American Liberty League, which spent the next decade sabotaging FDR's New Deal. This group made every effort to promote an American alliance with Axis powers until 1941's Pearl Harbor attack, widely financed eugenics, and, after FDR died, acted as the driving force behind the McCarthyite police state in America during the Cold War. Without understanding this fascist deep state operation within the heart of the American establishment, it would be impossible to make sense of the Manichean Cold War dualism that destroyed FDR's vision for a world of cooperating sovereign nation-states. The American Liberty League also gave birth to such think tanks as the American Enterprise Institute, Heritage Foundation, and Cato Institute, which incrementally made Austrian school economics a part of the American right. Anyone wishing to understand what created the Frankenstein monster called neoconservatism during the last 60 years would not get very far without understanding the role of the American Liberty League and its hellspawn. Today, a new systemic meltdown of a $1.5 quadrillion derivatives bubble has similarities to the 1929 crash and other similarities to the 1923 hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic. While the specific trigger for the oncoming systemic blowout is not fully determined, what is certain is that the danger of a new fascist coup and world war are as real as ever before. With the restoration of an FBI dictatorship in the USA, not seen since the darkest days of the Cold War, and with a criminal raid on Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home, it should be increasingly clear that the opportunities to avoid a slide into fascism are disappearing faster than the likelihood that a 2024 Democratic election will actually take place. It is now up to the American people to ensure that the lessons of history are learned quickly, and that the American experiment is not permitted to fail.
Politics and Empire welcomes back Johnny Vedmore, investigative journalist and musician from Wales, who writes for a number of outlets, including Whitney Webb's Unlimited Hangout. His latest and absolute smashing piece is The Kissinger Continuum, the unauthorized history of the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leaders program. Willkommen back to Geopolitics and Empire, Johnny V.
Danke. I am so glad to be here. So that was a bit of my Schwab impression there for you.
We're going to have to talk with the Schwab accent for the rest of this interview. All right.
No. Nine. But thanks for having me on. Our other two talks on this were really, really good, and I think it's really good that this is like the first time I'm going to talk to someone where I'm talking about the actual third piece on its own rather than the first two pieces, because a lot of the time people are playing catch up, but you're already on the ball, and I like that.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, for people who have not read your prior pieces on Klaus Schwab and the CIA connection to WEF, it's mandatory they go back and do that. I think we talked about last time the necessity of reading a lot, and those pieces, I think they've been widely read. On my TNT show last week, I was talking with a guest from Canada or something who was talking about Schwab and the Nazis. I'm like, you probably read Johnny Vedmore's article, and he's like, yeah. And so your stuff is getting widely read, and as you say, Klaus Schwab's supposed brainchild, Young Global Leaders, is actually a replica of Kissinger's international seminar, originally run out of Harvard and funded by CIA. You investigate the people behind Kissinger's international seminar and the CIA conduits which funded the program, and Kissinger's key role in the creation of the Young Global Leaders program. So let's get to the bottom of this. What's going on?
Oh, this is when people read the first two articles, you have a really interesting kind of a relationship with your readership once you've got a start of a series that people are enjoying and has uncovered some really fantastically new information. And the first two pieces, I had so much joy with finding loads of stuff that no one knew about or had been hidden in the shadows, that I knew this one was going to be brilliant to research. It's going to be so fun to research, and I never expected quite how once you know all of the information, then you're looking at one long line, and really one long line of creation of American intelligence agencies to the Young Global Leaders program itself. Because the Young Global Leaders program, as I will hopefully be able to explain to you and your audience, is like a continuation of a program that really has its birth in Harvard, and William Yandell Elliott, the mentor, at least the Harvard School of Government mentor of Henry Kissinger, and Kissinger's international seminar, and that it really was a template for what the Young Global Leaders project would be eventually. But there's so much more, because what you'll be able to see is that the people who were funding, the people who proved in 1967, Harvard were forced to release a report, and they were trying to beat there was two newspapers. I can't remember what the first newspaper was, and I haven't been able to actually find the article in any archives for this, but one newspaper at the time was about to out the fact that the CIA had funded certain programs in the Harvard summer school, and the New York Times also had that story and printed it first and got it out there first, and showed that Kissinger's international seminar, which had run from 1950 and was still running in 1967, had been for the years between 1960 and 1966 funded by three organizations in particular, which were foundations, which were CIA conduits. They were made up by the CIA. The members of the CIA were actually on board with it. There was a lot of organizations, as we'll also learn, that were during this time to kind of start the countering Soviet narratives and to start encouraging Western or American aligned thinking within the rest of the world by implanting certain people who the West would train through organizations that they would make up. And this was playing catch up to the Soviets, who in 1919 with Willy Munzenberg had started Comintern and the first sort of like communist youth program that was spreading propaganda. By the end of the war, the West had to do roughly the same thing. And remember, wartime, it was the OSS was created, this special like precursor to the CIA, and William Donovan headed it up and recruited some really key members, people like Kermit Roosevelt, who is going to come up in this story, because Kermit Roosevelt is one of the most important people in the history of American intelligence. There is a man who's done some great work on this, a completely and utterly astounding work who I'll talk about as well later. But this was... The war was a really interesting time for intelligence, of course. All of these guys after the war had a load of loose ends and they had nothing to do. And they were all realizing that the Soviet threat was coming. So it's time to reorganize and re-coordinate. And really, the British and the Americans, even though they were on the same side, sometimes weren't working together. They were very independent in their intelligence methods. And what you find during that time, and I'm doing a lot of research on articles now about this, is that things like British intelligence agencies were trying to encourage the actions of American intelligence agencies by committing certain actions or laying out fake propaganda. There's a case in Spain where they had planned out to find a Nazi hanging out with a map in a briefcase attached to his arm, so that the Spanish could find it, and then they would go back and they would tell information. You know, there's lots of little games during the war that was really fun that they enjoyed playing, and they took those games outside into the normal world after the war. And it turned into, of course, East versus West, the Cold War, and for that they needed to create a new organization after the OSS that was much more suited for a long-term battle, ideological battle and secret war. That was the CIA, which was created in 1947. And some of the people who were behind the creation were some of the people who funded this course that would train Klaus Schwab, Kissinger's international seminar. And this is what's really interesting. Now, Kermit Roosevelt was one of the men who was brought on. He had already been OSS, and he was brought on into the CIA. And Kermit Roosevelt was the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt, the president from the turn of the century. His father was also called Kermit Roosevelt. During the war, committed suicide in Alaska. He was a very troubled man. I don't quite know what was going on with his father, but Kermit Roosevelt Jr. was a very keen intellect. He was very interested in the Middle East, especially. He had traveled extensively from the time when he was very young with his father, and he knew a lot about the world. He knew how it worked, and what happened after World War II, of course, is you had 1947 wasn't only the creation of the CIA, but it was also around the time of the Nakba and the incursions into Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel. Now, what loads of people don't know, and what I really didn't know when I started off on this journey, is that loads of the people who started out in the CIA, loads of the people advising all of these different organizations, and loads of people pushing the direction of this newly formed Central Intelligence Agencies were all anti-Zionists. They were nearly all exclusively. They all, one of the people who is in Kermit Roosevelt's circle of friends is a journalist, the first woman to be expelled from Nazi Germany in 1934, the first journalist. She was a woman called Dorothy Thompson, really strong. When you watch her videos, you get, ooh, she's like a really strong teacher type. But these people were extremely active. I can't remember what I was going to say there. I'll remember remember. I'll remember now. But this is a really exciting time. 1947, the creation of the CIA. Dorothy Thompson said that the creation of the State of Israel and the pushing out of all of these Palestinians into other lands would cause perpetual war. It would be something that would go on forever. It was a recipe for perpetual war, and that's what the CIA found that they wanted. They wanted that. They wanted to be able to make regions unstable, and for the big power of America, Daddy, to come in and say, we can help you with your troubles. And this is what they were trying to form. So they formed this unit called the CIA, which was going to go out and do some of that, because by the 50s, as Kissinger starting up the pilot of his international seminar, just as he's leaving Harvard himself in 1950, they got him straight on. He's written one of the biggest dissertations in Harvard's history. That he's being lauded by everybody around, and he gets put in charge of this international seminar created by William Yandell Elliott, and he's recruited soon by the CFR as well at the same time to war game out nuclear threat and etc. Kissinger's being lifted into a role, and at the same time, in 1952 and 1953, the CIA are enacting their first coups in the Middle East. So the first coup that happened was in Egypt. We talked slightly about it, just the funny fact the name's called Operation FF, which stood for Fat Fuck, I believe. And it was basically aimed at getting out King Farouk, who was in charge. They tried to negotiate with him a little bit, say, this is what we want. He wasn't having any of it. So they were like, okay, we'll commit a coup. They got NASA and the Free Officers Movement in Egypt to basically remove him. They were planning on a revolution anyway, and had lots of backing anyway. So the King Farouk went off and went into exile in Italy. I think he eventually died in Italy, but he never got back in charge. The CIA this operation was led and planned by Kermit Roosevelt alongside Allen Dulles and others. But Kermit Roosevelt was this really important character. He had designed and created the first coup, and it was so successful that up in the State Department, John Foster Dulles was saying, well, we're going to have to do another one of these next year, aren't we? We'll give you the equivalent of 12 million, I think it is, in today's money, so about 1 million at the time, in funds to overthrow Mohammed Mosque in Iran, and who was going to design that and lead that project, but the person who had designed and led the other project, Kermit Roosevelt. They come in and they do a coup in Iran.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because when I was teaching university, international relations in Mexico, I would actually assign students, because they don't like to read, but I would make them read the primary source documents of TP Ajax, Operation Ajax, of the overthrow of Iran in 53 Mossadegh. And yeah, just as you laid out, Kermit Roosevelt was involved. It was the CIA, MI6, and then 53, and then 54 was Guatemala. I forget the name of that. I don't know if it was like Operation Peanut Butter or PB, I think, PB, but I never went as far, I guess. I didn't know about Egypt and Operation FF. So it's like you can trace it, as you said, 52, 53, 54. And I think an important point you make, you say that the Americans were soon to learn that if they were to continue to overthrow governments, they would first need to have effective American-aligned leaders already trained up and ready. And then you go on to talk about in your article, the American Friends of the Middle East. And you can trace from where you're looking at now all the way to today. That's like the beginning of the construction of the color revolution framework, which we're still seeing to an extent today. And it's essentially a globalist project. The CIA is a globalist thing. It's like doing the globalist dirty work to try and take over all of the nations and bring everyone into this one big kumbaya happy family.
Yeah, a kumbaya happy family, I do not believe fully exists. Yes. This is such an important moment, because this is, you could see the line on, and there's two lines there as well by this point, because you could see things like Harvard summer school running Kissinger's international seminar as getting ready to train the young global leaders of the future. And this is what they would do. It would be planned. Now, we know the funding that happened between 1960 and 1966 because of the Humphrey Dorman report in 1967 that got released, which was to preempt these newspaper articles I mentioned earlier were going to release. We know that the three people who were funding them at that point were American Friends of the Middle East, the Farfield Foundation, and the Asian Foundation. The other two foundations extremely interesting. Farfield kind of looks more like it concentrated on famous people and trying to attract famous people.
All right. So first off, let's link to that entire interview, and you guys can see the rest of that. What is it? Empire and Politics? What's the podcast?
Oh yeah, sorry. Here it's I'm gonna bring it up.
World
here.
Economic
On the
Forum is a
screen.
CIA project designed to create global world order.
It's Geopolitics and Empire is the name of the channel.
Geopolitics and Empire. Right. That's a solid podcast. That's a good interview. Johnny's kicking ass in that interview. I'd like to air the whole thing, but it's already 4 a.m. Let's get Johnny lined up for next week.
I'd rather discuss this in more depth and have time to read over the article because we want to focus on narratives this week.
But I already got so many notes from what he already said.
Oh yeah, I have
first off
the old boys right now. I'm looking up.
I got Kissinger's
Roosevelt.
World Order. Well, I'm going to go in reverse order, right? So here's Kissinger. We'll get him off the table. Like, check out his book, World Order. See what he's looking for. Here's Kermit Roosevelt's. This is Kermit Roosevelt's War Report of the OSS. So when he's talking all about Kermit Roosevelt, I'm like, all right, yeah, I got that angle. But he's also there with MI6 doing those coups. He wasn't doing it by himself. Here's the Pecora report from all that Smedley Butler stuff he was talking about. This is the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking and Currency. This is part of like the investigation of the bankers who were. So it was DuPont, Morgan, Lamont, right? Lamont, his great grandson's the governor of my state right now, right? DuPont was the gunpowder monopolist with the government that helped to stamp out hemp and prohibit it, along with JP Morgan. So the people who participated in a business plot also created a world of petrochemical poison toxicity that we live in today that has to be created like carbon neutral, all this stuff to clean it up. So that's also interesting. But the Pecora report is that's good reading if you want to know about that point in history. But this is the whole story of William Yandell Elliott. New World Order, the strategy of imperialism. I wrote the foreword for it. It's all about William Yandell Elliott, who was a Rhodes Scholar, carrying out the Anglo-American establishment's goal to put America back in so they could take over the whole world. Yandell Elliott trained a whole bunch of other people, like Kissinger, like Samuel Huntington.
Trudeau to Kissinger.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch.
So they're all in here. If you can still get this book, it's by Sean Stone. It's Oliver Stone's son. This was his Princeton history thesis for his degree. So it's a solid book. It's unassailable. That's why I wrote the foreword. It's not trivial. So that's the Yandell Elliott story. I'd like to get a copy of this to Johnny Vedmore if we have time before he gets to part 4 of his article. All right. So
there's a lot to talk about there. We'll save that for next week.
But we don't have time. I just wanted you to know they're available.
Yeah, I had the old boys open. I was going through a lot of the references on.
I was having trouble finding the Pecora report.
Roosevelt.
But it was on top of some of them.
We actually had the report.
Yeah, it's not trivial. I mean, it's like
no, I'm not
here.
I was shocked. I didn't even know you had that report.
Look. Yeah, and not only do I have the report, but I've read it. Look, it's marked. It's highlighted throughout. Here's the major highlights that you need to see at the beginning here. Right, so you got the banker's testimony and stuff. It's good. We could do a deep dive some other time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But
interesting.
Core report. OSS, yes, they disbanded it, and when they created CIA had no experience to be overthrowing Egypt or Iran and Nicaragua and Guatemala. It's Operation PB success, by the way. He was having trouble. Remember that? All right. So, what other clips we have to cover, Tony? Now that we've gotten through intermission, and
I think we're pretty good. A lot of the clips I sort of anticipated possibly covering after intermission we covered before, which is totally fine. So at this point, just because it is so late, if we were to play any, I would suggest we keep it to like There's a John Bowne or Greg Reese or something that's like 5 minutes or less or something that sums up a lot of information more quickly. But I don't know if there's anything really that. There's two. There's a WEF Vultures or Actively Sabotage. Man, it's John Bowne. We kind of know we've been covering that over the past couple clips.
Oh, I also wanted to address. There was the part there where he was saying that all the CIA guys, like all these people, were anti-Zionists. I thought, well, that's interesting because it's true. The Dulles brothers were anti-Zionist because their sister Eleanor dated a guy who was Zionist, and he ended up dead suspiciously.
Right. We covered that a lot.
That's in John Loftus's book, The Witness Tree. You can read all about it. So there is this thing, but the people who were anti-Zionist were pro-Anglo-American establishment, which was itself already pro-Zionist. And the Balfour Declaration led to another proof of that. The first printing of Mein Kampf in the English language was Arthur Balfour's niece. I'm pretty sure if you go back and check these things out, because they also had some other philosophical ideas that were esoteric that were going on at the same time that they were involved in. The Balfours, the Besants.
I mean, he was, when he said that, I wasn't shocked. I actually completely agreed, and that was my understanding as well. For the Balfour Declaration, my understanding basically was just political opportunism in regards to the fact that like they had shared interests. The Zionists wanted a nation state, and the British wanted to maintain their empire, bringing the Americans into the war, and so they had aligned. And let's not forget about the Rothschilds and the Bank of England. So the Rothschilds being the driving force financially for,
or the Belmonts representing the Rothschilds in North America, or the Warburgs and the other robber barons representing the Rothschilds in North America. So there was a whole other undercurrent that's not really named.
And I don't think they would even, like, I don't know how much the Rothschilds would call themselves Zionists, even though they're the ones that supported it. No, even though they're Ashkenazi Judaism.
It's not the family is not all unified. But here's an example. Let's go back to 6 hours ago. I mentioned this book, The Secret Knowledge by David Mamet. He's a screenwriter, playwright, wrote Glengarry Glen Ross. He became
great film, by the way.
Not a liberal, right? Now, at the end of the book, he had some acknowledgments. He had this article at the end. And basically, let me see if I can find it. His references were a Bernard Lewis book. Like, he has a position on Palestine and Israel, and he was justifying it. He's like, if you're interested, you should read these books. And I was like, I've read some of those books, and you got some big holes in your argument. So at the end, he argues secret knowledge, gets religious, and is this the part where he says, I got to put my glasses on to see it. State of belief. Well, he's saying, there is no secret knowledge. The federal government is merely a zoning board writ large. So it is with the rest of our self-government. The problems facing us, faced by all mankind engaged in democracy, may seem complex or indeed insolvable, and we in despair may revert to the state of wish fulfillment, the state of belief in the power of various experts presenting themselves as a cure for our indecision. But this is a sort of Stockholm syndrome. Here the captives, unable to bear the anxiety occasioned by their powerlessness, suppress it by identifying with their captors. Right. So then, so that was interesting, right? I thought that was a good opinion.
That's good.
But here at the end, somewhere in here, he referred to like his position on Israel is that the Palestinians are. Well, he has a very similar look at the Palestinians as Winston Churchill did. Do you remember how Winnie thought about the Palestinians?
Oh, he thought about a lot of different groups on quite a sort of negative light.
Find it. After all this time, I thought photographic memory wasn't going to fail me, but I really thought I had
4 a.m. after 7 hours.
Well, I remembered highlighting the footnotes where he said, here's the books that you should read to come to the same conclusions that he did, right? And I saw that those are like one-sided books and that you must not have encountered, like when we played that clip earlier of Dan Dan owns an artifact that I was trying to buy. He owns a piece of evidence that I was trying to acquire. And I saw it was gone one day. I was like, somebody got it. And then I found out he had it. And I was like, awesome. Somebody I know bought that artifact. It's either an 1833 or an 1835 Niles Weekly Register from, I think it's Ohio. And it says that Lord Rothschild is trying to buy the land of Palestine from the Turkish Sultan, and so on and so forth. And that's the first hint.
It's like a precedent that's sent that they're interested in that land.
Mm-hmm. Whether or not it's accurate, that thing existed back then. That story ran. And later they started to colonize in the 1860s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all the way up for another.
Didn't they buy up
100 years.
large swaths of land
Yes.
for like grape production and things of that nature in the Levant or something of that, or where modern day Israel would exist? I remember you showing
Yes,
that a
and
number
it's
of
never
times
talked
in the
about.
archives. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very rarely talked about, because I'm like,
Correct.
that sets a whole different precedent with them. When you're arguing that the Palestinians are evil because they're attacking the Israelis, it's like,
Well, even calling them
and
the
that the Israelis should
Palestinians-
never have to quit because it's their homeland. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Mhm.
So let me go.
Even calling them
just-
Palestinians is incorrect. It's a mixture of many different ethnic groups and religio-ethnic groups that exist in that area. Coptic Christians, Muslims, and people who are secular. Like, it's just Palestinians in general are made up of anyone that's not deemed to be essentially Jewish, I guess. Of course, that's confusing because, like, you know, Gilad Atzmon, wondering who, like, are we talking about genetic Judaism? We're talking about Semitic Judaism. We're talking about Ashkenazi from Europe. I mean, it gets really confusing. Sephardic from the Iberian Peninsula. I mean, it's just such a mess.
Well, there's also Simon
Zionism
Shamma's
is sort of like an
book.
ethnic. Yeah. Shlomo Shand or whatever, or who?
Well, there is
That's the
this part
inventions
right,
of the Jewish people. I think that was his book.
there is this part right here. So it's the Intelligent Person's Guide to Socialism and Anti-Semitism, right? So this is chapter 15 of David Mamet. It's in this footnote right here. What detractors might ask, does this prove? So it's a footnote to what he's writing right here. Does it mitigate against the quote crimes and quote colonialism of Israel as popularized by the United Nations? So he's saying the United Nations make these allegations of colonialism and crimes against Israel. He says, I deny these crimes exist, that Israel is an oppressive or colonialist power. To those interested, I suggest the following books: The World Turned Upside Down by Melanie Phillips, What Went Wrong, Bernard Lewis. Bernard Lewis. And I thought about that for a second, because David Mamet seems very convinced of his position because it's something Bernard Lewis wrote. And I thought, you know what? I remember where Bernard Lewis is. Hold on. This is Bernard Lewis, right? This guy right here, Bernard Lewis, explains Osama bin Laden, License to Kill, in 1998, along with this other article, Combating Catastrophic Terrorism, with Philip Zelikow, who wrote the 9/11 Commission report, and CIA John Deutsch, and former future.
He's the head of the
future.
He's part of the COVID collaborative
Secretary of
COVID planning
Defense,
group as
Ashton
well,
Carter,
Philip Zelikow.
right? And if I were to go to
It's
Bernard
in his University
Lewis,
of Virginia, he's the public myths.
Bernard Lewis.
Yeah.
So it's propaganda about Osama bin Laden against Israel, Jews and the Crusaders. See? Oh, so Bernard Lewis is the propagandist for the Anglo-American establishment,
telling stories.
Okay, telling stories. And then you got this other article.
Make it seem like there's always been some holy war against
Weapons
the
of mass
Jews
destruction.
and
Hollywood
Islam.
meets Tom Clancy. These are the future rulers of the universe in America. World Trade Center, like Pearl Harbor. You know, you just read their articles. This is 1998. This isn't 2001. All these people rose to power. They didn't get punished. This is like the plan for the PNAC document 2 years later.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that's a conceptual foundation for the PNAC document. That's quite literally correct. Yeah.
What other clips do we got to play before we get out of this show?
I think we're good. I mean, there's nothing. I think we hit the main stuff for this past week, and anything else would just be extra on top of that, which I can cover in town halls and whatnot. I really think we did a good job of covering the main events of this past week and providing some context and history to those events. So unless there's anything that you feel as though it's necessary, I'm pretty confident with what we've been able to cover. Obviously we had to skip. Burmis had some good productions this week. There were a lot with I sort of alluded to the fact that the COVID narrative, Paxlovid, the booster shot, the real world data, how that's all progressing forward. There's a lot of stuff we couldn't get to that's detailed about these different subjects we cover, different areas, but for the most part, I think we covered
I think
the majority
we got more
of what we need to.
detail than most shows.
Oh no, for sure, yeah. It's just amazing because like when I look at how much we skip, it's not obviously it's not intentional. It's 4:30 in the morning, 4:12 in the morning. So yeah, we do our best, but there's a lot that happens. But we have a couple of funny clips to play us out. We have Biden's unifying speech.
I was hoping so.
Tunes. We have
so much heavy duty, great reset type information. Like we got this George Bush, Skull and Bones.
We got Jinx, Bush, and the Contras.
Laptop from hell. We have all this Klaus Schwab's great reset stuff tonight. There is a war for the world. I think though it's not just the soul of America, like Biden said. It's like freedom for future generations is at stake right now. People in the future are interested in what's going on right now. What was that whole Biden with the red background? What was that all about? Because again, the victors write the history
with the Marines.
So 50 years from now, what kind of history are they teaching in schools about the Biden with the red background speech? And wouldn't you like to have something that counters that narrative that's based in reality preserved for you and future generations? It's part of the time capsule we offer here at Grand Theft World. All right, so let's get to some funny stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we got some funny clips to play at the end.
I was going to say, and I appreciate Matt Eric coming on, sharing his perspective and also highlighting certain points in history where things could have been very different. I think that's a unique way of approaching history, with the way in which it happened this way, but this is how close it could have been. Playing the hypotheticals, giving the sense of hope or the ability to know if we actually take agency, we have the chance to maybe change our destiny and our the future generations' destiny in regards to what will manifest.
Well, Klaus says by 2025, human beings are going to have brain implants that are going to replace your cell phone.
Yeah, digital chips are going to be in for, and I thought it was 2030. Not because of the Agenda 2030, but I thought it was
Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Oh, okay, you're
talking about called Deep Shift. So if you want to check that.
At the WEF, they had it was like a head of one of these telecom companies talking about how he's predicting around like between 2025, 2030 that most cell phones will be embedded inside people.
Instead of saying WEF, I mean it seems so like
WEF,
not big a deal, not such a big deal, right? We should say
Hammer.
The Club of Rome's front group for depopulation and transhumanism, the World Economic Forum. You know how they always say like the right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones?
That's a question-begging epithet, by the way.
We should front their shit too, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair. But we can actually back up that claim, and it isn't a question-begging epithet then with actual facts. So, yeah, I'm
the
totally down with
progeny
that.
to someone who serviced Hitler, Klaus Schwab, had this to say today in the
From the
World
clan of
Economic Forum.
Schwabia in Switzerland. Well, I can't wait to have that.
You got to read Johnny Vedmore's
really
trifecta of Schwabia. Get all schwabbed up with it. All right, so funny things that I've seen this week. I've seen funny Jim Brewer things on point. I haven't seen any JP this week.
We have Biden's unifying speech, freedom tunes. We got Allison Moore. I think it's more of an interview. What liberals think conservative companies are like. It's JP. When you're too much of a truth teller, that's Ryan Long. And then we got Bush and the Contras. That's the Jinx video. And then we can, if there's anything else, Jim Brewer, if you want us to find whatever.
Well, Bush and the Contras fits in with the two faces of George Bush right here, right? So we might be, I haven't seen it. I don't know what it is, but this guy was involved with the Contras. He's involved, all over the
Skull and
place.
Bones, the Contras. He's
And
involved. There's
more
ominous
importantly, his family power
connections
came
with
from
JFK assassination.
His
Call
family
boys.
power came from empowering Lenin, Stalin, and Hitler and Mussolini. That's before he even got on the scene and killed JFK. No, he was just there. Just kidding.
It was just there. Little black book was Puharich.
He doesn't actually pull the trigger. He's a white collar Yale guy. He He had to
Andrea
use those
Pulrich.
Operation 40 assassins they trained to do that sort of thing. And it's all in the name of the Queen. It was all sanctions. That's why those who helped to cover it up for the empire rose to power in the mini empire. And then their kids got to be in power, governor and president.
In Dope Inc., they were considered these, so like the way it's described in Dope Inc. is they're lesser power families. Brzezinski is a lesser power family. The Bushes
are a lesser power family. Dresser
family.
Industries made money in the oil industry, so anyone in the oil industry is making money from Rockefeller, which is where the Bushes started out.
And that's their point. You got it.
Right.
Exactly. That's
They were the Rockefeller front to industrialize Soviet oil, just like the Koch brothers were over there. Their dad was over there. That's how he made his money, with Joe Stalin and the Holodomor and starvation of people.
AIC, American International
AIC,
Corporation,
yeah,
as being the front between the two. Yep. So, let's maybe we do Ryan Long and the Bush and Contras or something. Yeah, they're both usually pretty short.
Yeah, you said Long Bush. All right, let's see
Yeah,
who we
hit
have
the
to
Jinx
thank.
video
Yeah.
first.
Who do we have to thank for
It's
this?
shorter. Yeah, big thanks to all our subscribers as always, and to our Rockfin tippers. We've got Garrett Patton tipped us $5. Matthew Arrett on GTW is the best. Denver Attaway, $2. Thanks to GTW. Matt LD for everything you guys do and leading to a better tomorrow. Skeletor 322, $5. In honor of George Bush and May, Professor of Critical Anime Theory Tony Myers, interruptions perpetually continue to the limits of the half-life of Xenon 124. Jake Sheen, $5. First time live viewer, always a podcast, always read later. GTW, y'all rock. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jake. Thomas Hutchinson, $10. Kudos for working on Labor Day weekend, guys. Great stuff as always.
Was it Labor Day? I didn't even notice.
T-Can says, thanks, GTW. Telegraph, $100. $100 for keeping it 100.
Wow. Holy shit.
Thank you,
First of all,
Telegraph.
thank you, everyone. I mean, this is incredible. The
Congrats,
support
Emile.
really means a lot to us. It really does.
Thank you.
F-Fits, $10. Nice, Telegraph, he says. And another one from Telegraph, $2. Dave and Laura, $20. Thank you. Dallas Avad, $5. Let's go long. Another top episode. Chud King, $10. Yous guys are the best. Nick Hayes, $10. The best way to fight the Grand Theft world is to get autonomy.info/ignite. Illumini not me, $2. And nice comment from Wild Weasel Russell. Thank you, GTW, Rich, Tony, LD, and company. Love the work. And if you're new to the podcast, please. Oh, wow. What's happening?
Share with your friends.
Oh, man.
Get into the membership. Get the town hall. Get all the good
OBS
goodies that
crashed
come
on
with
me.
membership. It's
Here,
all
I'm
right.
good. Here, I'll bring it up real quick. Go to grandtheftworld.com, and in the top right corner, you can hit join community. Let me see if I can bring this up. Here it
Also,
is.
if you wait to the end of the
Join
podcast, it
community.
tells you.
Yeah, it does that same thing. And you can pick your donation tier, 10, 25. I think we're going to try our best in the future. Last week we had Rich Kim.
I was on there for like an hour.
We're going to try
it up
once a month or so. Whenever you have some extra time and there's questions that people. So we have if you join the community, we have in the Discord community, we have a text channel called questions or Q's for Richard and Tony. And you can post your questions either directed to me or to Richard, and I'll make sure Richard's aware of it. And at some point, he'll come on the town hall and answer them. That was very successful last week. We had a wonderful discussion, and I really appreciate the questions that have been asked. Very intelligent questions. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's been working out, incredibly well. The town hall has been a dramatic success, and I really appreciate it's a success because of the people that frequent it, that patronize it. They come with their own research, their own sort of erudite scholarship, and their interest, whether it's economics and maybe money theory, or whether it's ancient civilization and philosophy, something means some I like to indulge in, or whether we're talking about just the deep state. We talk about kind of everything and more than that.
Well, it's Grand Theft World's membership town hall feature functionality. It is a dramatic success, whereas Biden's whole thing is a traumatic not success. All right. So
Dramatic distress.
At this point, I'd like to appeal to the people with long attention spans and say, if you made it to this end of this episode, getting to the end of Grand Theft World is a lot like trying to ride a bull. And you might not all make it to the end, but anyone who gets on and tries to ride, you're a hero. And those who make it to the end are your champions. And if you can make it to the end of this episode, you might enjoy yourself some Autonomy Season 8. It's coming up. We got new packages to lower the bar to entry to help more people this season. And if you can't get through this episode, you don't need to know about Autonomy. It's not for you. Get autonomy.info/ignite. Just like Nick Hayes said in the chat. Nick, you don't have to super chat us. That's a good reminder, though, that I should plug the course because it starts at the end of this month, at the end of September.
Yeah, we should run a promo next week.
We're going to do the meet and greet, and it takes a couple weeks to get in. So if you're interested, check out the offer. Try, and I bet you're going to succeed. And those who don't try and those who think, oh, it's probably not for me, it's probably not then. Sorry about that. But if you try, it's probably for you. With that, I'd like to thank you all for tuning in and not dropping out. And here's some funny people like Ryan Long to play us out.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
What you guys said, and like, enough's enough, man. From here on out, I'm just telling the truth.
Bro, it's all lies.
Dude, I'm telling you, the lockdowns did way more harm than good.
The suicide rates alone?
And Donnie's the one who backed into your car last summer. Wait, what? You know, I don't care if that gets me kicked off Facebook. I'm done worrying about what the allowable opinion is.
Yeah, and they're gaslighting us. Like, we're just supposed to pretend we don't see the great reset happening before our eyes.
Agreed. And last year, when you lent Jake money for rent, he bet it all on the Lions to win the Super Bowl.
What?
And I apologize if that's not part of their narrative, but I'm done with lying. Like, remember, like, the wage gap, like you said, right?
Oh, buddy. Different hours, different jobs.
And we're supposed to just ignore the fact that Jake's girlfriend's a fat pig?
Wait, what?
No, she's a cow. She's gross, probably smells bad. It's a double lark.
Bro,
and we
what
have
the
to
fuck?
sit here and act like we're just happy for you that you're with her?
What did you just say?
The truth? You know, she's a big girl. We all know this, and it's time that we're honest about it.
Yo, this is not okay.
She's a cow. And honestly, Johnny, your girlfriend's no prize either. I gotta say it, but she's got a weird face. She's a slut. I know like 3 different people she banged. If I'm being completely honest, the first 3 months you were dating, I thought she was trans. And if the commie media doesn't want to hear this, that's too bad for them.
Yo, what does our girlfriends have to do with the media?
You know, the CDC can try to censor me all they want, but she's a slut. She tried to bang me and Jake one night. The only reason we didn't is because Jake didn't like the weird face and I couldn't get it up.
Okay, that's enough.
You hear that, government? I'm not lying anymore. Luckily, it wasn't Jake's girlfriend trying to bang, because if she was on top, it would have been squished.
Yo, take this shit back. This is so messed up.
What are you, the Facebook fact checkers now?
This isn't what we're talking about. We're telling the truth. You can't say shit like that.
I don't know why you're mad at me. He's the one who bet all your money. And if Zuck got to you, Zuck got to you. But we're supposed to be truth tellers here. Carlin, Hicks, Jones, us.
Dude, this is why nobody likes you. You haven't been invited to anybody's weddings.
Yo, you guys are fucking dicks.
You bet on the Lions?
Fellas, over there.
This is crack cocaine. The most serious problem today is cocaine, in particular crack. Who's responsible?
I do this shit on the daily. Jump in this bitch, you go crazy. 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 Jump in this bitch, jump in this bitch, jump in this bitch, you go crazy. 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 Jump in this bitch, you go stupid. I'm so rich, I'm in Ruben. Fuck up the Kelly, the cool. 6 in the morning, I'm pulling up. Walk on the molly, I drop on some ride. Just truck on your party, I'm out the shot. We drink on the water, we run to your daughters. Just truck on some party, I'm taking your motor. I bust on my rollie, I bust on my wrist. And I'm walking the class, and I'm taking your bitch. And you can't tell me nothing, your nigga been rich. And you stupid, I'm sending them hits. Jump in this bitch, you go crazy. Hey, jump in this bitch, you go crazy. Your diamond is so fugazi. Your diamond is so fugazi. Hey, that bitch, you swallow my baby. Buy me a brand new Mercedes. I do this shit on the daily. I do this shit on the daily. Hey, jump in this bitch, you go crazy. Jump in this bitch, you go crazy. Jump in this bitch, you go crazy. Jump in this bitch, you go crazy.
They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights, or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall, exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material, 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.